Good morning, good evening. Hello, everybody. Welcome to week 17 of week 18, 2 weeks to go. And I'm joined by the miraculous Flea. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, Dan. It's good to be back on the mic with you. We don't get all that many opportunities to cast together, and it's always a good time when we do. So I'm looking forward to the matches we've got ahead of us today.
Yeah, the power level is far too high when we're together. So, we have to cater it sparingly. But no, we do have some really, really good matches today, and actually some decisive matches. With 2 weeks to go, there's still a lot to play, a lot in the balance, and a number of players can move around the leaderboard. And, we talked about it in previous weeks about how decisive that can be. So I'm definitely looking towards particularly the lower end of the leaderboard, as we might see some shuffling in that top six if we get some unexpected results. So it's definitely all to play for. But coming into the day, is there anything you've been kind of looking at these particular matchups, if we can get those up, that you've been looking towards or looking out for?
We're starting it off with Kron versus Kilson. Big game ahead of us, right? Then we've got Toxic versus Avik, Strong Sage versus Cygip, Razy versus Sip, and then the two featured matchups where DJ Wheat will once again be joining us will be Nosfa versus Chain and Sirius versus Wenger. And I think that some of the most important ones, Dan, are going to be, the featured ones. Nosfa and Sirius are both, they have a shot at making it into top 8. Got some big, heavy games ahead of them still, but these two are, in my opinion, very important.
Yeah, you mentioned Sirius there, but actually probably even more importantly is the fact that if Wenger doesn't lose 3-0, he will be seed number 1 going into the finals, which is, I think, huge from his perspective, given that he's worked so hard coming into the season, and to take someone like Rafa and Kilson in for that matter off of that top spot, it's going to be a massive boon to him going into Quake, and I know how eager he is to make that up. So it is definitely not out of the realms of possibility that he does lose. I see it hard to see a bit of 3-0 there, but as you said, Sirius as well, coming into the QPL for the first time, putting in a really good fight, that to come into that top 8 position, would you say that's unexpected?
I think that a lot of people were very skeptical of Sirius going into this season, right? We've seen extreme highs from him, right? I still remember, I think one of his first appearances, PGL 2018, where he made it really far into the tournament. But then we've also seen some pretty low lows, right? Sirius is sometimes a pretty unstable player. But before we actually talk about the games that we've got ahead of us today, let's do a bit of a recap and look back at the matches from last week, because Dan, there were some pretty sweet moves there as well.
Yeah, and as the weeks progress, we see the players putting in their hours, getting stronger and stronger. And Shane is definitely one of those players who came into the league. We expected some decent things from him. He's one of these players who's been sitting around that mid to high level bracket, particularly in finals, but goes into the league this season and just doesn't perform as well as he has been. But last week was one of the first weeks we've seen him really pulling it out. Then we saw this particular brutal matchup between Toxic and Dramis. These two players that love to go head to head, toe to toe with all full force combat, and it is Dramis that again has been growing this season as well. He started off strong, had a bit of a stutter mid-season, but this was another performance that just shows how good he can be.
Absolutely. And then after Dramis took on Toxic and came out on top 3-0, we're still seeing some highlights, especially that game on Mortal Falls was remarkably one-sided given the first two. But then we also had Strong Sage versus Nosfa, two brawlers in their own right. And Strong Sage has been having a very good season, right? He's still in the running to make top 8, but last week Nosfa proved to be a bridge too far. It was a close series, a lot of back and forth, but ultimately Nosfa secured himself the 2-1 victory.
And as you said, it was really hard fought, and it's good to see Strong Sage coming out strong, putting in a bit more versatility to his picks. He obviously had the scale bearer in there, but he had a lot to play for and showed us he is getting kind of even more adept to the wider pool of champions. This particular matchup did go the way you'd expect it to. It was kind of a bit of a turning point in how well Sirius did play, but Rafa did show his prowess and his experience to take that one into the 3-0.
Absolutely. It's always difficult to bet against Rafa, and he proved that once again last week. But then we also had Maxter versus Zenecu, two players who've also been playing extremely well, right? Zenecu taking down, for example, Rafa 3-0 just a few weeks ago. The man is absolutely on fire, and Maxter has been having a very solid season of his own. And ultimately, Maxter came out on top. 2-1 victory. It was the final map to decide it all, if I'm not mistaken. Awoken, which ended up going in Zenecu's favor 9-6 after taking a lead with the Doom.
And considering how well Zenecu's been playing in recent weeks, this is no disrespect to Maxter, it's obviously a massive victory for him. And, you know, I really do think Maxter is one of these dark horses going into the finals that can make something happen, as much as that pains me to say, because he flames me non-stop. I think he can make something happen this final, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. And then we obviously had probably one of the best series that we've had all season long in Wenger versus Kilson. Absolutely decisive at the top end of the leaderboard. You know, Kilson hasn't had his best season, but he's still one of the best players, and yet it was Wenger the best in this one.
Yeah, and I think, well, Kilson is going to be our first matchup of the day, so we'll have plenty of time to talk about him in just a moment. But here we go, bit of a recap of week 16. So that was the last week of play. Chain beating Kron, Dramas taking down Toxic, Nosfa beating Strong Sage, Rafa beating Sirius, Maxter taking down Zenecu, and then lastly, Wenger overcame Kilson to keep himself in that #1 spot. And that brings us with the current world rankings. Wenger on top, Rafa in second place, Razy third, Maxter fourth, and then Zenecu rounding out the top 5. And as you mentioned yourself, Dan, today is an important day for Wenger because these are important matches for him to keep that #1 spot.
Exactly. I mean, everyone in that top 6 can shuffle around. There is a situation where Razy could end up being in 6th position, and that is mental, considering he's got the best, pretty much, map advantage overall, more or less outside of the top 2. So it's actually insane that these can go around. And we see that Zenecu and Maxter are both sitting at 10-4, I think it is, or 11-4, and they have to play each other as well. So, you know, there's a lot to play for going into this. And yeah, I mean, to see Razy dropping down to 6th, Kilson nearly dropped out the top 6 a couple of weeks ago. It's highly competitive at the top of the leaderboard.
It absolutely is. It's also just as competitive towards the middle of the leaderboard, right? We're going to see some more games to decide that top 8, kind of the cutoff point, right? Spots 7 and 8 later. But before we get to that point, let us first talk about the first matchup of the day, Kilson versus Hron. Now this, Dan, could shape up to be a very interesting one, but also has the potential of being quite one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a way in which it doesn't become quite one-sided very, very quickly.
I'm trying to stay positive here, Dan.
Yeah, I'm not so positive for this one. I think Kilson has taken his game up to another level from what I've been seeing in terms of practicing already. I mean, I haven't seen Kron streaming, so I can't say what he's been doing, but it's hard to see a world in which he doesn't get pummeled, basically. I think he's a very good player. I just don't think he's been able to make the step up to the level needed this QPL for one reason or another. And then you get to this end of the leaderboard where, you know, every game doesn't really matter for him, and he's probably mentally quite exhausted from this league already.
Right.
And you're going against Kilson, who has something to prove still.
Okay. Well, I do think we have the picks and bans ready, so that should tell us a bit more about this first matchup of the day. Corrupted Keep will be map 1, Ruins of Sarnet will be the second, and then the final one, the tiebreaker, if it gets to that point, will be Blood Covenant. So Dan, what do you think about the picks and bans here?
Nothing massively too untoward there. Probably the most unusual pick of them all is going to be maybe the Galena on Blood Covenant. Not that it's massively unusual, just that he's lacking a lot of mobility that Doom has at his disposal when Doom was still available to be picked. So it's definitely a preference pick at that point. We do know traditionally that Kron quite likes the Galena and can be more experimental with totem placements, although Blood Covenant, there isn't many areas that you can do that or exploit that. But across the board now, I think we're getting to that point in the QPR now where you more or less know what you're going to be seeing. You've got those top tier picks in the light champions, and if they're not possible as they've been banned out. You see here, Strog and Ranger are pretty much always going to be the two you're going to see going head to head. Nyx was left on the board though, which is obviously quite worrying. Which Kron was left between a rock and a hard place and what to ban on that map too, and he was opted with the Athena, which then you've given across the Nyx to Kilson. So I think all in all, I definitely favour what we're seeing out of Kilson on this side. Map 1 is, in terms of picks, neither here nor there. Definitely love the Nyx on map 2, and then the Doom I would take over the Gleaner as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think generally speaking, I would agree. I slightly favor Kilson, but overall, I don't think that these are bad picks for Kron either, right? Kron on Keep, Visor on Ruins, these are solid picks. The main thing that stands out to me is indeed that Nyx on Ruins, which is not the most common champion, right? Usually you see Nyx on, say, Awoken, Blood Covenant, DM6, right? But it is Kilson, right?
Yeah.
And we know that Kilson loves Nyx. He's the one who's really been playing her extremely efficiently, basically from the beginning of the Quake Pro League, so it's no surprise that he would pick her again today. And with that being said, just maybe a few words about the match history between these two. Dan, they have played 3 matches in the history of the Quake Pro League. Kilson has won 2, and he lost the very first, which interestingly enough was way back at the kickoff of the Quake Pro League. No, it's after that. It's in the kickoff 2019, and that was actually the tournament that Kilson won. That's the belt that he secured, and then he did lose to Kron. So let's see how this one's going to turn out. I think we both would predict this one to go in favor of Kilson, but let's see if Kron can bring any surprises to the table.
Yeah, and I agree with your point around the picks not being massively favored one way or the other. What I would say is we're playing Quake champions. You look at someone like Strong Sage who's come in, who's maybe not the most naturally experienced jeweler, doesn't have the most optimal strategies, but what he has done is he's adapted his play to, in some ways, slightly more quirky or cheesier champion, something that he can abuse and really pull into his advantage. When you're just picking his comparable champion to go against your opponent, you are relying on your skill to outplay them. It's as simple as that. And I would love to see players that maybe do struggle at the lower end of the leaderboard trying to adapt themselves, as we see amazing start from Kilson, to try and get an advantage in the picks. Because otherwise I just don't see a way in which a lot of these times you could be picking up maps.
It's especially interesting that you say that about Kron, because to me at least he still has a reputation as a bit of an innovator, right? Someone who tries new things, someone who came up with some really interesting strategies, some hiding spots, little jukes way back years ago already. So indeed, for him to kind of stick to these very safe picks against someone like Kilson, I agree. He's gonna have to do something unorthodox, something surprising to get the win here. And so far that really hasn't worked out. Kilson has a 2-frag lead, has secured control. Good thing for Kron is that the items don't have a lot of time in between them, so it's going to be difficult for Kilson to secure both at the same time.
Yeah, he's making his way to the middle ground to do exactly that. He wants to do some serious damage before he knows Kron is weak and he can take this bite. He actually gets a frag here. He might be able to capitalize and take both, but does settle for that heavy, exchanging for the mega. So they are still on the same timing, and as you said, that is definitely a preference to the player on the back foot, which is Kron in this instance. He's actually doing a huge amount of damage with a heavy machine gun from range, actually massively bullying Kilson there, and that's what you've got to do to get back into this map. Oh, that's risky though. I don't know why you do that.
Yeah. Bit too much aggression right there, just kind of blindly jumping into the room, and then that LG, it kills your momentum, pushes you down, and allows Kilson to get a whole lot of damage in. And Kilson is just kind of trying to do the same thing here, right? Just positioning himself around the center area of the map, which we know is how he loves to approach the game, and then he allows his opponent to make the mistake. Kron has to get out of that corner where the LG is, and then Kilson's just waiting for him. And again, now Kron finding himself in a bad position. Good use of the peeker though. That's a good amount of damage. I like that he went for the ability right there. Kilson had no choice but to drop down and put himself in a very vulnerable position, which does give Kron his first frag.
Yeah, that was nice from both sides, actually. Good reactions from Kilson to all through the peeker, but really well played by Kron. He just needs to stop making these basic mistakes. As you said, pushing into that room with little kind of opportunity to do any sort of damage to his opponent, just giving up free frags. You obviously cannot do that against any player, let alone one of the best in the world. So Kron is only 3 frags down, can stabilize, but the problem he has now is he has to do a lot of work here to try completely kills it away so you can pick up at least the Mega and hopefully even the Heavy. There is that big split beginning to emerge now. 10 seconds between the two. But he's not got the stack to challenge. So really nicely played by Kilson on the defense.
Hron also shouldn't take that fight in the first place. Kilson has a heavy machine gun, Hron only has the starting one, right? You can't take a long distance fight like that because the other weapon is just so much more accurate, will do so much more damage, and Hron ended up burning quite a bit of the stack that he had, and now Kilson has turned the tables. Mega should still go to Hron. Doesn't take any damage on the exit either, so this is looking good for the Ukrainian.
A little bit sloppy from Kilson, if I might say. He had a big opportunity there to push that Mega. I don't think he had the timing, though, which is why he doubled back with some health. But now he's in position to capitalize and just explode Hron. Easy frag for Kilson. Got the time before this next Mega as well.
Big orb to the face, and now Kilson will be the one to secure the Mega. Hron just creeping around the map. That's a big rocket. 100 damage to the face. Now Hron might be able to position himself where he can pick up the Heavy. It's exactly what he does. But still, he doesn't have an LG, he doesn't have a heavy machine gun. He is crippled going into any fight at longer range than what he can consistently get damage at with the rockets. And Kilson knows this. Kilson is abusing it, keeping his distance, pulling back, making Hron come to him, and then just eviscerating him.
Yeah, there's no pressure on Kilson to make a move. He's quite happy to stand this mid-ground. You can see him actually very rarely ever coming off of that mid-level. He's quite happy just to play it nice and slow, methodical, and just pounce when the time is right. And it's exactly what he's doing now with such a huge split between the items. One's going to do some magical damage here to be able to get back into this map. Nice patience again. Just delaying. He's also delayed for this next Mega as well. All the time in the world.
Actually ended up burning the peaker there as well, then. He used it just before he died, and I was just about to comment, even regardless of that death, that Hron hasn't been able to make much out of that peaker, his active ability at all. He used it that one time in the red room where we both agreed it was good. But other than that, what value has he really gotten out of it? Whereas Kilson has been using that orb effectively to get himself in position to deal damage, to clean up a few frags. And again, Kilson, I like what he's doing though. Man. Excellent control of the spawns, even using Ranger's passive of less self-damage on rockets to just boost himself into Hron's face even faster.
Yeah, I love that. Oh, what a rocket that is. I love people who play Ranger with that fast tempo. It just makes it so scary to play against. I think Rafa and Wenger were the first two to really start using that to its full capacity, but you can just see the opportunities it opens up when you're able to do that effectively. And, you know, we talked about the abilities of Strong. Well, one of the best abilities of Strong is actually, particularly on this map, that health file. But what does it matter if you're not able to get a frag to use it and snowball?
True, yeah. Every time Hron gets a kill, his opponent drops a health file that gives him 25 points of health when he picks it up. But like Dan just said, that's useless if you can't get the frags. And that's the problem that Hron's facing right now. And at this point, the snowball has turned into an avalanche. Kilson demolishing him time and time again. Hron left running for his life. He kind of had to go for that and hope that Kilson would try to chase him, because otherwise he was going to be stuck behind the statue there anyway. So had to push out, but Kilson was waiting for him. There we go. There we go. Second time I feel like he's used the peaker in any sort of meaningful way. But he lacks the weaponry and the stack to really follow up on it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a very high possibility Kilson hits the 20 frag mark at this point. And as you said, you know, Hron is doing even more than just throwing his body at the wall. He's throwing his soul, hopes and dreams with it at the moment. 16-1. It's another brutal scoreline, and it's no real reflection on maybe Hron's ability. It's just when he gets to that point of no return, he is one of those players that just puts his head down and just plays the map out, which is, you know, in some ways good to see.
I mean, you might as well just, you know, stay focused, right? Stay in the heat of the moment, keep that aim warmed up, and just play up until the next map starts, rather than kind of shut down. And Hron, you know, at this point, I think it's pretty clear that he's approaching this on autopilot, right? He's not trying to come up with anything new. He knows it's over and done. Best to save his energy for whatever comes next.
So I'm going to ask the question normally gets asked me. What comes next? How does he change the tempo, change the dynamics of this duel?
That's a difficult question to answer. Kron has got difficult matches ahead of him too. Next one is going to be Ruins of Sarnath, where Kilson will be playing the Nyx, and that is going to be exceptionally difficult because then we've seen just how little opportunities Kron has had to get frags on this map. Well, when you're up against Nyx, very often you kind of have to kill her twice, right? First you have to force out the Ghost Walk, and then you have to catch her again to finish it off. And based on how this has been going for Kron, I'm not sure how realistic that is.
Yeah, and I mean, I know it's kind of one of those blasé answers, but it really just comes down to playing around the rail and just trying to connect with everything. You know, it's as simple as that. If you're able to find a way just to manufacture godlike aim for a map, then there is always the opportunity you can come back into it. But
True.
Yeah, there's very little we've seen strategically or mechanically so far that would suggest that he can turn it around and pick up a map against Kilson, who is just looking on fire, as we talked about. He's been putting in the hours now. He knows how important his form is going into QuakeCon, and it's so tight at the top now, and you just have to do it, and Kilson's looking in good shape.
I do quite like Kron's pick for map 2. He's approaching it with Visor. Historically, Kron has been a very good Visor player, and in some ways, Visor really is a bit of a hard counter to Nyx, right? Because when she uses her ability and you pop the sight in return, well, you've basically nullified any impact it has. But of course, you need to have the sight available. You need to first force out that Ghost Hawk and be in a position where you can finish up the frag. So it's going to be interesting to see how Kron is going to use that ability. Is he going to hang on to it until, you know, Gilson pops the Ghost Hawk and tries to escape? Or is he going to be using it more proactively just to try and find and get some information on his opponents?
Was there anything else you think he might have been considering to pick, or in his mind or your mind is Visor the ultimate pick when you're going up against the Nyx? Because obviously Kilson picked Nyx first.
Well, I mean, it's difficult to say, especially, you know, Ranger is also not a bad pick. Kron, what am I saying? Straw can work as well. But other than that, I think Visor really is a pretty solid pick to try and take down the Nyx on this map. I don't know, especially given the champions that we saw picked on map 1, if there's anything that Kron is really, you know, comfortable enough with, right? Because you could say, oh, you might pick something like a Slash, right? Get speed to chase down the Nyx. But Kron doesn't really play Slash all that often, at least not that I can recall. So if you're not comfortable, you're not confident in your own ability to make the most of the crouch slide, then I think that Visor is like a very safe comfort pick to tackle Nyx.
No, I agree. I'm just curious. I think the only one I would probably throw out there requires good execution, but definitely can work would be the Slash. But yeah, I think the only problem with Visor, in my opinion, is that it does lend itself to a slower play style, which gives the Nyx a little bit more room to breathe. And if you don't execute perfectly in and around those piercing sites, when you use the ability, it can just lend itself to a very slow game, a low scoring game. And that's no problem if you can contain the Nyx. But obviously, if you get behind, I just feel that you can often lack a lot of utility and feel quite helpless. I think Ruins is a map where the lack of mobility isn't as a big of a hindrance as something like DM6 or anything like that, but it still comes into play always, particularly in fight. Visor, as you say, is a comfort pick, and if Kron can slow that tempo down, if he can play around the rail, then he can keep the scoreline tight, and then at that point, anything can happen.
As you mentioned earlier, right, another important factor is the rail, right? We just saw a map on Corrupted Keep. Corrupted Keep, the only arena in the game that does not have a railgun spawn. So this is going to play a critical factor, especially against the light champion, right? Because a railgun shot, it's 90 damage no matter what, but that 90 damage can hurt so much more on a light, squishy champion that spawns even without armor to begin with, right? So if Kron's rail is on point, especially when he can, you know, amplify that with that piercing sight, he may be onto something here. So let's see how Kron can perform with the railgun up against Kilson, nicknamed Railson. So he is no doubt going to be slapping back with some shots of his own.
Definitely. And a lot of it does come down to who is going to be connecting more. But at the same time, you can never count Kilson out on any sort of rail dude. Nice connection from Kron off the bat, though, saying that The damage from Kilson is comparable. So we'll be forced to retreat. He knows Thron's got that rail already.
Alternated first engagement off to a pretty slow start. Kron is lacking the LG, Kilson is lacking the rockets, so both of these players still missing a critical piece of their arsenal, one of the unholy trinity. Here we go, Kilson makes a move onto the rockets. Kron going for the LG, so they're going to complete their basic weaponry. Let's see if that's going to result in any more aggression. Oh, Kron kind of taken by surprise, but Kilson unable to really do a lot of damage right there.
No, forced to put the Ghost Walk as well, so there's a little bit of an opening. Nice push by Kron through the entrance, and the items on the same timing, so he's still got a bit of an in. Actually delaying the Mega, should I say that. So he's feeling confident now for that push, but huge rockets from Kilson. You know, Kron's on the rope, he's got him a little bit trapped now. Don't know if Kilson did get the information on exactly when the timing of that Mega was. But he's going to be playing around this heavy, since that's his item dropped down by Kron, that's dangerous. Not sure if he knew exactly where Kilson was, but Kilson knows where he is, and he's going to be chasing him down here for his first frag.
Kilson, he's this is the second time that Kilson, I think, pushed in while he was railable then. So he's taking some risk. You love to see it. Good rail from Kron. Misses the second one. Can he find a third? No, Kilson closes the gap. Rockets him to rail and immediately applying pressure off the spawn. Kron hitting back with that machine gun damage. Kilson's got to be careful. He can't stand out in the open all that long. And after landing only one rail, falls back onto the heavy. Mega up in just a few seconds. Oh my god! Kilson! Kron even typing in chat. Nice! Acknowledging those beautiful rockets. Kilson going for another frag movie, it seems. Look at these shots, Dan. Damn, Kilson.
He's not missing.
Gets the spawn as well. And another. This does not bode well for Kron.
No. You can say Kilson's feeling it. Another easy frag coming in here. 5-0, 3 minutes in. Oh my word, this is... And Kilson got full control. He knows exactly where his opponent's spawned, just waiting him out. 15-second split, just absolute perfect split between the items. And yeah, said it in the intro, what do you do as Kron? Like, when your opponent's playing this well?
I mean, I think a big part of the issue for Kron is that he's not responding by hitting rails. Kilson currently 50% rail accuracy, Kron just 18. Kron has only landed 2 railgun shots so far, whereas Kilson has almost done as much damage with just a rail as Kron has with every single weapon combined. And I think that has been a critical factor in the opening of this map being so lopsided.
Exactly, and now he's just able to play this mid-ground. Kron's got to do something. It is definitely the heavy. He can play more around here, but can he stop Kilson? The answer is just no. Like, trying to delay, trying to get down, but just unable to do anything.
Where am I?
Oh, out comes the aggressive Ghost Walk. Kron.
Oh, nice read.
Yeah, I think he was actually using the piercing sight.
Okay.
Kron,
right.
Kron used the piercing side off spawn as Kilson pushed in for an aggressive Ghost Walk. And I think that's what people mean, right? When we say that, yeah, Nyx can be hard countered by that visor ability. It happens relatively infrequently. I feel like at this point of Quake Champions, it used to be more common, I think, but when it does happen, yeah, very little you can do as Nyx. And oh god, Kron, I don't know about that one. Perhaps a bit too aggressive, too enthusiastic on the drop down right there. Kilson sends him right back up, but not before taking away a big chunk of his stack.
No, but what Kron is doing is, we didn't talk about it yet, is definitely using the piercing sight almost as much as possible. That obviously gives him that information he needs, but also has the opportunity to take away these vials. And as we've seen, Kilson has used the Ghost Walk relatively sparingly beyond that aggressive Ghost Walk we just saw. So it does give a little bit more of a latitude for Kron to use it relatively liberally.
think especially in the next minute, Kilson is going to be, extremely careful using that Ghost Walk, right? He's going to hold on to it until he absolutely needs it as a defensive mechanism to escape now that Kron is in such solid control of both of the items. Look at the stack difference. Massively favoring Kron right now. So Kilson, he's going to hold on to that ability of his as a get-out-of-jail-free card. He's going to wait. He's going to stick around the edges, the outskirts of the map. He knows he's got a sizable frag lead, doesn't have to force anything, and go for these defensive rockets and rails. Big damage right there. And now he should be able to steal away heavy. Kron actually drops down. First rocket doesn't connect. Second one, third one. A lot of damage being exchanged by both of these players. Railable. Both of them were. But it is Kron who faces yet another death.
Yeah, it was a decent push. Kilson not connecting as much as he was earlier in the map, but did the work he needed to. Kron actually runs into a Ghost Walk and somehow gets the better of him quite easily. In fact, you saw Kilson chuckling to himself there. I think he knows he's relatively safe in this map still, because as you said, if he wants to then go into that turtle mode, just playing nice and safe, nice and defensive, it makes Kron's life very difficult to get a single frag, let alone the 6 he needs to even tie it up.
And that's exactly how Kilson is playing this already. Making himself completely invisible. Just sticking around the edges of the map, trying to gobble up some of those health bubbles, some small armors. Piercing Sight has been used. Kron knows exactly where Kilson is at, but this is such a difficult position to push into, right? No matter which side you take, Kilson will have ample opportunity to just escape, get out through the back door. Oh, Kron, getting a little creative, rocket jumping up. Can he find Kilson? Time is running out. And those rails, they don't help either.
But the thing is, as much as he doesn't want to, he's forced to now take this fight, and he's going to lose it as well because of the spam by Kilson. Given the scoreline, when Kilson shows himself, even if it's on his terms, they don't really have much of a choice but to take a fight. And so Kilson does what Kilson does best. He plays smart, methodical, and he gets himself another frag.
Kilson is just an extremely gifted counter-puncher, right? He is so good at just holding down center area of the map and reacting to what his opponent is doing, forcing them in the bad position, capitalizing on any mistake that they might make. And that's exactly all that he needs to do. I mean, with 2 minutes left and 8 frags of a lead, it's going to be borderline impossible for him to even squander the opportunity that he has, especially when Kron is just going to drop down straight onto that LG. That's gonna seal the deal, final nail in the coffin, if it hadn't already been decided minutes ago. And at this point, it's going to be clear that Kilson, rather, is going to be taking home at least the first 2 maps, as well as the overall victory in this series.
Yeah, relatively stress-free as well. Kron's got, I think, 4 frags all series long compared to Kilson's. Didn't even know anymore how many got in the first map, nearly 30, 35 maybe. So it's quite a differential at the moment. Kilson is just enjoying it, put it that way.
Now 1 more map to go. Blood Covenant. Slash was banned by Kilson. So it's actually going to be a relatively slow Blood Covenant in terms of champion picks. Kron will be running the Galena, and Kilson has picked the Doomslayer, and that's a matchup that, could be more balanced than some people might think, because Galena can be extremely powerful on Blood Covenant. Plenty of places to hide those totems, where you can really fortify a position for yourself and just hold out. Get those 3 totems up, have that mega that you basically carry around on your pocket. But on the other hand, you've got 0 mobility, and that is something that Doomslayer does have. He makes it so easy to position yourself around the map, to jump, right? Bridge to rail in the reverse, even going from the catwalk to rockets. There's so many little jumps that you can do with the Doomslayer. And when you're Galena, you're going to be outmaneuvered quite significantly.
Yeah, it's a huge trade-off on Blood Covenant, though. That's the problem, particularly going up against Kilson, when we know how much he just favors that positional advantage. And now you're giving him a champion that he can abuse that on, and a map that is so heavily reliant on the rail. Kron's going to have to play very slow and as you just said, just counterpunch really, just play nice and methodical, use his audio cues and not expose himself. And that's extremely difficult to ask for. So the overstack's going to be absolutely crucial, but then just avoiding confrontation, avoiding these long range fights and getting out of position, that's the real challenge.
Gonna have to see if he can even get that overstack going, because Kilson, no doubt, is aware of the game plan that Kron is looking to employ in this final map, and he's going to be on the hunt, on the lookout for those totems. Probably gonna be checking the little corners, you know, like the secret staircase and stuff as well. So it's gonna be hard for Kron to even get those totems up. So,
yeah. True. But I mean, it can't be worse than what we've seen in map 1 and 2 in terms of scoreline. True. I mean, never say never, right? But I'd be surprised if we saw a worse scoreline than that, given the champions that are at play on this map. Yeah, and it's just, I mean, Kron hasn't tried to, in the later stages of the game, tried to avoid fighting too much, but even still, when you look at the statistics that Kilson's pulling out, again, 50% LG, nearly 60% rail, with the amount he's using it just makes it so difficult. Kilson got more damage with the rail than pretty much Kron got with all other weapons combined. It just makes his life a nightmare.
Kron was at least able to kind of bump up that rail percentage towards the end, clawing his way up from 18% to 37%, I believe it was, which is still not great, but it's better than sub 20. But let's see. Blood Covenant is also a map where railgun is very important, especially if you are the only one to keep hold of it and if you can deny access to that weapon to your opponent, right? There's a few maps where weapon denial is very important. We saw it on map 1, Corrupted Keep with the LG. Can also really come into play here, Blood Covenant with the railgun, and that is going to be something that I suspect Kilson is gonna try and keep a close eye on. If he can get the railgun first with that Doomslayer double jump, he can make it a pain for Kron to secure that weapon himself.
Exactly, and that's the challenge really. As a Galena, you are limited in how to get the weapon, but you're also limited on how much you can defend that weapon, whereas a Doom, you have a lot more of a luxurious position to be able to play around that. And it's just one of a multitude of reasons why I think the Doom can be a much stronger pick. But if you play the Galena as well as it can be played, I think it's slightly more difficult to execute. Then, as you put it, it can be incredibly powerful. But there's a lot of dependencies there. So we'll have to see how Kron wants to play it. But we know what you're going to get out of a Doom, and he already gets the railgun spawn. Of course he does.
And on that note, we've started the final map in this series. Kilson got the railgun spawn, and that's exactly what Kron didn't want. That's already 3 rails, 270 points of damage inflicted on Kron just like that. That's a rough start. And now Kilson is in a position where he can defend rail, and that's exactly what he's doing. Then, just as we predicted, Kilson just sitting on the railgun, knowing that because he has that double jump, he can still easily make his way to heavy, get on top of that bridge, get to rockets, make his way over to mega, and that is something that Kron wouldn't have if he was in the same position.
No, he did miss that one rail up the rocket jump pad, which meant he would have pressured that mega harder, but he's quite happy now. He's got his rail side of the map. He's now getting his LG. Gonna retreat back to his lovely position up top. And he has all the time in the world to manufacture these opportunities for rails.
I also love the little plays, you know, little tech, like you just saw Kilson do. Go up the bounce pad, immediately step out of it with the double jump to cancel that upwards momentum. Just giving your opponent the idea that you're flying up there. If they hear you go up the bounce, but it actually, you're still just waiting below. Clever plays from Kilson. And again, threading the needle on that second rail through the tiny gap in that doorway. Now donk, another one. Kron miraculously still alive.
Has Kron done any damage yet?
Kron has done...
Well, now he has, but I don't think he had done any damage. Maybe a little bit of MG at the start compared to whatever, 1,000 from Kilson already.
That's rough. Just look at these rails. 66% Kilson. Make it 69. Nice. The man is on fire. Yeah, let's take a look. Then 2 minutes in, and Kron has got the grand total of 0 totems on the map. So that's not gonna help him win any fights either.
No, still hasn't got a rail either, which is a big problem.
0 shots fired with the railgun for Kron, just because he hasn't been able to get to it.
Oh, nice.
Oh. Well, actually, a good amount of damage from Kron. Good use of the tri-bolts. He might have an opportunity here. Kilson, does manage to escape. He's gonna use the blood pool to get some of that health back. Get himself outside of that railable range. But for Kron, this is a victory, I'd say. That one situation, he's got a stack advantage, plus he's got a railgun. Had to give up the heavy, though. And that's not what you want, right? When you're Galena, you've got your own health. You can fabricate your own health, but not armor. And that's why Kron, no doubt, wants to prioritize the heavy.
Yeah, now Kron has a rail, even though it doesn't look like it matters because he can't fire one yet. Kilson has to pay more attention to the items. When his opponent doesn't have a rail, Kilson doesn't even care about the major items, really. Obviously, he wants to take them. But at the end of the day, the positioning and prevention of picking up the rail is more important because your opponent literally cannot hurt you for the vast majority of the map. Now, you can see he has slowed the tempo down. He's playing more cautious, still smart, and he's going to catch Kron once again. Oh my word.
Oh, actually, Kron getting most of the damage there. 162, 2 big rockets. Kilson has to fall back. Kron has had some opportunities, though, Dan. This could still go his way. It was a disastrous start, but he's managed to stabilize. He's managed to recover. If he can continue landing some rails like that and catch Kilson off guard, he could easily get himself a frag, and then another to tie it up. I mean, easily is of course. Easily. It's anything but easy, but there we go. Here we go.
There you go.
Kilson drops. Kron immediately looking to punish as well. This is risky, though. He might give up the heavy like this. Kron, he was in perfect position. Did he not know when heavy was spawning? Did he not have timing? Because he was there 4 seconds before heavy was up and he just left it.
Yeah, maybe the missed timing there. But he has got the overstack up as well. Pops it immediately, even though he just picked up the mega, so not the best use, but also the totems are relatively exposed and knows that he'll be losing that very quickly as well.
Heavy up in just 2 seconds. Kron, I don't think, has any way of getting on there. I like how Kilson is playing this, though. Fortunately for him, the execution kind of fails him. Nice positioning as well. Kilson could have just fallen back on the heavy, but instead, really trying to bait Kron into showing his face. Kilson was hoping that Kron would come around the corner, railgun in hand, and then Kilson would just bounce him around, slap him a few times with those rockets at close range, and that should have been a pretty convenient frag for him there, but Kron stayed back far enough to avoid that trap from springing.
But this is also the type of tempo Kron wants to play. You know, you're a Galena, you don't have the luxury of the Doom in terms of mobility. You want to play this slow tempo. 2-1, as you said. Anything can happen at this point. Oh, that's 3 damage to Kilson, unreturned as well, so that opens up a big avenue for Kilson here to keep the pressure on. Both major items are up. Looks like there will be a trade, although Kilson set up the trap down below. Massive rockets coming out from Kron, can't connect with the rail. Kilson gets out having eaten a lot of damage. It was a great trap, but the reaction from Kron was there, and they will have to now reset.
Kilson's awareness is so good. And it's one of the main factors as to how he's beating Kron, right? He's the one setting the traps. He's the one just waiting on his opponent to make the move. And it's usually Kron. There again, see, it's Kilson who's got the rail angle. Kilson who gets most of the damage. But Kron is still able to hold his own. Even when the trap does get sprung like we just saw, he's able to retaliate, land some big rockets of his own. Still, with the way that Kilson's been playing this, I feel like unless Kron can change it up, Kilson will be getting the next frag if this continues.
Yeah, when the close range encounters happen sparingly, Kron is definitely the one that's generally getting the upper hand, but Kilson's finding so many more of these angles and catching Kron off guard from these range encounters. That's where the problem is for Kron at the moment. You can see once again he's coming off second best of these engagements, has to get out, pops another totem. Heavy's up, that's a blessing. But he's going to have to forfeit the high ground now as Kilson is already there.
Kilson, no doubt, approaching this a bit more cautiously now, knowing very well that one mistake, one misplay could tie things up with 2 minutes left to go. And if Kron can turn that into control, Kilson might end up dropping the map. So he wants to hang on to that 1 point lead at any cost. Nice big rocket from Kilson from above. And Kilson is more than happy to just keep this split going, right? Both players do damage. Kron falls back on heavy. Kilson stays at Mega. For Kilson, that's perfectly fine, because every time that happens, then it's another 30 seconds off the clock. So,
yep. You can see how tough it is for Kron. He's afraid to even look at the high ground. Kilson's going to be there. Actually catches him off guard this time. But now he's far away from the heavy, and Kilson's already able to get across, try and stop the progression from Kron. Unable to do so, just barrels on through that doorway, does a huge amount of damage. Could catch Kilson off guard here, but no. He's now forfeited both major items.
Ooh, rockets are good from Kilson, and they will get the job done. Kilson used the Berserk for the first time this map, I think, when Kron caught him off guard right there at rockets. Oh no, Kron doesn't even get the small armor. And now Kilson's gonna drop down in that LG.
Nice.
That is going to seal it. Yeah, good play from Kilson. This was definitely the closest map out of the bunch, though. Kron actually had a very real opportunity. In that last fight, where Kilson dropped down to the blood pool, Kron landed some big rockets from above. He could have tied it up.
Yeah, there was many opportunities. I felt Kron could have gone in and tied up the scoreline. And you've got to think back to the first few minutes of the map and how hard it was for Kron to even look on the map, let alone do anything. So to fight back and make it as close as it was, you've got to give him a lot of credit. But Kilson did show, once again, why he's such a dangerous opponent. Give him a single frag lead. That's why he's so feared. It became a nightmare for Kron. Kilson was able to read him. He was able to play positional. And this is what we said in the intro. Yes, Galena has a lot of strengths, and we saw some use of the overstack, some use of good totems. But end of the day, the positional capabilities of the Doom, in my opinion, was just too strong. And that's what made Kilson so scary. He was able to be faster, create more angles, and in consequence, just do a huge amount more damage than Kron. That prevented him from making some of the moves he wanted to.
Fully agreed. Yeah. Kilson will take this one home 3-0, and I think he's going to be happy with that too, because Kilson, right, he got off to an extremely good start to the season. He went undefeated for 10 weeks straight then, but then out of his past 5 matches now, he's lost 3 out of those 5. So this is going to be a bit of a boost for him, no doubt, getting this 3-0 win. Welcome points, because as you mentioned at the beginning, right, at the very top of the leaderboard, there's still a lot of flexibility. There's still a lot of room for players to shuffle around their positions, and those positions are so important to determine the seeding for QuakeCon.
Yeah, and you know, Kilson obviously looked phenomenal, particularly on maps 1 and 2. This map was a completely different look for Kilson, had to play smarter and play the angles. So it's really hard to say how good he is looking currently, because this is a map we would have expected him to have won 3-0, but obviously he made it look quite effortless in all honesty, particularly on maps 1 and 2. So it's safe to say he's in good form, but it wasn't tested enough to determine just how good he is yet. Kron, you know, he's had a really, really tough season, and this is a series we would always, I think everyone would have expected him to lose. It's a shame how badly he did lose, but again, maps like map 3 here just shows why he can still be so good. But I think just the one thing to look at how close it was, but how little damage Kron did. So in spite of all the pressure he was putting on, he just was unable to find his opponent.
Now, speaking of Effortless, we also know that Effortless is the last person to qualify through the Challenger, right? That you gotta take it when those opportunities present themselves. So Effortless won the Challengers, the most recent one for North America, and he will also be joining us at QuakeCon. Now, that was it for the first series of the day. Kilson taking down Kron 3-0. But don't go anywhere, we've got far more ahead of us as we cut to a brief break.
Welcome back. Now we've got the warm-up, the starter out of the way. We're going to move on to what is probably the main course of the day in terms of Avec versus Toxic, a matchup that many of you have seen before, but it's been going on for well over a decade, these two. And it's lovely to see Avec back. I know we've missed him for a couple of weeks now, and we've obviously got the beast in Tox as well. What's your take on this one, Flea?
I mean, these are two tried and tested veterans, right? They have been in the scene about as long as anyone that's currently in the Quake Pro League. But first, let us take a moment to talk about Avec. Currently representing Team Endpoint, Avec has so far had 6 wins and 8 losses this season, with his most recent match being up against Wenger, which he dropped as well. Now, Avec, currently 9th position, so still has a shot at making it in that top 8. And he can always surprise, right? We have seen Avec do some great things on land. We have seen him top the weeklies in previous seasons as well. So great things to be expected from this man.
Yeah, and we can see his, a dichotomy. It's either a 3-0 win or a 3-0 loss pretty much across the board. I see he lost 3-0 to Maxter. I don't know how that's possible. That must be a typo. Pretty sure he couldn't have lost to Maxter. But the rest, yeah, we can see some hit and misses here. And that's kind of Avec in a nutshell. When he turns up to play, he just looks incredible. But then in other weeks, he just doesn't hit the mark. So one of these frustrating players, because when everything clicks, he really is one of the best players in the league. And it's just one of those levels of consistency we need to see more from him.
Now his opponent ain't no slouch either. Toxic, the Terminator, greatest Quake 4 player of all time, and a man who's made his mark on Quake like none other. And today we're gonna see him in action once more. He's a bit of a fan favorite, so far hasn't had the best season. 3 wins so far next to 11 losses, most recently against Dramis. And one of the worrying things about this, Dan, we're about to see the scores. Toxic hasn't won a map in 4 series.
Yeah, I just made a point about consistency and then just self-owned myself because I forgot he's playing the most inconsistent player, most frustrating player to watch in the league. And yeah, everybody loves Tox. He has so much good quality to bring to the game, and yet we can see from the scores here, it's not vindicated, and it's because of that lack of temperament now, the lack of strategy in many instances, and just so many of these matchups have been incredibly close, and he just lacks the finesse to turn that into victories, which is so ironic considering the pedigree of the player we're talking about. We normally look at people maturing into the scene, but Tox has almost gone the reverse in that he's become more temperamental in his play, more erratic in his play, and he's lost that championship quality that he used to have. He's still in there somewhere, obviously just not unable to dedicate the amount of time he used to the game and everything like that. He's still a quality player, but it's just frustrating when you know what he can do and the results that come with it.
Now, to dissect this matchup a bit further, we do have the picks and bans ready for us. So let's take a look before we jump into the series itself, starting it off with Blood Covenant, where hello, Tox on Clutch. Now, that is something that is going to make for an interesting series, no doubt, versus Avec on the Nyx. And Nyx is a bit of a strange pick here to start things off with. I feel like when you could have picked Slash, you could have picked Athena. So not quite sure what the reasoning was behind the Nyx. I saw Avec talked about it himself on that podcast that he has with Wenger, where he said that maybe it was just the Polish sun, the heat wave that just made him do something. Now then we have Corrupted Keep, BJ versus Ranger, and then to settle things, it's Veil of Nav, where we get the Death Knight versus the Eisen. Dan, your thoughts?
I mean, my thoughts is Clutch on Toxic is just something we don't see. And so that's the most interesting one. I think from my understanding of Avec and the way he picks is he just picks what he's feeling, often comfort picks. And so Eisen, you always pretty much see in his repertoire. Ranger as well. He just loves these more VQ3 style champions, the medium champions in particular. And Nyx is just one of the champions. Maybe he likes to play it on Blocker, but who knows? But he doesn't often give too much thought as to what his opponent is playing. On Tox's side, fairly similar, but this week we've got a little bit more erratic picks in the Clutch and somewhat in the Death Knight. We obviously see the Death Knight a little bit more in the meta nowadays, but not as much as we used to. But Veil is one of the maps where you would often see it on and can be used to great effect. So this is going to be a little bit more of a wild one, if I'm honest, because The most interesting one is the BJ Uncorrupted Keep. We would often see something like a Strog on there, but with the Strog being banned, it lends itself nicely to the way Tox wants to play. So yeah, this is going to be, I think this is going to be a brawl fleet. That's all I can say.
Could very well be. Now, historically speaking, Dan, they've played 7 matches between the two of them throughout the Quake Pro League, and it's actually been Tox who won 5 out of those 7. However, the most recent 2 have gone to Avic in pretty convincing 3-0 fashion as well. So Toxic initially appeared to have the upper hand over Avic, but sometime towards late 2020, that has kind of changed, and now Avic seems to be doing considerably better than Toxic. Now, this first map, to me, is a bit of an enigma. Nyx versus Clutch on Blood Covenant, something that I feel like we haven't seen in a long time, especially as a first map where all the champions are still open. So this is going to be a very interesting one. But Dan, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is going to take it? I don't think it's going to be a surprise based on your comments so far, but predictions.
I'm going to say 3-0 Avic. I just feel that I don't know what kind of shape Avic's in, but from what we've seen in the league so far, when Avic turned up to play, I would assume he should be taking this one. I think it could be a 2-1 to Avic, but I don't see a world in which Tox wins the set.
Yeah. Fully agreed. I'm leaning towards a 3-0 for Avic as well. Toxic, if he has a good map, if his aim is on point, if he doesn't get tilted and he, sticks to that core gameplay of his and doesn't go off the rails in the 6th, 7th minute by just throwing himself at his opponents and widening that gap in scoreline, he might be able to take away one map, but overall, I do think that Avic should have this one in the back.
I also feel that Tox's playstyle can play into Avic's strengths as well, and that Avic is somebody who wants to fight. As great as Tox's aim is, I actually think Avic's damage output is even higher when he's on form. So I think Tox actually needs to be a little bit careful with his aggression in this one. But we are starting on Tox's POV with that clutch, which I genuinely cannot say I've ever seen. So I'm assuming he's comfortable enough on it, if he's picked it.
Yeah, let's see. Toxic, that's a solid amount of damage. With the heavy nail gun from that distance, he's got to be careful though. Clutch is a big target. And Toxic just burned most of his stack against that LG while he didn't really have anything to retaliate with. Finally lands Rail, but it's going to be too little, too late. Avic pushes through relentlessly. Toxic, I feel like that was just the weapon deficit against him right there. He didn't have an LG, he was just kind of firing off rockets, hoping for something to connect, whereas Avic consistently dealt damage.
Yeah, and already that shows a slightly worrying sign in that he maybe isn't as comfortable on the clutch as you think, because that is a situation you should not be in. You should not be trying to engage in a mid-range fight as a clutch when you don't have any weapons. So already 1-0 down, not the best. He has got his shield back up now, which is obviously going to be highly valuable, and he's been forced to slow down the tempo.
Yeah, those moments of downtime definitely favor Tox. When he doesn't have his shield, he wants to avoid these engagements. The shield is really Clutch's bread and butter. And Toxic does not want to take the fight without it. That's a good rail. But this is risky though, because Nyx is such a small, nimble target, and Clutch is so big. Like, Avic isn't gonna miss those shots, so even with the shield, you're kind of setting yourself up to take a lot of damage. Also, he doesn't have rockets. He was standing right next to him, he didn't pick him up.
That was one of the most interesting uses of the shield I've ever seen. I don't know if he intended to rush but got hit by a rail, so stopped it, but otherwise he just popped it to take up a rail duel. Aggressive Ghostwall coming out here. Tox is in the vicinity, shield up once again, using that very liberally so far. Doesn't even been able to get out without taking any extra damage. He's in this time with the rockets, but Avic's there, able to do enough damage as well to stall the advances of the clutch. And unusual duel so far.
Most definitely. And still, just a 1 frag difference. Good rail from Tox. Misses the second one. Mega will be going towards Avic. Heavy not up for another 15 seconds. This is the Polish player. His opportunity to add another frag to the board, and he is going to take it. Quick on the drop down, and Toxic even uses the shield there, Dan, so that means that he doesn't have it up. at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, this is obviously the time where you would expect Havoc to pick up the tempo, rocket jump up. Aggressive ghost walk as well. Tox trying to defend, but has to get out. He knows how vulnerable he is without that shield. As I say that, he's doubled back to just try and take another engagement. I think he forgets he's playing clutch sometimes.
Another interesting thing to consider is the management of the hourglasses, the time shards, right? Because when you're Avek, you don't just want to go and throw away, you know, your ghost walk. Oh, this is good for Tox. Avek doesn't have the ghost walk, but still he falls short and can't secure the frag. Out comes the tribal. Toxic, I don't think this is a fight you want to take. Avek first up the bounce pad. Should be able to walk away with Mega as well if he lands one rail. I think this is going to be over for Tox. One rail and Avek is no doubt going to secure it. Tox avoids all damage. But as I was saying then, the hourglasses are very important to manage because both of these champions are very ability focused, right? And when you're Avek, you want to deny those hourglasses, but you also don't want to just keep using your ability over and over and put yourself at risk. So this is a bit of a tricky matchup for Avek in trying to manage that.
Didn't Clutch's shield used to show Nick's invis? Do I remember that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Clutch's shield used to do a lot of things.
Yeah, I used to
that
do
robot.
Yeah.
That robot has had his abilities changed about as much as any champion in the
V1 shield was insane.
And he used to have a damage reduction when he wasn't moving either, so he had like a passive. So, yeah, Clutch is an interesting champion at this point, very niche, right? If you can play him well, he can be such an effective tool of destruction, but he's also such a risk. And for most players, I think he's just too much of a risk to take, right? Because when you get out of control, when you don't have that shield, you're just a really, really big target. Now, Tox.
Yeah.
Putting himself actually in the driver's seat right now, doing good amount of damage, massive stack advantage. Still 3 frags down, but he's got half the map to work with still.
Yeah, and he's keeping in this, considering how well Avek's been playing and how much control Avek's been playing. Tox is still keeping in this. And we do know how much the clutch can snowball. At the moment, though, he's not really playing like a traditional clutch. He's just playing his playstyle, but playing a clutch, if that makes sense. He hasn't truly adapted to the way in which a clutch should be played. That's neither here nor there, but he's definitely not being the most efficient he can be.
Tox not nailing the kill shots either. He's had multiple opportunities to finally get that frag, missing the crucial rail again. Well, that one wouldn't have killed, but 20 seconds earlier, and he did have Avek in his sights, missing the critical shot. And now Avek's got the height advantage, he's got the high ground, plus he's got the better stack. Heavy's about to spawn, he's the first one to fall back on it. And Toxic kind of squandered a really good opportunity, I feel like, Dan.
Yeah, and Tox is finding it really hard to have any sort of control on map presence at the moment. He's been relegated to the low ground for large periods of this map. Fortunately, Avek isn't doing as much damage as you would expect him to. Has missed some fairly easy shots in this duel, but Tox has been fairly adept now in the last 2 or 3 minutes at slowing the tempo down and not exposing himself as much as he was in the opening engagements. But at the same time, he hasn't shown a lot as to how he intends to get back into this game. And since Avek got this lead, he's also been sparing with the amount he's using the Ghost Walk. So realizes it's that period of the game now where he has to be more defensive, doesn't need to extend his lead further.
At this point, Toxic is gonna start feeling the time pressure. 3 minutes, 3 frags, perfectly doable, but Nyx, right? You gotta get through that ghost walk first, and you gotta find her again. Oh, there we go. Avek actually using it. That's interesting. Makes a move straight onto the Mega. Excellent play by Avek right there.
Yeah, Tox forgetting items exist. But he's quite happy picking up the lights at the moment.
Oh, big rocket.
Lovely rocket though, yeah. Can't connect with the rail. That would have been huge. Avic hasn't got the Ghost Walk up for another 20 seconds or so, but now has the heavy, and Tox unable to contest, giving Avic a huge lifeline.
And that LG, yeah, that's murderous.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's all falling apart for Toxic. He had genuine opportunities then, multiple of them even.
Yeah.
But as you said, as you kind of suspected towards the beginning, right? Maybe Tox just isn't as comfortable playing clutch. Maybe he is just not that confident in his ability. But, right, we know that Tox is out of the range of players who can make top 8, right? So at this point, he's gonna have to go through the group stage at QuakeCon no matter what. So maybe this is just, you know, he's been playing more often, he's been grinding the game, daily matches, getting ready. Maybe this is just a way of kind of experimenting, right? Like, why not try something new? Maybe he's working on something for QuakeCon.
Yeah, this is the new tech apparently, and I admire the ambition. Execution was definitely lacking, both in terms of, well, strategy, mechanics, and timing actually. So all of the key ingredients weren't there, but I also do respect that he kept it competitive. You know, 6-1 now is still a respectable scoreline, all things considered. But the worrying parts for me is that, yes, he's definitely trying, he's definitely learning the champion, but didn't play around the skill set of the clutch enough to validate it as a pick just yet. So, you know, clutch can work. I talked about it in the last set, in that these players who are struggling otherwise to maybe pick up sets need to be playing these type of champions, because these champions can break the game for you. But he's got a bit of work to do to perfect it.
Now, map 1, over and done. Toxic managed to get at least a few frags in towards the end, but it is all too little, too late. And now both players can already set their sights on the next map, which is going to be Corrupted Keep, then. No railgun. And it'll be BJ, played by Tox, versus Avic on the Ranger.
Yeah, I do prefer the Ranger in this matchup a little bit more. I think the passive and the orb just gives you the opportunity to play a much faster tempo, to maintain that positional presence in the mid ground. But we know what the dual wield can bring with the BJ at any one point. And if Tox gets into that flow and starts connecting, that's when it can be either a lifesaver or a game breaker. So I don't think it's as important as it was maybe quite a while ago. I think the positional play of the players now and the opportunity to do that mid-range damage makes something like a Ranger slightly more valuable. But at the end of the day, you know, even just a simple 25 HP recoup can add up over time as well.
Yeah, a little less important on this map because there's no rail, right? And I think that that's usually one of the main uses of that passive health regeneration, to put you above the railable threshold, so that won't come into play here. But indeed, still a very viable champion. I would agree that I favor the Ranger slightly, just because the orb is so versatile. You can use it for position, for damage, defensive, offensive. We saw, right, just how expertly Kilson used it earlier when he played Kron. But on the other hand, it's Tox. Tox, infamous for his lightning gun, his prowess with that weapon. And if you then double it, add another LG to the mix, that can be absolutely brutal. And Avic, no doubt aware of that, he is going to kind of have to play around that, be careful not to just kind of, put himself too far out there, throw himself into a room and then suddenly be faced with 2 LGs. No matter the stack you're on, that is going to melt you when you're up against Tox. So both players definitely have some tools in their kit for this matchup.
And we're going to return to the norm in terms of champions as well. So that's always going to be a nice thing to see a little bit more normality in the duel.
Yeah, that first one, that's... Again, it's just a very strange opener, especially because it's the first one. Everything except for Anarchy was the one that was banned, was still out in the open. You can go Doom, you can go Slash, you can go, you can go Athena. There's so many solid picks. So for it to be Nyx versus Clutch is just bewildering.
Why do that when you've already perfected all other champions, though, right? You gotta push the boat out.
Now, it looks like we are about to load into this map. Based on the performance that we just saw, then I don't imagine you're inclined to change your prediction to now start favoring Tox instead.
No. I'm gonna stick
very
with
simple.
it. I'm gonna stick with it. It was definitely more respectable than I thought it was going to be, but still, I thought Tox wasn't looking as sharp as we've seen him in the past mechanically, and the timing wasn't there either. So he has to clean that up, because we know how hard this map can snowball if you don't do those two things well.
True. All right, well, let's see how this is gonna go. We've got Avec on the Ranger with the Orb, Tox on the BJ with that dual wield. And once again, no railgun on the map that is Corrupted Keep. Quite unique in that sense, and that means that the heavy machine gun is kind of going to replace the go-to weapon for those long-distance fights.
1. Fight.
We're starting it off on the perspective of Avec. He's gonna get the LG side, as well as the Mega and the rockets. Definitely a bit of a weapon advantage for Avec, as long as he can avoid getting rushed down with a super shotgun. And since he's the Ranger with the Orb, he shouldn't have any issues accomplishing that.
No, but often the decisive factor on this particular map is always going to be that mid to long range spam and chip damage. Whoever can be more efficient with that will often get the upper hand in these engagements, which are often so incredibly close. It comes down to the first rocket, which just has a little bit of extra damage from that you do prior to the fight.
Now, we briefly mentioned it earlier, weapon denial, stopping your opponent from getting a weapon. And this is one of the examples that I gave back then. LG on Corrupted Keep. Such a tricky weapon to get a hold of because it's a vulnerable position. Once you get in there, very difficult to get back out. And Toxic, 1 minute in, hasn't even touched the LG, which some might say is his signature weapon. Oh, that is a lot of damage. I think he hit 2, like, direct tri-bolts, which is a massive amount of damage.
I mean,
if all of them connect, it's more than a direct rocket.
Tox loves a tri-bolt, so it's a lot of damage. Resets the duel.
I mean, that couldn't have ended in a better way for Tox, right? After how the engagement started with the weapons that he was lacking. This is perfect for him. It's essentially just a reset, right? Everything's basically kept the same, only this time he does have rockets. He does have LG.
Exactly.
So perfect.
That was definitely the best of a bad situation. Slightly awkward, but they do reset. They both trade in these major items, which are pretty much on the exact timing. Tox actually making his move over to the Mega side of the map. Lovely Tribot coming out. Has that heavy machine gun as well, so he's quite confident to trade with Avec here. He's doing a decent enough job, but Avic's in position to fall back. Wow.
Toxic has done 500 out of his 600 damage with just the tripod. Not something you see every day. Oh, big nail gun.
What?
185 points of damage. He should get the kill now. I was definitely expecting him to just look down with LG or rockets and finish it up right there, but Toxic persisting with the tri-bolt will finally clean it up, switching to perhaps a bit more reliable weapon. And now Mega's about to spawn. Tox is in position, heavy, up at around the same time. I like that. Getting a bit more damage in, prioritizing heavy instead. Good play from Tox.
Yeah, he's doing an amazing job. Talked about how important all this little amount of damage is. Adds up so much. He's out of rockets, but...
We talk about the Tox click, but the double click is quite something, right? I don't think I've heard a lot of click before, and then twice in a row as well. Tox needs to keep an eye on his ammo as well. Just 2 more rockets to go and he'll be out again. Okay, another 90 damage out of the tri-bolt.
I've never seen so much tri-bolt used. It's insane.
And so effectively too.
Yeah, it's not just...
Yeah, it's not just spamming for the sake of it. This is pretty consistent damage, or as consistent as tri-bolt's going to be.
It's all about those water balloons.
It's all about the fashion, right? Oh, but that is not fashionable at all. Tox kind of losing track of his opponent completely in that situation. Massified through the teleporter. Here we go, dual LG comes out. Tox, the orb flies on past him, puts Havoc in a better position to take that fight. But here we go, Tox again, Tribal, 66 points of damage, can't clean it up, both players hurting. But it's Havoc who recovers his stack first. Ooh, good amount of damage with the starting machine gun. Here we go, rocket and a midi as well.
Nice. Hey, once
Unfortunately
again.
for Tox, there was a trade. Otherwise, he would have been able to just take the Mega, get all the weapons he needed. So,
Oh my word, so much damage. But Tox a little bit overzealous there. Yes, he made the best of a bad situation, but this is when, you know, decent plays can turn into terrible moments when Tox just doesn't take his foot off the accelerator. Now, what was a 1-2 frag game is now a 4 frag game. And if Tox continues to push, it could be 5, 6, or 7 frags in the blink of an eye sometimes. So this is where restraint is needed. It's just knowing that limitation of how much you've done. Oh, we're actually being pushed in aggressively by the Tri-Bolt there.
this is obscene, then. The Tri-Bolt and the nail gun, plasma. It feels like Tox is using those more than rockets and LG. Pretty unheard of.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Almost looked like a ring out, but Kilson, or Avak rather, what am I saying? Avak still keeping himself within bounds. Oh, that's a nice, two big rockets. This is an opportunity for Tox. He's taken away so much of Avak's stack. There we go, Super Solly to clean it up. 4 minutes, 6 frags. Gonna be tight, but this is Corrupted Keep. If he can start building momentum now, he may still have a shot.
Double Tri-Bolt. So dumb. It's so dumb. He's actually got the
Tox has invested in Tri-Bolt stocks and he wants to see them go up. Man's on fire with that weapon. Unfortunately for him, the scoreline doesn't quite reflect that. Here we go, catches Avak. Good LG, murderous. Forces out to spawn as well. There we go, this should be another frag. Dan, is he gonna do it? Lost a lot of health though. Mega is there. Comforting embrace of that 100 health injection. Back to the Tri-Bolt.
There we go,
This
the
is
trusty Tri-Bolt.
doable.
I mean, it's definitely doable. He's making it happen. He needs to keep this rotation up. There's a big split between the major items, 16 seconds. It's perfect if he can keep this amount of damage up. Avic's actually gone full retreat now. You can see him sitting over by the rocket area, slowly making his way around. Tox is a little bit lost, but there comes the Tri-Bolt. He knows his opponent is in Tri-Bolt territory. So double Tri-Bolts once again.
This is wonderful. Toxic, more damage with the Tri-Bolt. Well, not anymore, but before that fight, he had more damage with Tri-Bolt than with LG and Rockets combined. And here we go. Oh, we're gonna get a repeat. Ah, the Rockets. Doesn't quite connect. He's gotta be careful. Avak can really shut down the entrance to that room. He's got 2 health bubbles to work with too. Oh, the orb! And Avak walks away with the Mega. This is disastrous for Toxic. Can he even escape?
I mean, he's trying his best. Avic's got him pinned up here. He knows how low he is, but he's got to be wary of the Tri-Bolt because I guarantee you it's coming. 2 of them in a second. Oh, no, stays with the LG. And does! Oh, I thought he managed to get out. Just did enough from Avic's POV. There's still plenty of time left to get this comeback, but it is going quickly. Avic picking up both major items now. It's massive for him, and he's got Tox pinned once again. He doesn't want to let him get out.
Toxic just running out of Tri-Bolt. That was the death sentence right there. Oh, big plays, aggressive push from Avak. Orb right next to him. Oh, this is a good amount of machine gun damage. Toxic abusing the head glitch right there, showing only the very tip of his head, making it so difficult for his opponent to hit him while he was able to do a fair amount. LG comes out, he's gonna go for the rocket jump. I like that. Didn't quite get the trajectory down, but still walks away with the item. 1 minute left to go. 3 frags. Very difficult, but possible on this map.
Oh, here comes the tribal once again. Flying it. Oh my God. I'm not gonna lie, that was fucking scary seeing that from Avic's pod. Just Tox running at you with double tribal, just exploding around Avic. Still got 30 seconds to go. Tox can make this happen. He's tribolts out once again. Huge amounts of damage. Avic has used his last orb of the match. If Tox can get a frag here somehow, he can definitely make this happen. But no, Avic had enough with the heavy machine gun. Tox forced to go aggressive, and it's just not to be.
He had to push through after that fight in the red room. That was his shot. The moment that he didn't pursue Avic and allowed him to get the distance and then get the orb bag and teleport out of there, that's...
I'm not gonna lie, Avic's gonna have PTSD.
Look at
from
Avic's
those...
reaction. Look, I saw Avic on the cam right there. That's the face of a man who just suffered through 10 minutes of abuse, even though he came out on top. 1,500 points of damage with the Tribalt alone. Toxic, madman.
That was just crazy. We just saw, From versus Kilson of just 10 minutes of slow, methodical play, and we just saw 10 minutes of Tox running around spamming water balloons non-stop. Doesn't care about the walk button, doesn't care about silence. But that was fun and that was entertaining, and that's what we want to see. And it was
absolutely. But
just one of the matchup once again where it's so close but so far for Tox. Definitely could have pulled about a comeback there, just wasn't to be. And as entertaining as it was to watch his strategy, it was effective. The amount of damage he did with that tribal was absurd.
I think some players are going to take note of that. We're going to go into Quake on, and all of a sudden, Tribalt meta starting right here, right now.
1,500 damage with the tribal.
Yeah.
But again, the big difference there is just the efficiency across the board for Avic. You can see 1,300 damage with the heavy machine gun, 1,800 damage with the lightning gun. It was just that efficiency in and around that tribal that Avic came out on top with. But otherwise, they were pretty much bang on even with the items.
Yeah, that was a solid performance from Tox. I mean, the Tribalt, we were talking earlier about, unorthodox plays being so valuable at this point of the competition, and that was more than just a little surprising. Toxic, just going all in on the Tribalt. I do think that there were some situations where, hindsight's 2020, right? But he probably should have just switched for the LG, especially when they were mid LG fight and Tox just straight up switches to Tribal. But
yeah, man.
Overall, I think it worked out better than I think anyone would expect if you use Tribal that often.
I mean, it's definitely a strategy, and there's moments where it was working gloriously, but there's definitely moments where other weapons would have been preferable. So, but it was a good matchup. We've seen 2 relatively close matchups in a row. I think some people may be surprised, but both playing at a decent level. Match 1 was a bit more interesting, and the Clutch versus the Knicks. Map 2 was more interesting because of the choice of weaponry. Maybe we'll get something slightly more stable on Map 3, where we're going on to Vale now with the Death Knight against an Ison.
Gonna be another interesting map, right? Both champions work really well here. Ison, super powerful. There's a lot of bounce pads, a lot of teleporters in critical positions. Using that Ison turret can give you a lot of information, but also, divide your opponent's attention, get some free damage in as well. On the other hand, Death Knight can work out quite nicely as well. Very many choke points on this map. So many areas where that Flame Strike can be used to really zone your opponent off or get that burst damage and completely turn a fight around. So both players, generally speaking, I would favor Ison here, but Tox has got an opportunity, to be sure.
Yeah, I think Ison offers you a little bit more stability, whereas the Death Knight, it can turn a fight on its head, as you say. Even if your opponent is almost fully stacked, if you run into them in one of those choke points, it could turn a fight around and open up the map for you, which can be invaluable. But at the same time, if you use it and you completely whiff, then your opponent, your champion is almost useless for the next 30, 40 seconds. Whereas the Ison, you put the turret down, as long as it's in a decent position, it has a lot of utility. Even if it doesn't do any damage, it might block, it might give you some information. That is not to be discounted at this level. Even the information of your opponent killing a turret can be massive sometimes. So,
absolutely. Now, warm-up has finished. Both players have readied up. Starting it off, this is the final map of this series. So for those of you just joining us, Avec will have already taken the overalls win, coming out on top in the first 2 maps. But let's see if Tox can get himself some points, some of that cold hard cash on the final map, Veil of Nav. Toxic opening with the tribal.
yeah, so it begins.
So it begins then. So it begins. Oh, there we go. I think Avec at this point, he's gonna be shaking his head. He's like, oh god, not again. He's gonna have PTSD after this.
If this was a scrim, I would just quit right now. I'm not doing this again.
Nice bit of damage from Toxic. Keeping Avec at bay. Neither player interested in committing to an all-out fight just yet. Toxic holding down the mega side of the map. But Toxic definitely has the better positioning right now, because he can make a play both on mega as well on heavy, and he's in the perfect position for that. Going to prioritize heavy, knowing that he should still have an opportunity to at least defend mega or get some good damage. Here we go, LG comes out. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. 234 to be precise. Avec does manage to survive and even turns it around.
Nice.
Excellent awareness from Avec to line up that shot. Perfect read from his opponent as well.
Exactly. No, huge damage from Tox once again, but as you said, the awareness and positioning of Avec was just enough. Flame Strike coming out. There will be enough. They do trade, so good for Avec. Who's going to get the better spawn? It's going to be Avec.
Ends up in the flames though, so Toxic will be able to kind of get a good read on his position and at least burn off some. And by now, all of that overstack that Avec might have gotten by picking up the heavy first. So actually, Tox has the advantage in terms of stack. Both players pretty well equipped when it comes to weapons. Toxic lacking the railgun though. It's gonna have to venture down below to that bottom side of the map to pick up that critical weapon. And the railgun is exactly what Avec has been using to such great effect.
Yeah, well, yes, Railgun versus Tribal at the moment, which is not, you know, a traditional matchup. But Tox is quite happy playing around that Tribal, and it's not even a meme. He's making good utility once again, but he's got to be careful he doesn't overexpose himself. As fun as it is to watch, he is leaving himself a little bit vulnerable to Avic's rail at the moment. Big damage coming out from both, and turret from above. Avic gets away.
That's the pressure of the turret, right? It can do, you know, Tox! I was still on Avic's point of view, but that must have been a beautiful shot. And again, see, Tox has to linger. He has to delay to take down the turret. And those few seconds, then, just stopped him from going to the teleporter and making a move onto the heavy. Allowing Avec to just drop down, swoop in, steal it away. Now, I think that if Tox had just gone for the heavy, probably wouldn't have ended very well for him anyway, based on the weapons that he had, but it just shows the utility of the turrets and trying to distract and delay your opponents.
It's really nice. And it's the smallest of margins, as you say. It delays an opponent 1 or 2 seconds, but at this level, when these players are executing so perfectly, that's enough time for Avec to get back in to get the frag. So those things make such a big difference. Turret goes down once again, but the Avic's LG is remarkable. Actually melts Tox there, who gets the mega mid-fight, but has to reset. And now Avic's going to say hello to my little friend with his own Tribal.
Surprised Toxic backed out of that fight though. Avec was literally a lick of LG away from dying, and has now been able to get all of his health back. Now Toxic is in position for heavy. How is he going to approach this? He doesn't just want to commit to heavy and allow Avec to get out of the room and onto the mega. There we go. Toxic played that quite nicely. should be able to get both of the items like this. Takes a little bit of damage, but that won't slow him down all that much. And actually, Ave going for the sneaky jump, the teleporter out of the map. Doesn't see all that much use, but situationally it can be a very effective tool to reposition.
Definitely, but Tox has now got the whole map at his disposal. Avic's going to have to play very carefully. Wants to hit a rail, but knows he's been scouted down there, so will be repositioning to try and defend this Mega, and does so. He has that turret available, so he's confident to take this fight. Tox goes up, but gets absolutely smacked back down by the turret and eats 3 pretty much direct rockets.
The turret, man. It is proving instrumental to Avic's game plan. I feel like Tox has been struggling more with the turret than I've seen in a long time. Just the amount of value that Avic's been able to get out of it. Remarkable. Feels like the turret is there for every single major fight. Here again, Tox. Turret's in his back, LG in the front. There we go. Avic walks away with the kill and the item. Oh, Tox. Big flame strike. But the healing bubble is there. And there again, right? Toxic pushes in. Oh, turret is there. Toxic has to switch, or he just spawned, has to use standard machine gun to take it down. That tells Avic everything he needs to know, knows exactly where Toxic is. And by the time that Tox has finally killed the turret with that standard machine gun, here we go. There's Avic.
Yep, and I guess I'll just repeat my point because I was muted on VMix, but I was just saying that, you know, Tox isn't doing any pre-work for these frags. He's making these all-or-nothing plays where he's not doing his due diligence to get rid of the turret, scout the turret. At the previous frag where he just rocket jumps into a turret, it's questionable as to what is actually going to happen in that situation. Tox is never going to come off in a better situation there, so he just needs to be smarter.
And Avic, yet another frag on the board. And I think that at this point, Dan, it is bordering on the impossible for Tox. 11 frags of a deficit, and with the way that he's been playing, the way that Avic's been approaching this, I really don't see how the Swede is able, or might be able, to get himself back into it. And see, again, Toxic fires his first rail, not at Avic, at the turret. And that allows... Yeah, you gotta love those, right? Toxic, he never ceases to entertain. But ultimately, I think this is gonna be a clear 3-0 win for Avic.
Yeah, but can we really say he won when Tox played with the Tribot like he did? Like, no, this is well played by Avic, to be fair. We've seen different sides of his game in this series so far. This one was a bit more of a blowout because Tox decided just to go full force aggression. Didn't really play strategically whatsoever. But yeah, it's nice to see Avic back. Once again, we see now Tox going 5 weeks in a row without a single map. That is painful going into the finals.
Indeed, that doesn't bode well at all. And I'm actually not sure. No, I think this is Tox's last appearance in the weeklies before QuakeCon. I think this is his final match that he has to play, and that he won't make an appearance next week. So that means that he is unable to close the season, or at least the weekly portion of the season, with at least some, you know, success towards the very end.
Yeah, that's got to sting, right?
Yeah.
That's got to sting. It'd be nice to see Tox going into QuakeCon in good shape, because we know when he plays his best, he can still compete with the best.
Yeah.
But as we say, every single week, it's few and far between when we see that level of Tox's play on any sort of consistent level for multiple games, or even within a game itself. And the QPL is at such a high level nowadays where you can't afford to make mistakes, particularly some of the critical ones that we do see from Tox. So if he wants any sort of chance of having a run at the finals, which he has the capability and experience to do, he just needs to, as Avec signs off.
Yeah, Avec. A heart to all the supporters and fans. Well played. Well played.
Yeah.
That's the face of a man who's been peppered with Tribal for 2 straight maps, Dan, if you were wondering. But yeah, Avec, congratulations. Convincing win over Tox. 3-0 Toxic. Still a month before QuakeCon, right? I think that's the thing that we have to mention, at least towards the end. Toxic, as far as I know, he's got more time to play. Has to put less focus on work. I think he's on holiday, has got plenty of opportunity right now to just focus more on his game, get those matches in, practice, 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 or as Gilson would say, focus, moving into QuakeCon, and hopefully then, like you said, we can really see him bring his best play.
Yes, he can go back to playing a bit. He is obviously streaming, and so people could check that out, but we need to see more mental discipline from Tox than anything else. It's just, there's that lovely rail once again. It's just that strategy, because, you know, moves like that, what do you expect to happen? You know, you're rocket jumping into a turret, into a prepared opponent. So there's many fruitless and low IQ moves that we see from Tox for all of the greatness that comes out, and so he needs to cut that out of his game to make any sort of progress. So well played by Avec. It's good to see him back after a couple of weeks away, and he's sitting decently in the leaderboard as well. Tox obviously not so much, but they both have to go through the groups.
I mean, Avec, he was in 9th place. This 3-0 victory is definitely not gonna hurt him, and I also think actually that this was his final match of the weeklies. So the points that he's going to get today are going to signify his final score. So Avec currently at exactly $4,000 in earnings. So that's gonna bump him up to 4,450 points. And yeah, let's see what that ends up doing with his placement after next week's matches.
Yeah, exactly. Got a little bit to go, so maybe he can move on up. But we've seen 2 polar opposite series in some regards. You know, the first one much more clinical from Kilson's POV. This one a bit more erratic. But we're going to go into a completely different series with the NA boys next in Psyche versus Strong Sage. We'll be back just in a few minutes after this break. See you then. Welcome back. And now we are in store for an all-American showdown where I'm sure 40 is in the chat somewhere shaking in his little boots and excitement for this one as we have Strong Sage up against Saigib. And I'm really interested, Flea, what is your take, as we haven't spoken actually, on Strong Sage this series? Yeah.
I mean, Strong Sage has had a remarkable breakout performance, right? If we look at his track record so far, 6 wins versus just 7 losses, I think is extremely good for a player who only just made his way into, you know, the highest tiers of competitive Quake, right? I think the only player to do it better who got in through challengers was Cypher. But, you know, that's Cypher, right? The man's been around has been one of the greatest of all time for years, right? But Strong Sage has kind of a newcomer to the scene has had an extremely strong season. I mean, just look at some of his results. Beating Dramis, Razy, taking down Razy 2-1 of his first season in the QPL. And then also beating Sip, most recently Toxic as well, before dropping a set against Nasfa last week. So to me, personally, I've been really impressed with what Strong Sage has been doing.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And I think the most important thing for me is just that consistency across the board. Only losing 3-0 twice, once to Venga, as to be expected, and once, ironically, to Maxter. But it's that ability just to continually pick up and surprise his opponents has been remarkable to me. And just the variety in his champion picks. He plays something that's a little bit more off meta. But he's going up against an opponent which has, you know, not set the world alight, but had another very good, stable season from his point of view in Saigib. And somebody who I think has the capability when he's playing on form to beat the best of the best. This is another one of those players that probably doesn't have that X factor and consistency to take it to another level at the moment, but definitely challenges everyone he goes up against.
Also, of course, worth noting is that these are both teammates, right? They're playing for the same team, and they obviously have a lot of experience practicing against each other as members of MCS Gaming. And as far as I know, they are actually kind of living together right now. So I'm curious about the dynamic in that house right now, what breakfast was like this morning before facing each other in the Quake Pro League. But indeed, as you said, right, Saigib hasn't had the best of seasons, but there's a lot of 1-2s in there. Even when he drops series against really strong opponents, like for example Avik, he does secure himself a map.
Exactly, and that's been important because, you know, he hasn't pushed himself up the leaderboard anywhere near as high as he could have been a couple of stages ago. We would have looked at Saigib and thinking, can he be kind of that next big force coming out of NA? It's just not quite happened for him, but he's found this level, kind of the mid end of the bracket, where he's even taken the maps off the like of Rafa in the past. You know, so he has the capability. He just lacks something in his game at the moment, ready to take it to another level. But as you said, he's going up against his teammate, is going up against someone that he definitely has the capacity to beat, but that is somebody that is a lot more unorthodox than him. Right. So what is your take on this particular matchup?
Well, I mean, I'll go over my take as we get the picks and bans up on screen as well, but this is going to be an interesting one. First of all, this is the first time that they've played each other within the Quake Pro League, so even though they're teammates and they've known all scrimmed and practiced a lot, this is the first official match between them. And other than that, it's also important to point out that there's a lot on the line here, especially for Strong Sage, because he still has a shot at making that top 8 spot, but that does require him to win this match as well as the one next week. So this is a critical matchup for him. Now, looking at the maps, we're seeing Awoken, Clutch being picked by Strong Sage. No surprises there, right? One of those niche champions that can be extremely efficient, that has been practicing on, that he's known for at this point, versus Strog. Then we get Corrupted Keep, Anarchy, who is really strong, very favored by a lot of pro players, up against the BJ. And then Veil of Nav, we're getting basically a replay of what we just saw, Eisen versus DK.
Yeah, the big two in there, obviously from Strong Sage's side once again. The Awoken pick in Clutch and the Anarchy on Corrupted Keep. And we've seen the Clutch come out a lot for Strong Sage this season. And it's been, you know, he always plays it exceptionally well, but whether he's been winning or not has been hit or miss. I think this is, you know, it comes down to how well can Saigib play. If he can match Strong Sage, I think he can take that one, but otherwise he's always going to put up a good fight. And then the Anarchy, yes, you say is strong and favored. We don't see it an awful lot, and it's a slightly higher higher risk pick, particularly on a map like Corrupted Keep. But once again, there's a snowball potential there for Anarchy either way. And, you know, the strong Saigo actually bans out the Ranger himself. So that's a bit more of an interesting one, as I wouldn't imagine Strong Sage would have picked that. But the BJ is a decent counter.
It is. Now, we're loading into map 1, so bringing the focus back to this one. Clutch versus Strog, right? Clutch, he can work on pretty much any map. Some are more favorable than others. Awoken, not immediately a map that I'd say, like, you know, this is the best map for Clutch, but definitely an arena where he can work in very effectively. Now, Strog, I personally think, is actually a pretty solid counter against Clutch. You've got the speed to get away from him with the crouch slide, but you've also got that stack to withstand him more than a light champion would.
And you've importantly also got the health fire once again, which gives that additional health off of a frag to continue that pressure on the clutch. You know, if their shield is down off the spawn, you want to continually be on top of that clutch. So that is always going to be really, really important. So I completely agree. I also would have liked to have seen a Ranger on this pick as well, just because that orb has such a lot of utility, particularly on Awoken. But at the end of the day, it comes down to what he feels most comfortable with, as we do start on Saigo himself.
Oof. Such an aggressive push from Strong Sage. Strong Sage actually picked the starting nail gun just to get that little trick jump in to apply pressure from the start. I think it's unanimous, right, that the starting nail gun is the weakest starting weapon of the bunch. So if you pick it, you've got a specific game plan. And Strong Sage immediately gets himself the first frag, but has to burn through the shield and actually sacrifices a lot of stack right there.
Oof, it's just so chaotic watching Strong Sage sometimes. He plays so damn quickly, but he's not going to be able to get out of this one as he goes a bridge too far with that aggression. As I say that, he gets the perfect spawn with that starting nail gun, as you pointed out, and you're completely right. It is pretty much a trash weapon to use apart from trick jumps, but as a clutch, you don't want to be using any other real starting weapon, apart from maybe the shotgun. But as you say, on a map like Awoken, that tech is way too important.
Again, Strong Sage, ruthless in his... Oh! The peeker actually just blocks him going up the bounce pad. Sends him straight back down, and Saigo survives the unsurvivable. I figured he was dead for sure, but just that peeker play, well, ultimately only delayed the inevitable, but still excellent maneuvers from Saigo right there. Now Strong Sage picks up the Mega, has got his whole arsenal available, knows that there's no little robot, no peeker. But he also doesn't have the shield himself, so I'd expect Strong Sage to kind of slow play this, at least for a few more seconds, up until he's got that shield and he feels confident again in pushing.
Exactly that. The items are up on pretty much the same time as well, so they're going to trade once again. Strong Sage doesn't look like he's entirely sure exactly where Saigo is, but you just hear that now, so Tribot comes out just to slow the tempo a little bit, and this is okay. This is what you want to do as a clutch. It all comes down to that first initiation rail. If you can get the better of the trade as a clutch, it opens up the window for you to make a push like this. It actually catches Saigo going a little bit aggressively through the Mega room, and that patience pays off.
Strong Sage kind of fumbling the movement after the frag. He definitely wanted to get to the center of the map, that T position a bit faster to apply pressure off spawn. Wasn't able to, but nevertheless, still able to clean up a flag. Nice rail, and another one. Saigo, even after picking up that starting armor, got nothing to his name but the shoddy, inconsistent, unreliable Saigo. He proved too slippery for Strong Sage to connect with the kill shot. And now gets himself another frag on the board.
Genuinely don't know how Strong Sage didn't get a frag there.
Yeah.
But Saigo lives to fight another day, and he's going to have to start using the... Ooh. I was going to say start using the rail more to get away and keep his distance, because at the moment, Strong Sage is doing far too good a job of closing the gap on his opponent right here, and Strong Sage is doing huge amounts more damage than Saigo.
Saigo unable to get the slide out of the teleporter. Right, kind of fumbled the movement. Just was expecting to jump through a teleporter and be able to slide away. couldn't quite get it down. And then Strong Sage caught up with him. Oof, nice railgun as well. Heavy up in just a second. That will be going towards Strong Sage. Actually delays it a bit longer even. And now it's Saigib who's on the back foot. Doesn't have a rocket to fight with either. Now rocket's not necessarily the most important weapon when you're up against the clutch, but still something that Saigib wants to get a hold of. And again, the damage output from Strong Sage, it's absurd. Saigib running for his life. He's lucky that Strong Sage just didn't go plus forward right there.
Yeah, Strong Sage is feeling it at the moment, connecting with absolutely everything, and it makes your life so difficult as an opponent. We've seen it before when Razy used to play the clutch time and time again. What was the most scary thing for me watching Razy was often his rail. The fact he would generally just use the clutch to open up angles, use the speed, and then once you've hit those rails, your opponent becomes prey. And I kind of think that's what Tox's game plan was in the last set, just was unable to connect. But Strong Sage this time is doing it to perfection. 9-2 already, Flea. That's quite a commanding scoreline.
It absolutely is, and we're only halfway through the map. But with that being said, Saigib gets another frag. Mega up in 5 seconds, nice delay between the items. If he plays his cards right, he might be able to solidify his control and actually be the one in the driver's seat to apply the pressure, to start chasing. Strong Sage just sitting up towards the heavy side. Nice rail, knocks him down. This is excellent for Saigib. Now what does he do? Does he prioritize damage or does he just fall back on the item? Another rail, that's a good one. Rocket's looking good as well. Strong Sage down to around 50 points of health. Gets some more. And now Saigib on the hunt. Leaving up Mega for the time being. He knows that time is not on his side.
No, we also know Strong Sage can play a slow game on the clutch, and it's sometimes what you have to do. And so we're going to see it now. I'm trying to punish a clutch when he's stacked, has a shield up, can get away. It's obviously a precarious situation to be in, so it's an uphill battle for Saigib here, but he's going to have to show us all what he's made of if he's going to get this comeback. 6 frags to go, 4 minutes, definitely possible, but that's not the start you want. And Strong Sage even realizes this is his time, shields up once again, has the Mega to fall back on, and it's looking bleak for Saigib fans.
That was a messy fight. I don't think either player was expecting that to be such a decisive fight. They just kind of ran into one another and fought it to the death. And of course, Strong Sage with his stack and with the shield was able to come out on top. I do feel like Saigib perhaps could have been using that peeker, that ability, a bit more often. If not to, you know, get the frags, at least to be able to pick up more of those hourglasses. Because I feel like he's been running around with that ability up quite often, and in doing so has allowed Strong Sage to pick up quite a few of those hourglasses and get that shield ready more often.
Yeah, exactly, and we haven't actually seen an awful lot of the peekers, so it's a good point. But now Strong Sage is sitting more than pretty. He's got this Mega on lockdown. He's just playing slow. He's actually baiting Saigib here, and there's another frag for the fridge as he is sweeping this one up.
Yeah, things have gone from bad to worse. 8 frags, 2 minutes against a clutch that is being controlled this expertly by Strong Sage. I'm not seeing it, Dan. I don't think that Saigib is going to be able to bring this one back.
You're not a believer.
Especially not with rockets and rails like that. And there comes the peeker, right? Trying to effortlessly, fruitlessly, ultimately chase him down around the corner, but no. Clutch is fast when he needs to be. That dash, if you know how to move with him, it's so difficult to catch.
Yeah, this is honestly looked quite flawless and effortless from Strong Sage's POV. Hasn't been particularly tested, and that's credit to the way in which he's played the clutch. Obviously, I think Saigib's hasn't been on his best day, but at the same time, Strong Sage has done his darndest not to give any opportunities and has found ways to manufacture these openings where he both punishes Saigib but forces him into confrontations where Saigib has to engage, and he's often going up against a stat clutch with his shield up. And at that point, you're pretty much doomed. But just look at the speed he's able to play at. It's just incredible.
I mean, I think another good factor to just look at is the railgun damage and accuracy, right? Despite going up against the clutch, which should ensure, a lot of rails. Saigib sitting at 43% accuracy. Strong Sage, 53. 630 railgun damage for Saigib versus nearly 2,000 for Strong Sage. And that's like, you'd want to see, you'd almost expect to see the opposite, right? With a clutch play.
Yeah, and I said it looked effortless, but what I meant is that it should look good. So really well played by Strong Sage.
Saigib literally 1 HP, but of course, this is the end. GG's will be called. Strong Sage, a commanding victory, ready to move into the next map, one step closer to securing the overall series win. And as we mentioned earlier, this is important. Saigib, he is in no spot where he can still make a move or a play for a top 8 spot, but his opponent, most definitely is Strong Sage, still really has an opportunity to make it into top 8, which means that he doesn't have to play on day 1 in the group stages and gets a much better seeding for the finals.
And it shows how hard it is to play against Strong Sage, and probably why he's picked up so many of these 2-1s, even in losses, because he has this eclectic champion pool that forces you to ban something out you might not want to, or if you don't get that first ban, it allows him to play something that he has a real big comfort pick on, like a clutch, like a scale bearer. It is slightly cheesy in some aspects because it kind of breaks the mythology of a duel, but the way in which he executes it shows why he's incredibly scary. And I talked about it in previous weeks. If he can take that capability and mold it into all of the other champions as well and play these different styles, that's when he goes from being a scary top 8 player to someone like a Wenger who breaks out into being championship, top 3, top 4 form.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the final map, or the second map, what am I saying? The second map of this series is going to be Corrupted Keep, BJ versus Ranger. Now, we've seen this one before. Oh, no, wait, this was actually the previous map. What am I talking about? It is going to be Corrupted Keep with BJ, but with Anarchy instead. So no Ranger, but the Anarchy. First time today we're seeing Anarchy. I feel like it's become an extremely popular ban for players, right? Very often as the very first ban, you just see Anarchy because he's just so strong in the current meta.
He is. We don't see him an awful lot. We haven't seen him an awful lot today, but yeah, he is still a very top tier pick. And he has a big snowball potential on a particular map like Corrupted Keep because that injects the speed. We actually see Saigib play it an awful lot on this map, for instance. So it has a lot of utility. What the BJ obviously has to counter that is just the raw damage output, that if you can catch that Anarchy, then that's where it can be quite painful. And often, actually, it's using the dual wield in the mid to long range fights. If you can get that dual wield out with a heavy machine gun, you can truly melt an Anarchy quite quickly. So that's where it's going to be really important to watch out for how Saigib wants to play around that.
I mean, dual LG, dual shoddy against an Anarchy, that is... he's just gonna melt. And so he's gonna have to be a little bit careful, and that kind of runs afoul of what Anarchy is really about, trying to move fast, using the air glide around corners and effortlessly maneuver around. But when there's a BJ at play, when there's a dual wield waiting for you potentially around every single corner, that might make Strong Sage perhaps a bit more hesitant unless he's in full control. So let's see how he's going to approach this, and let's figure out how Saigib is going to be able to use that dual wield of his.
But the Saigib has to adapt to the tempo. I think that's one of the things he was struggling with in the previous game, was the speed in which Strong Sage was playing at. It made Saigib look uncomfortable. So we're going to see more of the same here, as we already see on Strong Sage's pop. He likes to play quick. He's adept at it. So what can you do to exploit that? Particularly on something like an Anarchy, they'll fall into a rhythm of having semi-usual pathing, etc. If you can adapt to that, learn their routes, that's when you can punish them.
Right. Now both players, very disciplined, slow opener to the game. No interaction whatsoever for the first half minute. And Strong Sage able to get himself on to the heavy. And now that he's got the weapons that he needs, he's got the super shotgun, the LG, the rockets, heavy is definitely what he's going to want to prioritize. Because he's a light champion, so he doesn't spawn with any. Plus, he's Anarchy. He's got that inject. He can give himself a top up on health. So he really wants to prioritize and secure heavy. Make sure that Saigib doesn't get a hold of it first.
Already we're seeing the
Nice.
pressure coming out from Strong Sage is just absurd. So quick. Keeping this pressure on non-stop. She leaves the Mega up. And that should allow Saigib to get in and steal that away. Slightly delayed, but he did hear it, and now he's in the vicinity once again to keep this pressure on.
I don't understand why he left Mega though. You could clearly see that he wasn't certain of his opponent's position. And as I was just talking about, heavy is really what he wants to keep a hold of. So I think he just kind of looked around, tried to figure out where his opponent was, and then said, screw this, I'm just gonna fall back on heavy, play a safe game. And that was the right decision, but here comes the super shotty. That's a whole lot of damage. Strong Sage's gotta run for it. The inject will save his life. But here is Saigib again. LG comes out. Ooh, perhaps a bit too aggressive. Absolutely.
One factor of Strong Sage's game that I have noted is a bit of a weakness is his combat rockets. That I find with his style, he is quite flicky. And so sometimes he can be erratic and just completely whiff them. And that can be a vulnerability. If you can get him to these close range encounters, you can exploit the fact he's not doing as much damage as other opponents with rockets.
I saw the same thing with the shotty on the previous map, right?
Yeah, true.
That one encounter, he just completely whiffed like 3 shotgun bolts on Saigib when he was near death, and Saigib ended up getting the frag, so... But this should be another one for Strong Sage. The LG is good. Saigib actually manages to survive. Strong Sage doesn't want to peek, probably aware that he could get the frag there, but doesn't want to sacrifice too much of his health getting it, or doesn't want to have the risk of, you know, perhaps getting floated while peeking over the edge, and a dual wield meets him in the face. Oh, nice bit of damage.
Yeah, I was about to say, we talked about in the intro about how that's exactly what Saigib should be doing, but in fact is actually Strong Sage has been doing it slightly more effectively so far, just more efficient in and around the map. Both major items are up. He's going to miss out on them now as he tries to steal away that heavy, but Saigib does come barreling in to get it away from him. So Strong Sage needs to reset him.
Like the nail jump there from Strong Sage ultimately wasn't necessary because Saigib just went the complete opposite direction, so he dealt a bit of self-damage, was able to get it back with the bubbles, but Saigib now on the board. Big rocket from Strong Sage though. Heavy up right now. Strong Sage will secure it. What does Saigib do? Does he take this fight? Does he try to get on Mega instead? This is risky for both players. Both are weak. Pretty equal stacks. Both have shotties. Strong Sage uses the inject and just makes a move for the item. Looks like both are able to restack quite comfortably. And the next heavy does go towards Strong Sage. So he's got a pretty significant stack advantage now.
He also has that inject coming up in a second as well. They're going to meet in a choke point here, and Strong Sage just has too much stack. Can just bully his way through. He took a lot of damage, but more than comfortable to take that encounter. And once again, it just looks like Saigib was unprepared just for the raw speed that Strong Sage is playing at. It was a bit messy, but still got the frag.
Oh, big rocket. Yeah. I like how Strong Sage is able to kind of balance the speed and the aggression with still, you know, discipline. Right? He could have pushed right there. He could have tried to chase Saigib down. Saigib was down to like 30 points of health. But Strong Sage just fell back on heavy. Kept that momentum, kept the speed, knew that, you know, I can get this with minimal time loss and then apply pressure again, but hang on. The dual super shoddy against Anarchy. I've said it before, Dan. The super shoddy is really kind of Anarchy's Achilles heel. So when you double that, yeah.
What a dumb 30 seconds that was. As you say, the Anarchy gets two overzealous, falls into two double shotties, and it instantly pops the injector, just runs straight back in and still gets the item. So, you know.
Saigip's gonna need more than just that, though. 4 minutes, 4 frags. Absolutely possible, especially on this map. But oh, Strong Sage!
How does he
Actually, he was the one to take the heavy. Yeah,
Yeah.
he somehow got hold of it.
But
Wow.
just watch Strong Sage, even though he's playing super fast and doing these rings around the middle area, within that period he got 45 to 60 damage with the heavy machine, just little bursts here and there, whereas Saigip got nothing. Look how quick he is with his decision making to swap weapons, to create new angles. He's just doing a much better job of being efficient with his damage output than Saigip is at the moment. Just the raw spam, the speed, all of it is adding up just to him doing more and more damage when he knows his opponent's weak, and that's when he can push. So it is definitely more calculated than it might appear.
The damage dealt is actually not that different. 2,700 for Strong Sage versus 2,400 for Saigip, but like you said, Dan, Strong Sage is able to do it so much more efficiently and without suffering a lot in return at key moments. That's really what's setting this apart. He's able to, when it matters the most, just before an item spawns, for example,
Exactly.
to deal the damage without taking it and then turning that into control.
Once again, just using the speed to open up positions. There you go. Without that rocket, again, 70 damage to virtually none. And he's got that inject. He's got the speed to sweep up at least one of the lights every round as well. And he's also been picking up more of these major items. So, you know, it's all just adding up where he can take these aggressive pushes because he has more resources.
Super Shoddy falls short of securing him the kill, but Strong Sage, very aware of the fact that he's got the resources behind him. Saigip less so he can immediately pop back on those health bubbles, on that small armor, be the first in position for heavy. And just that knowledge is what's given him the confidence to take the fights the way he has been. And here we go, now he's got the stack he needs. Oh, Saigip actually ends up knocking himself down a frag. And I think at this point, it is over. It is done. Strong Sage looking fit to take map 2 as well.
Yeah, really well played. Really well played. It's not easy to execute with Anarchy on this map, and he's made it look... I don't want to say effortless again because I used it once, but he's made it look relatively simple.
Speaking of, once again, congratulations to Effortless for being the final qualifier challenger to appear in the finals at QuakeCon. Now then, next map, I think that's where these players should already kind of starting to think about. In particular, Saigip. It is going to be Veil of Naf, and we are going to see the Eisen versus the Death Knight. And well, when we talked about it previously, right, when it was Avik versus Tox, we saw just how much more utility Avik was able to get out of the Eisen than Tox got out of the Death Knight. And this time around, Saigip is again the Death Knight. So he's the one who's really gonna have to make it work with that burst damage. Tox was unable to do so. And at this point, it's questionable whether Saigip will be able to himself.
Yep, but the difference, apart from that we spoke about before, is now we are putting our boy Strong Sage on a champion where he cannot just play around speed. He has to play a more standard, methodical game. And these are the maps where he's generally lost because he doesn't have that huge advantage, which he knows how to perfect right now. So how can he still execute? Yes. Can he still win? Yes. But he needs to play a different style, and he's definitely more limited when he plays these type of champions. And so that's what we were talking about before. If he could take that step up and play these to the same level, that's when he's scary. Let's see if he can do it today.
Let's see. I've got these stats in front of me. 28% LG accuracy from Cygip. Of course, you're up against an Anarchy. It's always going to be hard to land a lot of consistent damage. But yeah, when you compare that to Strong Sage doing nearly double the amount of damage with the lightning gun alone, stuff like that is just difficult to recover from. And Strong Sage just really didn't give him any breathing room to recover.
Exactly, yeah. And we said that one of the factors is that Cygip wasn't able to adjust to the speed of the clutch, and he wasn't able to adjust to the speed of the Anarchy either. And we spoke about how valuable chip damage should be. And he had, virtually no damage with the machine gun, no damage with the tri-bolt, very little damage across the board. He was just unable to do any sort of output there, and that was a big, big problem. The only significant amount of damage he got was with that shotgun and with that rocket, and they were in moments when Strong Sage was pushing him. So the fact of the matter is, he wasn't able to do anything. As simple as that.
Yeah, that was clear, and it is reflected in the score as well. Although I do feel like with the way that panned out, that scoreline could have easily been skewed even further in favor of Strong Sage. No, that 9-4, Cygip did a hell of a good job at keeping it to just a 5 frag difference. I think, many lesser players would have allowed that lead to get much, much larger once Strong Sage really got into the swing of things.
Yeah. But it did also feel that Strong Sage was quite content with just keeping his opponent at arm's length. He wasn't really looking to extend his lead an awful lot more. He knew the hard yards are done. And, at the end of the day, as well as you're playing, as strong as the Anarchy is, the flip side is true. If you lose that advantage and get locked out of the items, suddenly Anarchy becomes a very weak champion. So he did what was necessary.
Absolutely. So that does mean that Strong Sage will secure the overall victory, which is very important for him since he still has a shot at making it into top 8. But still, one more map to go, the final one of this series, and there's always some points, some cold hard cash to be earned. So let's see if Cygip can fan the flames, muster the fire, and at least secure himself a one-map win against his own teammate.
Well, we are starting over on the Ison, who instantly pops the turret down by the rocket, which is purely for informational purposes. Unlikely he wants to take much of a fight down there. Saying that, he is kind of patrolling the area. Just threatening Cygip if he dares come near the rocket territory.
Again, pretty slow start. No shots fired in the first half a minute. And here we go. First engagement, Strong Sage doing slightly more damage than his opponent, but ultimately doesn't really change the flow of the battle just yet. Now Mega is up, Strong Sage actually delaying it significantly so. Clearly hoping to turn this into full control. Oh, there we go. Cygip will at least know that Mega is still up. So any sort of surprise element that Strong Sage might have hoped for delaying and offsetting the items to this extent, will be gone. And here we go. This is perfect for Strong Sage. There we go. And now that investment, Dan, of delaying Mega could really help him out.
Yeah, it definitely will, as he has the opportunity here to recoup some resources. I don't think he'll be able to pick it up, but he can at least challenge for it. Instead, he's actually going to use this time to regain some semblance of stack. So either way, it worked out okay.
He needs himself some ammo as well. 1 rocket and 20 cells of LG. That won't suffice. And so he does just loop around the map, get himself some more ammo, some more slugs to throw at his opponent. And so far, Strong Sage has been doing a really good job at playing an evasive game. Because yes, he got the first frag, but he paid a pretty heavy price. Sacrificed a lot of his stack, even picking up the heavy there. And now Cygip has been able to turn that weakness into full control for himself. He's looping the items together. He's kind of just perfectly taken over that rotation that Strong Sage had established, and now Strong Sage is looking for an opportunity. Just very carefully maneuvered himself into top control. Turret comes out. Now he wants to just throw a spanner in the works and walk away with Mega, and that's exactly what he did. Good use of the turret, lands a nice rail, and now he's in position to take Mega.
Yeah, I saw, you could see the thought process from Saigib there, just wasn't able to execute. And good play by Strong Sage to slow that tempo down. He can now definitely more than contest for this heavy. Actually falls on down, so he's gonna rocket jump through, doesn't steal it away, gets stolen away by Saigib. Still very close, and the flick rail will settle the matter.
Ooh. Beautiful rail right there. Clutch coming through. There we go. Saigib follows it up with a pretty close quarters rail of his own. Puts himself on the board. Mega is up. Saigib's in position. Oh, turret disappeared. Was just replaced as he came through. These are some clever rails from Strong Sage as well. Finding nice angles. Hitting 50% of his shots so far. And he's already out-damaging Saigib, not by a massive amount, but the difference, it is there.
Yeah, they're quite happy still trading these major items. There is a little bit of a split there, but the positioning and the pressure from each one of them is preventing either player from making a big move. But obviously that play now opens up the door for Strong Sage to keep going aggressive. Saigib needs to go on the defense here. He has that Flame Strike available, so he's not feeling confident, but happy to take an engagement right now. But he will have to forfeit probably both major items and settle for just a rail onto this next heavy.
Could do with some health bubbles himself. There we go. Nice amount of damage. Flames come through, and he actually gets the frag with it. I'm surprised that Strong Sage walked out so far into the room rather than just kind of hold that corner so he would be able to fall back, because Strong Sage just hard committed with the rail, right? And if you don't connect them while just continuing to step further and further out of cover, the moment Saigib lands that first shot, he just jumps across, uses the Flame Strike. So good play from Saigib. Bit of a missed position from Strong Sage, I feel like. Mega not up for another 10 seconds. Not sure if Saigib is aware of the exact timing. But he isn't going to just jump in and contest anyways. Already setting up more towards the heavy, which is still 5 seconds out. He's got the Flame Strike. Yeah, this should be going towards Saigib for sure.
Oh, wow. 264 damage. Saigib is living with absolutely nothing right now. No major items up. He has to do something. I mean, Strong Sage is going to let him away with murder right now.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Not sure if Strong Sage just wasn't aware of how low Saigib was right there, but, you know, I could understand falling back if, you know, a major item was just about to spawn, but ultimately Strong Sage does get the frag, but not quite sure about that one either. Feel like he should have just pushed that one more aggressively, just finished it off there.
Yeah, because he got the frag, but he's taken a lot of damage for it in consequence. And maybe he was trying to put the longer game, get the items first. But either way, when you give your opponent that much breathing room to get some stack back, it's always a bit of a risk. So it is what it is now.
Yep. Strong Sage still in the lead, 2 frags up.
Oh,
nice play. Yeah, he saw the rocket jump and timed that teleport perfect. Just to get some damage off in the back of the rail. Mega up. Goes towards Saigib. Well, let's see what Strong Sage can do. Out comes the turret. Just wants to prevent Saigib being able to easily take the teleporter and get on the item. Oh my goodness, that was a lot of damage with the turret.
No. Oh!
Beautiful shot, Saigib from down low. Here, gets him off the spawn as well. Heavy still up. There we go, Saigib finally secures it. But it's Strong Sage who walks away with the Mega.
So many clutch, nearly misses right there. If Saigib had hit any one of those rails, a completely different minute right now. There's one, but it's a little bit too late as Strong Sage is quite stacked and he's running into a choke point here, which is dangerous. Not connecting with anywhere near enough damage. Actually hits the turret instead of his opponent right there.
Oh, gets heavy. There we go, Saigib. He's lucky Mega spawned right when it did, because he would have he got pushed straight down, right? That was just momentum sending him behind the platform. So if Mega had spawned a fraction of a second later, he would not have secured the item. Either way, Strong Sage capitalizing off that situation, gets himself a frag, and these frags are so costly with just 2 minutes left to go. Cygip has got to come up with a plan. He's got to get up there fast. Gets heavy, takes quite a bit of damage. Mega's still up, Strong Sage is weak. This should be a kill. Nice rocket. Finds it too. Yeah. This is really not all that bad for Cygip. 1 frag in 2 minutes.
No. We haven't seen much use of the turret either, particularly compared to the Avex set. Just shows the difference in capability of how to use it. So, whereas the Flame Strike's actually been pretty useful. Still a minute and a half to go. Only 1 fragged in it. Cygip with full control. Strong Sage is there, but has to walk away. Big damage coming out from Cygip, but he hasn't got the right weapons to contest fully. He knows how low his opponent is. He ticks out. Ties it up with 1 minute 20 to go.
That Flame Strike, just as you were saying, Dan, it's previous time we saw this matchup on this map, it was the other way around, but now I feel like it's the DK that's getting most of the utility. Good rocket from Cygip. That was such an important rocket. If he didn't do that kind of damage, that might have been the end for him right there. Still railable, secures a bubble, but he doesn't have any armor to his name. And Mega will be going towards Strong Sage as well. So as we're 50 seconds away from overtime, Strong Sage definitely in the better position, and oof. At the very least, that's a lot of damage for Cygip. Yeah. That's 100 at the very end. So
I was about to say, yeah, but lovely rail by Strong Sage. Yes, he hasn't got a lot to work with, but he's got all the weapons, and that's what Cygip was sorely missing. Huge damage from the turret as well. There comes the Flame Strike, but it's too little too late as Strong Sage extends this lead to 2 and will take this as a 3-0 fleet.
At least the turret came through clutch right there. You know, you could see the uncertainty on Cygip, right? He comes through, he wants to fire, realizes, oh, I don't have that much stack, I'm right next to it. If I use a rocket now, gonna take a good amount of self-damage. And then as he walks away, hesitates, Strong Sage does find him again and secures the overall complete win. So congratulations, Strong Sage. This is exactly what he needed to keep his hopes at getting top 8 alive. And that would be a phenomenal performance for someone who only just joined the Quake Pro League this season.
100%. Really well played. And again, it's a great series by Strong Sage. Every single map showed us something slightly different. And you can see week on week with the practice and the QPL that he's just refining his game. Obviously, the third map was the closest, and it was the one we spoke about where he didn't have that speed of a champion to abuse, really. And we saw it in a couple of occasions that his playstyle is still quite dependent on that. You know, those committal, for instance, when he walks out into the room here. A lot of this would work better with a fast champion where you can play that get in, get out game. When you're playing a champion like Ison, you have to play more methodical. He still struggles a little bit with that because he wants to play so combat heavy. But to take the 3-0 up against his teammate is going to feel really good.
3-0 overall. I feel like the actual games were perhaps a bit closer than what a quick glance at a 3-0 would have you believe, right? Especially that final game, Cygip all tied up with just a minute left to go, right? So especially that last game could have ultimately gone either way, but map 1 was strongly in favor of Strong Sage. Map 2, for the most part, he dominated that one as well. So well-deserved win for Strong Sage. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations indeed. Really well played. But we will be moving on.
We will be. We're not done just yet.
Sid. And we've been kicked off, so see you in 6 minutes. Oh, no, we're back. We'll be moving on to Razy versus Sib. Now we'll be going for a break. See you in 7 minutes. Welcome back, Quakers, as we're moving into our fourth series of the day, where we're going to watch somebody at the top end of the leaderboard taking on somebody who's struggling down at the bottom in Razy versus Sib. And we've seen all sorts of games today, Flea. What kind of character do you think this game is going to take up?
I think that the general consensus would be that this is likely to be a very one-sided game based on how good Razy's been playing and how much Sib has been struggling, right? So let's talk about Razy first. Razy currently ranked 3rd on the global leaderboards, representing Team Maestro, one of the greatest players within the Quake Pro League, and he's had a pretty damn successful track record this season as well. 9 wins and 4 losses, but those losses against the likes of Wenger, but also Strong Sage, Rafa, and then at the very beginning, Kilson. But generally speaking, Razy is just consistently excellent, and the games that he wins are almost always 3-0. Just look at that opening half of the season then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games in a row, 3-0. That points differential, that's why he's so high up there.
Yeah, and he's definitely just evolved as a player. If I think back to stage 1 and 2, where he had this almost aura of invincibility of him online, where he would just brutalize his opponents, I feel like he's lost that edge, but just gained something else in exchange, which is just more stability and more of a champion mindset, if you will. But he's beginning to bring that back now, I feel, where he's becoming scarier by the week. And even if you look outside the QPL, he's winning virtually every single competition there is at the moment. He's just on fire. And, he's still the only player at that level who's been consistently top 3 and 4 without the belt. So
yeah,
he's definitely still striving towards that. And Sib is just one obstacle in his way.
Sib, speaking of, so far hasn't had the best season, to put it mildly. As far as I'm aware, Sib has only secured 1 win that I think was the very first week of the season, followed by 12 losses, most recently against Nasva. So Sib, no stranger to controversy, has struggled to secure himself a significant amount of points, meaning that he is bound to finish more towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and at this point has no chances of making it into top 8 anymore.
No, but to his credit, there were a huge amount of 2-1s in there, and 2-1s against the very best players in the game. You see 2-1 against Wenger, Dramis, Kilson, Maxter, Avek. These are all players when in previous QPL appearances he would have lost 3-0. So, for all of the talk that Sib gets against him, he has taken a big step forward in my books this season, when in previous iterations of the league he would have given up very, very early. So he's definitely developed as a player, and he can definitely make us eat our words and pick up a 2-1 loss. But obviously, I don't think anyone is going out there expecting he will win this. The question is he going to take a map? And if yes, which one?
Now, one thing that will help us settle that is, of course, the picks and bans, which we do have available. So let's take a look. Starting it off, Deep Embrace, Razy playing Anarchy versus Sib on Nyx. Then we've got Ruins of Sarnet, where we have Ranger versus Galena. And then to close it off, we've got Blood Covenant, where we see Doomslayer go up against the BJ. Dan, any thoughts?
You've got to be a brave man to pick a Nyx on Deep Embrace against Razy. You've got to be a really brave man.
That's indeed. And also, it's map 1, so it's not as if he didn't have options, right? There's definitely other champions that he could have picked. He could have gone for the Strog, the Doomslayer, the Ranger.
The Clutch.
Plenty. the Clutch even, sure, why not? So, indeed, a bit, bewildered by that next pick. Maybe Sib has got an ace up in his sleeve, a very specific strategy going into this one. But as far as I'm concerned, that's perhaps a bit of a mispick. Not sure how this is going to work out, knowing how good Razy is with that Anarchy, especially on Deep Embrace.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest and say map 1 and map 3, I just don't like his picks. I think the Nyx can work if you're at a comparable level to your opponent, but Razy, he's going up against an Anarchy as well. Like, that speed, the utility is just going to be able to absolutely bully the Nyx unless she gets on top and plays incredibly slow. Probably just situates herself on that heavy and doesn't really want to move. That's the only real strategy you can employ unless you are connecting with everything and able to control that high ground. is going to be really tough. And then map 3, BJ on Blood Covenant just seems wild to me because I don't know what it brings. Like, there's very little opportunity you can use the dual wield effectively, because if you pop it, it's unlikely you're going to be in a situation where you can corner your opponent. So your opponent just hides. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And in situations where you've cornered your opponent, the dual wield probably isn't needed. So that's another question mark for me. So let's see how he wants to play it.
Plus, the biggest drawback of the BJ pick is the lack of mobility there. Whereas Razy does have the Doomslayer. He's got the double jump. And we saw earlier today already, right? Doomslayer versus another medium with no movement capabilities, Galena back then. BJ, played by Kilson against Kron, secured himself a very convincing victory. And I would favor Galena over BJ on that map. But that is for later. That's for later. First, getting into map 1 of this series. This is Deep Embrace. Starting it off from the point of view of Razy, who's running Anarchy.
Looks awfully demonic today. Cute little dog in the background as well. Okay. Huge delay on that Mega as well. In exchange, did a lot of damage to Sib and forces out the Ghostwalk. So, ooh. Gets a good exchange there, but lovely positioning by Sib to pick up the first frag and gets an eye roll.
There we go, yeah, Sib off to an excellent start. Kind of out of position right now though, but Razy doesn't have a whole lot of weapons to work with yet, no rockets to rain down from above, and Sib actually lands a nice shot in return. Good rail as well, and another.
Very nice.
Sib. 66% rail, relentless.
Ooh.
So far, making the Knicks work. Just in time to avoid a lot of rocket damage right there. There we go, Razy does clean up the frag. Bit of a risky play from Razy. And Sib, just like we saw from Strong Sage earlier, actually spawning with the starting nail gun. Again.
Interesting.
Yeah, looking for some of those trick jumps, a little bit of movement tech.
Oh, that feels good.
Bit of rocket damage.
Yeah, Sib's very early as well. And as we said, this is kind of what he has to do, though, is as a Nyx, this is the area you want to be in. Unless you feel confident enough to play the high ground. The Mega is where you just need to live your game, otherwise you can just get bullied. And lovely rail before the Ghost Walk, but once again, it is a Ghost Walk that's popped for not a lot of utility.
It's also a risky strategy from Sib, right? I feel like he's managed to survive by landing those close-up rails multiple times now, and that's not consistent, that's not reliable. The moment you miss one of those rails at that distance, Razy playing Anarchy will be on you just like that. And if that happens, Sib is bound to drop a frag. There we go.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, making that nail gun work. But it will be Razy who secures the heavy. It's Razy with the weapons. Razy has completed the Unholy Trinity. Oh! Razy actually dropping far more health than I think he was comfortable with.
Yeah.
Messing up the weapon switch a bit right there.
He ran out of ammo, which he did not appreciate. Oh, okay. Sib is living on the edge at the moment, but making the most of these situations.
I'm suddenly extremely curious how many starting nail gun kills there have been in the entirety of the Quake Pro League. I am willing to bet it's less than 5. And this was one of them. Extremely unusual right there.
This is a worrying moment for Sib, though. If he can't defend this Mega, he's in for a little bit of a difficult minute or two. Razy does connect. He's trying to force this Ghost Walk out, but the Tribord damage is huge. The Inject is being held on to for now. He's actually missed out on both major items, so that situation has been flipped on his head entirely. Sib needs that rail, and Razy is being sloppy with his aim at the moment, not connecting with anywhere near enough. Now look at the stack of Sib.
Sib able to recover very nicely from that affair. And Razy, it's got no armor, it's already in position. Oh no! Crazy, I think, still visible. Anarchy, with that hoverboard's got a pretty wide player model from certain angles, and Sib figured out exactly where he was. And now Razy forced to go for the close combat rails. There we go, Sib from below with the shoddy, actually. Putting himself in the lead once again. 10 seconds before Mega spawns. Sib in position for it. Oh, there we go. That's exactly what I was talking about, Dan.
Too early. Crazy going to stick around. He hasn't really got the weapons, but trying to do anything he can with that tri-bolt. He's going to give up another frag. 6-4 for Sib. We said he's got to be brave to play this, and he's playing it in a brave style at the moment. The fact of the matter is, he's just connecting with far more than Razy. Awfully low. He's stolen away the item, which is big, trying to do anything before he dies, and that's not the end of the world.
Perhaps a little too predictable from Sib to go for the pillar right there. Razy read him like an open book. There we go, a second before Sib would have had the Ghost Walk up again. Razy takes him down. But then again, do you even want to use it in that situation? Yeah, Sib decides against it, which I do believe is the right choice. Oh, there we go, Razy from down below.
Yeah. And this is the momentum we were talking about in the intro play, about why we were a bit scared for this next pick, because you give up a frag, once you pop the Ghost Walk, suddenly you're just food for your opponent. Now Razy's beginning to feel himself, beginning to connect with these shots. This is when it could get scary. So Sib needs to slow the tempo. There's still a lot of time left in this map.
Yeah, Razy even starting to rocket jump himself in position. There we go, 58% on the railgun. Sib has secured more major items so far. 13 for Sib versus 8 for Razy. But Razy is slightly out damaging him. There we go, out comes the Ghost Walk. I feel like that was a little late for Sib to wait. Because before he popped the Ghost Walk, he actually sacrificed a whole lot of health. I think he would have been much better off, given the weapons that he had, right? If he had rockets or shotgun, might have been different, but I think he should have used it much sooner.
And that's a really bad time to die as well. Spawning on the far side of the map, he's given up now the Mega, and consequently a Gauntlet and Heavy to Razy. So this could be the spiral of death. Another Ghost Walk going out for no return. Razy could just push on up like an absolute madman. Chips tries to retaliate with the Gauntlet. I think that pleases Razy.
He actually got 2 pummels in. Oh, it's 150 damage, so... Oh, that one was so close. Razy survives, but those defensive rockets from Sib were huge. Luckily for the Maestro player, though, Razy is able to walk away with the Heavy without taking any more damage. Good read there from Razy as well. Unable to really execute on it, misses the shot, but he read that perfectly.
He did, and Razy's beginning to feel himself a little bit more now. Sib's kept himself in this game, but now the 6 frag differential is just massive, and the big split between the two mages allows Razy to do exactly this, which is just bully his way onto the map and explode his opponent all in one fell swoop.
And at this point, what do you do on your Sib, right? Razy in control. He's the one landing the shots, dealing the damage, securing the items. Oh, Sib has to use that Ghost Walk so early. Didn't even pick up the railgun, Dan.
No.
He was hoping to at least get rail and then disappear out of there, but no. Unable to secure the weapon that he put everything on the line for, and now Razy, at this point it's over. Razy is not gonna let Sib get back into this.
No. And eventually the momentum happened, but this is the momentum we talked about. There is really no getting away from it when Razy gets ahead of steam, unless you're absolutely the best player in the world and know how to play around it. Even then, sometimes it's inevitable that your opponent's just going to rack up a number of frags back to back because you just don't have any way to defend yourself. And it was a little bit worrying the amount of times Sib was forced to pop the Ghost Walk with no objective except to stay alive. At that point, you know it's only really a matter of time. And so You know, it wasn't the cleanest game by Razy whatsoever, and it was really well played by Sib for the opening 2-3 minutes. But it felt inevitable that that momentum would come eventually.
Yeah. Razy just, you know, he kept his head cool, right? Kept himself in the game, and I think you saw that from the start. You know, there were a few frags that Razy suffered early on where his reaction was really just like, okay, fine, Sib's in the lead, right? I'm gonna turn it around. He knew just what he was capable of. He knew how he would approach this series. He knew that, I think in the eyes of just about anyone, he has the better pick. So Razy just kept calm and collected. Let his strength shine more and more towards the end, and ultimately Sib unable to stand up to the onslaught.
Yeah, and very quickly this game went from being fairly close to, you know, 11 frags. It's a huge margin, and it all happened in the blink of an eye, really. So it could have been a lot worse for sure, but you know, well played, really, to both players.
Yeah, absolutely. Sib, I think, kept this much closer than most people would expect, right? So yes, towards the end, the second part of the map was very, very much in favor of Razy, and the Hungarian player representing Maestro absolutely was in full control. But during the opening, that Nyx play worked out much, much better than I think anyone would have expected. And as you said, then a real tipping point was when Razy got into control, started really feeling himself, just let that speed work in his favor. And at that point, what's the Ghost Walk used for? To get away. It's a purely defensive tool, just to delay taking more and more damage. And by the time we reached that point in the map, it was clear that Razy would take the victory.
Yeah, but it also kind of shows you how much has to go in your favor sometimes for that to even work. The opening few minutes was more about Razy was missing shots and Sib was hitting some amazing shots. And, you know, when you're living on, as you said in the intro, when you're living on that kind of style, if you will, as soon as you miss one, suddenly you're dead. You know, and then suddenly all of that work's gone and your opponent has an upper hand, but potentially has control. And you almost have to pray you can get back into it at some point. So it's a really high risk pick to play a Nyx on this particular map against any player, let alone someone like Razy. And you also gave him a counter pick as well, which was the secondary thing. Sib picked first, he opens with a Nyx, and so Razy has a pick of all the champions at that point to say, how am I going to beat you? And he opted for the Anarchy, and it worked out perfectly in the end.
Yep. Now map 2 is gonna be a different beast altogether. No more double lights. Instead, we're switching it up with 2 medium champions on Ruins of Sarnet. So that's a much larger map than Deep Embrace was. And this is going to be Ranger playing the Ranger versus Sib on Galena.
Yeah, this is the only real map where I can respect his pick and think it can work. But and we've seen that in the past the Galena used magnificently on this map in particular, particularly if you want to play a slower paced game around the heavy area. You can obviously set up your fortress of totems down there and solidify your position, but there's obviously a lot of creative uses of the totem. It can also just be for information outside of the tele, etc., etc. So there's a lot you can do here, and at the end of the day, the Ranger is always going to be useful on any map, but particularly on Ruins, when you have that verticality to contest with as well, with the rocket jump or the orb, it gives you a lot to work with. So interesting to see. Obviously, the challenge here is Sib. I expected to play a slow-paced game. You want to be building that overstack, and if you can get that up and you can play that slow game, it really makes your opponent's life quite difficult to lock you down.
Now, one of the things that I do think could help Sib here is that Razy is not the most Ranger is not the most mobile champion of the bunch, right? Yes, he's got that orb, but you know, it's not as if he can easily swoop around the map like, say, an Anarchy or a Slash would, and constantly take down those totems. Looks like there's some questioning about whether we're on the right server. So it looks like we're gonna head back to the lobby just to restart real quick. So we're gonna jump into this map any second now. But as I was saying, Dan, one of the things that I do think could help out Sib is that it's not as if he's up against an Anarchy or a Slash or any sort of just fast champion that is constantly going to be just looping around the outskirts of the map. No, this is a Ranger. He's got that orb, that's his mobility tool, but Razy is going to use it sparingly, right? So he has an opportunity to hide those totems. He has a real chance to put away some of those outside of Razy Razy's view outside of his normal path and just get that overstack going, just due to the fact that he's up against a Ranger here. Now, if it's actually going to come into fruition, if Sib even wants to approach the totem game that way, we're about to find out, but that is something that I think is kind of going to help him here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. The only contest to that is that if you want to play a slow-paced game, if you want to play around choke points and play defensive, what the Ranger obviously has the opportunity to do is use that orb just to close that gap, to break through your defense, because you can orb past, you can orb into, and suddenly it's a fight on the Ranger's terms. And that's what you got to be incredibly wary of. If you miss out on a rail exchange, you could then just be orbed into shotgun and you're dead. So
yeah,
that's the tricky one, in that you can't overexpose yourself either, because suddenly the Ranger's just up in your face.
Absolutely. Now we are loading into the map again, just went for a quick reboot, so hopefully everything will be in order this time around as we get into this map 2 of Razy versus Sib. Now, something we didn't get to talk about, Dan, is actually the match history between these two. Just throwing it out, there's a little bit of a tidbit. They've played each other twice in the history of the Quake Pro League, and Razy has won both of those in a convincing 2-0 fashion. So far, I don't think Sib has been able to secure a single map against Razy, and I think that we're both in agreement that if during this series he's going to win any map, this is the one, right? It's gotta happen on Ruins.
Yeah, and this is a map where it can happen. You can really draw this out to being a 1-0 game, and we say it time and time again. If you can keep the scoreline close, find any way to do that, all it takes is a bit of a moment of magic, and you can spin a map into your favor. So this is make or break for Sib, and there's obviously a bit of a mental block there against the likes of Razy as well. So that's something he has to contest with, but we'll have to see. It's never an easy task, and I'm pretty sure he's probably not the only player to never have picked up a map against Razy either.
Oh, absolutely. There we go, kicking it off. Very aggressive push this time around. Razy immediately making good use of the LG. Sib doing a decent amount of damage with that nail gun, the plasma, the heavy. But ultimately, Razy one frag up, and there's around 10 seconds between the major items.
No.
And the float. And Razy is going to stumble upon one of those totems, and I think that is going to tell him something about Sib's battle plan. Sib wants to start stashing away some of those totems around the map, get that overstack going, because the moment that Sib has 3 totems up, he can actually overstack his healing, and it's basically as if he's got a mega in his pocket.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously not the best start whatsoever. Once again, we already see a big split between these major items. So Razy can play it pretty much how he wants. Sib isn't even in the vicinity yet to contest for this heavy. He's coming down the back channels, but he's actually going to push on in, having hit that rail. He knows when the timing is. A lovely play by Sib. Again, opening with that rail was absolutely critical to manufacture that frag. So nicely played. Razy can use that orb just to detract from Sib and try and get out without taking too much damage, which he's doing fairly successfully.
Razy now stationary, waiting in place. Oh, he's gonna hear the small armor being picked up. Razy playing a very evasive game right now. He knows that he's in a bad spot. Almost no armor. Only he's got the rockets to work with, no LG, no rail. Running for his life. Those defensive rockets, they need to be big. First one already was. I like the pathing here as well. Oh, there we go. Sib actually finds the rail. And at this point, it's all tied up once again. Now Heavy's about to spawn. Razy already in position, but he doesn't really have the tools to work with. Even has to sacrifice the orb. And then Sib doing the unthinkable, 1 frag in the lead. But then again, we also saw him get a lead on map 1, and we all know how that turned out.
Exactly. The slight concern, not a big one, is the fact he has no totems up at the moment. So obviously nowhere near the overstack, but at the same time, the way they've been used so far in combat, should I say, to regenerate, is also a completely viable tactic. He's also caught Razy once hit, but going up the jump pad is too aggressive. I mean, he shakes his head in despair, but it's one of those risky maneuvers to try and do that.
All tied up once again, 3-3. Oh my goodness, Razy. That is brutal. Waiting at the exit of the teleporter. Orb, or shoddy, orb, shoddy. That's all it took. Sip making good use of the tribal though. Watching talks earlier, no dot. But this is a good opportunity for Razy, because he's forced his opponent off the heavy spawn. And with the delay between the items, I think that Razy is now in the perfect position to start chaining them together, to set up a rotation and secure both of those. And once he does that, he's going to start hunting for Sip.
Yeah, Sip not even contesting. What? How did that hit 100?
Very difficult angle to say the least, somehow. Does connect.
Nice timing by Sip. He's there on dot. He's done huge amounts of damage to Razy as well. He's getting a little bit cocky, I might say. Allowing Sip to sneak in.
I mean, credit for... Ooh. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sip definitely should not have been so careless in moving into the mega room like that. But I was just about to say, credit where credit is due. Sip's combat has been big.
Oh no. Oh, Sip.
There we go. Rails being exchanged. Sip manages to stay alive by virtue of that totem, but Razy isn't going to let him get anywhere. And now Razy is starting to slowly extend his lead. Mega is up, Sip will be the one to take it. Razy realizes he's out of position, can't get there in time. Would be a death sentence to push onward. And is now going to switch back to a much more defensive playstyle. And then you and I both know that Razy's defensive play is huge, as he just shows us once again. Perfectly laying down a trap for Sip, reading his opponent like an open book, and then just nailing, gluing him to the wall with that LG.
Coming at you.
Sip trying to take these fights, and yeah, the previous one up the jump pad was interesting because I thought Sip knew the timing, almost like he wanted to fight there, but definitely wasn't the engagement to take. And yes, he killed Razy, but at what cost? He's so low, he has to forfeit the heavy now, and is actually probably in a worse situation because of it. So more than, oh, he doesn't even forfeit the heavy. Razy's giving up items, it seems.
Playing it safe for the time being. He knows that he's got a significant lead. When he gets his ore back, he's also going to have a nice defensive, even an evasive tool to work with. Yeah, Razy doesn't even want to engage. I mean, Razy has been described by many as one of the most annoying players to go up against once he goes full defensive, right? He can be so slippery, so difficult to catch, and when you do catch him out, his defensive play is often sublime, always putting himself in a position where you're forced to go through a bad choke point. And that's exactly what he's setting up for now. Although this time around, Razy has yet to switch to the defensive, he's still the one running the map.
There's a 1-2, nice and simple, and you know, at this point, Sib is trying to contest items without much of a plan beyond, I hope Razy doesn't turn up. And that's obviously a scary situation to be in. You are helpless at that point, and he's just running away from his opponent. This is Tom and Jerry cat and mouse right now.
There we go, good rail. Oh, another one. And there we go. Once again, Razy. Just like in map 1.
It's like I'm watching the ghost car in Mario Kart. Just Razy's just chasing a shadow at the moment. What is going on?
59% railgun accuracy. Oh, Sip. Already calling GG in the chat. 2 minutes remaining. I feel like this is just, this kind of went the exact same way as map 1 went, right? Close game for the first opening few minutes, even a few moments where Sib secured himself control, the lead even. But then Razy just turns it around, springs into a higher gear than what Sib can keep up with. And all of a sudden, all the puzzle pieces, they just fall together, right? And all of a sudden, Razy does the damage when he needs to, secures the items, gets the control going, and then before you know it, Sib just get caught out again and again and again.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that is he just got bullied. Like, he didn't feel that Razy particularly did anything innovative or strategical. He just ran from item to item and just bullied his opponent. It was quite a simple play style, if you will. And at the end there, a series of unlucky spawns, and Sib just didn't... His brain just shut down, really. He didn't know what to do, so he just ran away.
Yeah. So I think that the final score is going to be 14-4. Now, for those of you wondering, this was the EU server, so I think we're going to head back to NA after this one. And that does mean that Razy is going to continue his win streak up against Sib, making this the third 3 out of 3 wins for Razy, going up against the North American player. Now, the final map, Sib still has a shot at securing at least one map for the first time against Razy in the Quake Pro League, but then map 3, we were both like, that's not gonna happen. That's just the map, the picks. It's not looking good for Sib, is it?
No, I'm interested to watch it to see why he picks it. Is there some new strat I don't know about? I'm gonna say no, but yeah, again, he open picked this, so the Doom was on the board and he decided to opt against it and thought, I know the BJ is what I want right now. So I'm hoping he can show me why.
As do I. Let's see. Hopefully we get some nice melts, pulling out that dual LG, maybe even some dual rockets or dual rail, which is something that I've basically only ever seen Tox succeed at within the Quake Pro League, just getting 2 rails and actually making it work. Because it's so difficult to do. Because as an experienced Quake player, you just become so accustomed to just, the normal firing rate of the rail. It's a second nature. And so when all of a sudden there's 2 and they fire faster, it's very difficult to be consistent with it. And Tox somehow has managed to make it work. So let's see if Sib can maybe make something flashy happen as well.
Yeah, Tox is an enigma, as we know, though. So you're right. It's a difficult art to have. You think having 2 weapons is actually a benefit, but in some instances, 61% LG. In some instances, it can actually be a detraction as well. So. Yeah, that map was brutal. 4,000 damage to 2,400. But again, Sib, even on the items, so it wasn't a control issue. It was just a mechanical challenge for Sib. He couldn't keep up with the way in which Razy was playing.
Yeah. Final map. Let's see if this is going to continue. So far, Razy has always been able to hit the double-digit kills, whereas Sib lingers around the 5 frag average. So Blood Covenant, I think we're both expecting a bit of a bloodbath this time around. Razy just has so much more mobility, and that has proved critical on map 1 as well, where we saw him use that Anarchy very efficiently against the Knicks. So with that double jump, right, some places to really look at, I think, then are going to be the railgun, right? Bridge to rail, keep your opponent from securing railgun. We saw Kilson do this expertly against Hron in our first matchup of the day, but also just around the center area of the map, getting from catwalk to rockets and back opens up so many new strategies, and Sib really is a very slow champion that lacks most of that mobility.
It just makes your life easier. There's a huge quality of life improvement. It makes the whole map a lot less risky to play. And basically, it's just easier to execute well. So to pick something like the BJ, you have to have a clear game plan in mind as to what you're going to be doing. And if suddenly that gets thrown at his head, the question is, do you have a plan B? Because if not, we're going to see exactly what we saw in maps 1 and maps 2.
Yeah. So let's see what strategy Sib is going to be able to bring to the table. Is he going to be able to keep it close, at least for the first half of the map? Might he even secure a very surprising win that would be? Let's find out. Razy Gets the railgun spawn, that's exactly what he was hoping for. But actually drops down very early. And this should give Sib at least the opportunity to walk away with the rail. If he makes a push for it, because Razy's still around. Sib had the opportunity. Goes for the tribal jump across. That's pretty creative. Razy was not ready for it. Ultimately, didn't amount to much. Sib wasn't really able to convert it into a lot of damage or anything, but still keeping Razy on his toes.
Yeah, we have seen that a few times today from Sib. If you think about one with the nail guns, you know, got that creativity, but as you say, needs to then use that. It's not just for style points.
Absolutely. Now, pretty slow game to open things up with. Razy just holding control of that top area of the map. Or Sib rather. Out comes dual wield. But that one rail, it's gonna make him rethink his efforts. That's good for Sib at least. I would have feared for his safety if he was unable to land that rail, and Razy was. And now Sib falls back onto the Mega. Neither player going all in just yet.
Yeah, and this is the balance at the moment. Sib being forced to just play items, whereas Razy is quite happy just to sit bridge, sit high ground, pick his opponent apart. And this is why the Doom is just easier to execute. Razy can do this all day and catch his opponent from behind as well. Oh, the dual wield comes out, just a preventative measure at this point. Oh, what a rail that was.
Sib rightfully cautious about going through the teleporter right there.
Yeah.
He plays it well. He's keeping his opponent at bay. Oh, the drop down at the wrong time, and now Razy finds the final shot and gets that one frag of a lead. Sib now left without rail or LG.
Has Razy done any damage with a weapon that is not rail?
Let's find out. Nope. Razy, 1,000 points of damage, 1,100 even, 56% rail. Sib, a lot more varied. Is Razy just going to continue going rail only? Is this some deliberate strategy that this madman is using?
I think so.
Oh goodness, let's
just practice at this point. It's only 1-0 though.
I mean, Razy's pretty well known for, you know, making different accounts where he's like, you know, getting to the highest rank in duel by using just this one champion or just this one weapon, right? So, but for him to push that through into the actual Quake Pro League matches, that's that would be something different altogether. So let's see how this pans out for him.
At this point, I think he feels obliged to, even if it wasn't deliberate to start with.
I mean, he's making it work.
No, if he finishes him off at the rail, you know it's happening. Yeah, it's happening.
Or a berserk, that would also be.
Because it would be. This should be shotgun right now, but nope. He wants to rail him.
Oh,
he makes him pay.
Yeah, Sib says, like, Sib is not gonna stand for that kind of disrespect. Sib, no doubt, figured out what that was and said, you better land every single shot if you're gonna try and do that. And the moment that Razy misses one, misses two, yeah, he really is just going railgun only.
Sib knows he can't fight without a rail, so now I can do whatever I want.
Then what is happening today? First that Tox matchup with with the tribal, and now we're getting Razy just doing some sort of challenge run in the middle of the Quake Pro League. Oh, there we go.
There's some machine gun damage. It's over.
It's over. Now let's see Does this open the floodgates for Razy? Is he now going to start incorporating the LG rockets into his game plan as well? He's got to be careful though. Sip actually securing the lead here.
Yeah, but now Razy gets a rail spawn, so the game... Oh no, he didn't. He spawned lower.
Heavy's gonna go to Sib again. If we take a look at the major items, Sib clearly in the advantage. 7 majors versus Razy's 8. But still Razy was doing more damage than Sib by going rail only. But it looks like he's done with that. The
Nice.
gloves have come off. Now it's just a bare knuckle brawl. As Razy wants to bring this home 3-0. And this is how he's gonna do it.
Well, we are tied up. Still 2-2. I'm yet to see exactly what the BJ is bringing, though. No truly valuable dual wields just yet.
Nice rail from Razy. Not that we're used to anything less. This map in particular, still hitting 56% rail.
Think about those rails. You could see how prepared he is for his opponent's positioning every single time. Pure prediction.
And this is what you were talking about, Dan. Just that standard quality of life improvement that you get when you're playing the Doomslayer, right? Sip, he's got to think every single move through. He's got to be so careful with everything he does. And it's not to say that Razy isn't, of course, thinking about every play he makes, but he's just got so many more opportunities, right? If you're Sip and you want to get from one side of the map to the other, you're going to have to start charting out, you know, a way over there. You're going to have to start pathing how you're going to get to the other side. Whereas when you're Razy, it's just, there we go. I just double jump across. That easy.
Nice. And this is why it looks so difficult for Sip, because he just doesn't have that ability to play the mid-level the same way Razy. Oh, lovely by Razy. Once again, prediction. The combo is there and just makes the game look so simple.
What do you think then? We're gonna see a gauntlet? Is Razy gonna make that happen? It's gotta be careful though.
Yeah, still.
LG kind of just clipping into the floor right there. Not doing much damage at all. But then again, 1 minute 45 seconds for 3 frags against a Doomslayer that can outmaneuver you any corner. Just don't see it happening anymore.
No, almost feels like Razy's just playing it out now. Sip coming for a real last-ditch effort. He does get the frag and takes a lot of damage, but the Mega is up momentarily, so can recoup a little bit of health here. The light should be up as well. Didn't see that get picked up before. Razy has his trusty rail off of the spawn. And with a minute to go, Sip once again is going to have to make these desperation pushes, but as you pointed out, Flea, how do I get across right now?
Yeah.
How do I get across? There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
But by doing so, wow, okay.
Nice. Okay, Razy just didn't land single shred of damage with the first rocket. Had to move, and then Sip finishes him off. Good play from Razy, making such efficient use of that double jump, right? Double jump is such a good counter against rockets. It makes you weak, vulnerable to LG. But against rockets, it's an extremely powerful passive.
Yeah, because you don't have to use it, right? So it's almost impossible to actually hit an opponent who uses it well. It's so unnatural to try and aim for a double jump.
20 seconds to go. Some might say there is still time, but then I don't think that we're one of those people. This is over and done. Razy's got the Mega to fall back on, so even when he takes that rail, Razy, gotta be careful though, at least a little bit. And indeed, he decides not to peek and expose himself to any danger. GGs are called, and Razy will secure. 2-0
GGs. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0. 2-0.
a confident 3-0 win over Sib.
Yeah, and there were moments, obviously, particularly at the start of the games, where Sib came out swinging, got a nice early lead, but once Razy got ahead of steam, it felt like he was doing what was necessary to get the 3 maps and move on. It didn't feel that he was really trying anything particularly new. He just was, being professional about it, picking up the frags he needed, and then getting on with his day. Whereas for Sib, it didn't ever feel like he had much of an answer. And as soon as Razy felt that he needed to extend his lead, he just felt like he turned up and did it, which is a scary place to be in, when we're talking about players in the QPL and someone in the caliber of Razy could just go, all right, I need a few more frags, let's get those, and then I can sit back and relax a bit more. And that's the fortune someone like Razy has when he's as good as he is.
Absolutely, and those 3 wins, those 3 map wins are definitely going to be helping Razy out, right? Because we talked about it a bit at the beginning of the broadcast, but at the top of the leaderboards, there's plenty of room for people to move around and to either secure a better seeding going into the finals or lose the seed that they currently have, right? I think you mentioned, Dan, that there was a possibility that Razy would drop down as low as 6th. I think is what you mentioned, something along those lines, so...
Just getting my notes up. Because Razy has to play Maxter on the last weekend. So if he loses that and Maxter then wins his other game, Razy could drop to 6th as well.
Okay. I don't know if that already accounted for today's score, because this is, of course, going to propel Razy a bit further. Okay, you were so confident in the 3-0 that it was already part of your calculations.
It was part of my formula, yeah.
Damn. Okay, well, I think with that out of the way, got a quick little summary of how this went, and yeah, Razy 3-0. For map 1 and map 2, then it definitely was closer than the scoreline would make appear, at least for the first half of the game, right? Sib was in the lead on both of the maps, kept it very close, was in control, but ultimately it ended up falling apart. Razy kicked it into higher gear and ended up securing himself the win. And then on the final map, I think we can both agree that Razy kind of, let his foot off the gas a little bit and, gave Sib some more breathing room.
Yeah, and I still didn't see why we got the Blazkowicz, but we'll have to maybe ask him another time, as we don't have time for that right now. So we will be throwing into another quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our featured matches, and Papa Wheat will come to babysit us. So see you in a few minutes. Well, now we move into the big hitters of the day, Flea, with our final two series of the day. But apparently we can't be trusted to do that alone. So let's bring in the man himself, DJ Wheat.
You can't be trusted. I mean, there's two guys. I'm with two guys whose textures didn't load in this morning. They're just like, no one got that. All right.
I'm just gonna get some fake tan on before QuakeCon. I just can't take this
It
anymore.
wasn't even the paleness. It's just the white shirt, ZSX. It's just I expected a Hawaiian pattern or a pixeled pattern or like a Quake texture or something. So
yeah,
we'll work on it.
I can satisfy your needs. Don't worry.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it. Gentlemen, we are nearing the end. It's just very exciting because even, the results of these matches are still important, but we're just 2 weeks, 2 more weeks of competition and then a little bit of time before QuakeCon, and I'm excited.
I think as are we, right? This has been a very exciting day so far. The
Quake,
scorelines have been
chicken salad, Flea. I mean,
oh my goodness, 40 is gonna be cheeseburger Santa again. He's already promised, so things are gonna get lit at QuakeCon. But before we get there, first Wheat, and then we've got a few more matches ahead of us. First and foremost, Nosfa versus Chain.
Yeah, we've got Chain. Never going to lose again against Nosfa, the Brazilian prisoner. It's going to be a good one. I think Nosfa's had a great season so far, and he's been living up to some of the hype we gave him a couple of years ago, really, and he hasn't really developed too much since then. But this season, he has come back out and been playing some of his best Quake we've ever seen him. So he got the opportunity, I think, to even push into that top 8, which would be a big achievement for him, given the caliber of that top 6 now. It doesn't leave a lot of room for people to make it into that space, but he is somebody that is now pushing up into that zone. And as you can see from here, he's taken maps and series off of those particular players. And so he's got all of the ingredients to make a good run into QuakeCon.
Absolutely. Now, Nosfa started the day in the 8th spot, so he was in top 8. I haven't looked at the updated scores, given what we've seen in the previous matches, but he is there on the very, very edge of qualifying immediately for the playoffs for day 2. So Nosfa's got a lot on the line here.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, and on paper, I think this match definitely looks like it tends to teeter a little bit more towards Nosfa. I mean, you opened up ZSX with a statement that I think is incredibly true, which is there was a moment where we all thought like Chain is at his breakout moment. But it was kind of like, he's running on the football field. It's supposed to be that really thin paper that you run through, but actually it's like a brick wall. And it hasn't made much progress making it through that breakthrough. So the good news is that, you work so hard on these regular weeks and try to make it to that finals. And the finals is where it all matters, right? Your performance, your play there. So while this is super important, I think for me, it's like, what is the indicator to what Chain is bringing into QuakeCon?
Now, both of these players are coming off of a win. Nosfa beat Strong Sage last week, and Chain took down Juan. So both might have a bit of momentum, some forward momentum going into the series, riding that previous high. Now, I think that in just a moment, we'll be able to have the picks and bans ahead of us as well, so we can take a look at that in just a second. But yeah, this is going to be, I think, one of the closer games that we'll see today.
Oh, damn, I'm muted. I was going to say how much of it comes down to how well...
Not the first time that has happened today, Wheat. Just letting you know.
I just got timed out in the Quake chat. I'm muted.
You know, the worst part about it is it's not even that embarrassing for you. It's really, think about how embarrassing it is for Flea and I, who have to sit there and we're listening to you, and then everyone's like, why are these idiots sitting around in this awkward silence? This is, wow, okay, well, you get one. or
I'm just not going to speak now. Someone else can go.
Okay, okay, Dan's gonna be quiet. Wheat and I, we're gonna walk you guys through these picks and bans. Starting it off, Blood Covenant, 2 of the fastest champions in the game. Slash for Nosfa, Athena for Chain. Map 2, Veil of Nav. We're getting the Eisen versus the BJ, and then last but definitely not least, on Awoken is going to be Doom versus Strog. Wheat, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I look at Blood Covenant. I think I saw early impressive play from Chain out of with Athena, so I'm just kind of interested to see how that's going to work out. The Veil is kind of interesting because we've seen a lot of back and forth between these two champs, and it really comes down to like that BJ with the hot aim, right? When it's just like the LG's on and everything else is on. Really like to see what can happen there. But Awoken is probably the one that I think is going to be the most exciting just from the picks overall. This seems to be kind of classic matchup that we have, but I still, even after seeing these picks and bans, I still think that, Nosfa has this game. Is it going to be a 3-0 though? I don't know. I kind of want it to be a 2-1 just so that we go into that decider. Because again, like what I'm looking at is how is everyone prepped going into QuakeCon?
Right.
Yeah. I like Chain's picks. I mean, I like both picks, but I like the picks for Chain because he relies so much on playing around his rail and playing positionally. He needs a champion that enables that. And he's got the Athena, he's got the Strog, and on Veil, he's got a BJ, but it doesn't really matter because you can open up angles on Veil. You don't need that speed. And so he's got some element of comfort to fall back on. But as I was going to say when I muted myself, a lot of it relies on if he does connect. As so often we've seen this season in particular where he just doesn't hit anything. He's ending up with 25, 30% rail, and he's a player that just really relies on it because he doesn't dominate the map. He doesn't truly contest items. He loves just to play hyper positional and just whittle down his opponent. So if he doesn't really begin to build that momentum, that's when he struggles a lot.
Yeah. Now, before we get into it, first perhaps a bit of a word on their match history, because these guys have played each other quite often throughout the Quake Pro League, no less than 10 times. Nosfa has won 6 out of those, Chain has won 4, but the 3 most recent have all gone in favor of Nosfa. So yeah, that's just an interesting tidbit to throw out there. I'm not sure if we're going to have predictions, but if we do, that might help chat out a bit.
Interesting. Do you know, Flea, how many of those were like on land versus were any of them?
Not just like that, no. I think most of them were just as part of, because they're both in the Americas.
Yeah, it's like an exam right now.
Jesus Christ. ZSX, you can cast with weed if this is what it's going to be like.
He's just coming throwing shade
I'm
today.
just trying to see how prepared you're going to be for QuakeCon, Flea, no, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I was just wondering. I think that actually is both indicative of Nosfa's kind of run and his ability to be a little bit more consistent, and Chain not quite breaking through that threshold. So it might be for you guys in a row.
It could very well be. Now I think that we're about to load into the map. So Dan, any final words before we kick you off stream for this series?
No, I'm only joking. I mute myself. I got you guys. No, I think I agree with Wheat there. I think it's going to be a Nosfa victory. I feel like somebody's just flown under the radar a little bit, partly because of the rise of Maxter over the last couple of stages, and just because the top 6 have been so solid. He's always been there or thereabouts, but hasn't cut it into it. But he's still just, he keeps progressing in his own way, and it's really good.
Great.
All right.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan. All right, so I think that it's just going to be Wheat and I moving on. Wheat, this is, I think, a bit of an interesting matchup also, because on the one hand, I think Nosfa has the most to fight for, right? Chain, it's mathematically impossible for him to get top 8, right? So that's just how it's going to be. He's going to have to play the group stage. Nosfa, on the other hand, still has a very good shot at keeping that spot. But then on the other hand, Nosfa may have the motivation, but if we look at the recent weeks, I feel like Chain has really been starting to step things up and is kind of the one who's been performing slightly better over the past couple of weeks of the Quake Pro League. So that's going to be a clash of motivation as well as recent performance as we are loading up map 1 here.
Yeah, and we have seen a lot of 3-0s this week. Last week I think we had a really exciting week, but there's right? These motivations are changing how people are playing, mindsets going into it. So it does, though, show, Flea, just how even in the 11th hour, these last few weeks can be incredibly important for some players. Whereas at the beginning, it's kind of everyone clawing their way to the top. I really like looking at motivations from that perspective. I think it is important. It doesn't always win games. Let's be honest, everyone. You know, it is as great as we talk about it. Not everything can be a Disney movie, you know. There is some clear motivation by both players, and I do think that Nosfa might be sweating just a little bit more because of that top bait spot you mentioned.
And with that being said, we're jumping into it. First map of this series, starting off on the point of view of Chain. He's gonna get the mega side of the map, use his hook to get away clean with the LG. And now the railgun will be the next item, or the weapon rather, that he wants to make a move for. And seems like Nosfa is not gonna try and deny it. That's the first time today, because up until now, we've seen a lot of denial happening around that railgun. Big tribal there as well from Chain.
No. I'm actually surprised that he went after that. But yeah, you mentioned the denial, Lee, and we saw a couple games last week where this was absolutely in play, right? Minutes going by, trying to protect that area. And, for Chain, what we've seen him so far is, right, trying to get armed up and just playing a real good positional game. I kind of like this meta that we've been seeing lately of these lights just doing more long-distance battles, and occasionally you do get those moments of really close-up chaos and things go a little wild. But this is indicative of kind of how players are playing this game, and it's this particular map, and it's really, I quite like it.
As do I. Now, so far, Nosfa has yet to do a single point of damage. Hasn't landed a single shot as of yet. Whereas Chain sitting at 340. There we go. Excellent read by Chain. He was really just waiting, banking on Nosfa sticking around, and then used that hook right in front of him just to get that horizontal momentum, close the gap, and get up in his face with the LG.
And that's got to be a little frustrating, like not having heard that hit beep. Fine. Ooh! And if there's motivation for you, Flea, right? Like not happy with it, the double rail to tie the score. I like it because that was a solid start by Chain.
If Athena still had 3 hooks, that would have been fine. You could see it, right? Chain jumping, looking down, hoping to hook himself to safety. Nope. Recent balance changes have kind of nerfed Athena. Now she's down to just 2 hooks. And that cost Chain that one frag. Now we're all tied up once again, 1-1.
So, Nosfa at the top of the columns. And I was just thinking about what you said. Hold on, we got Chain coming in as he does hook down. And wow, Nosfa decided to go back up the jump pad. Was pretty risky in that situation. He must have been pretty confident in terms of what Chain had, and there's a chance here for a conversion here. Ooh, nice rocket right on top of that armor, but Nosfa now with the lead by 1. Chain holding off pretty well here with these defensive rockets, but that whole exchange at columns, it was risky.
Nosfa is playing a very aggressive game, just sliding across with the shoddy out. Man's looking for trouble, and Chain is letting him find it too. Sending him right back down with a big rocket to the face. Now Heavy did spawn. Nosfa secures it, but he's in a bad spot. Needs to land these rails, and he does. Just in the nick of time. If he had missed just a single shot, that would have been the end.
Oh no, thinking he might be able to clean Nosfa up and stop that little tear. Flea, he does not work out nice for him. Nosfa was very, very low, but after getting that mega, he's just basically back in the game. It was really unfortunate in the position that Chain was in that he did not have a rail at that point. I think Nosfa knew that he was going to take a lot of damage, but he had the advantage when Chain didn't have a rail to shoot from up top. And Nosfa's run now here, he's going to rocket jump up to the middle. Nice job at least catching him there at the Heavy. and with the machine gun, just mows him down. And this is starting to look, Lee, like it's kind of, Nasfa's kind of starting to run away with it and really control the space here.
Absolutely, Nasfa. Still doing less damage than Chain, but evidently more efficient damage. More so when it really matters the most. Nice rails being exchanged. And heavy spawns in favor of Nasfa again. Still's got 5 seconds to get over to Mega. Is he going to push this one? He does, he does. And this is kind of the thing when there's two lights going up against each other, Wheat. Like, even if you are in full control, that can change so quickly. One rocket that does, say, 50 damage and a rail, and, you know, stacks are equal again, right? You can have had Mega heavy, uncontested for 2 whole rotations, and one fight where your opponent does slightly more damage, lands 1 extra rail, and most of that just gone in an instant. So Chain now looking to do some sneaky unreturned damage, maybe catch Nasfa in the choke point, but the speed just proving to be too much so far.
Yeah, it doesn't really work out for him, does it? Right strategy to try to bring something back and give himself some advantage, but to your point, it just didn't really work out for him at all. And I think Nosfa now probably feeling pretty confident as we pass the 5-minute mark of this game, halfway through. And as you mentioned, Flea, things can switch up real fast on this one. You know, especially if those shots are hitting. Now, Nosfa's going to land a rail. He's now got Chain in the back. Knows Chain's going to grab Mega, and Chain just decides to disengage the safest way possible. Narrowly almost getting that rail, but wow, a very aggressive jump to the top. Does hit a nice rail. Can he get the follow-up, though? He's trying to catch him, almost lands that rail, and does land that one, but he can't finish him off. There it is. Finally, a lot of effort put in, but there is some reward at the end of that one, Flea, and now it's just a 3-point game. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is definitely the right way to put that one. Nasfa out of nowhere takes away the Mega health. And one thing that I do want to point out is that I really like how Nasfa has been using the heavy machine gun in a lot of these fights. Like, yes, it was Chain who got the frag last time, but I feel like there's been quite a few engagements where Chain is just fruitlessly looking to land the rail, and Nasfa is like, you know what, I'm just going to go for the consistent one, the heavy machine gun. And ultimately ends up with the better result. And now LG on LG, this is brutal. Both players are going to see this one through, and Chain backs up onto the Mega.
Lee, that positioning by Chain was actually so good. He caught him with a ton of LG damage there, but again, it's like the overall consistent issue that Chain is working with. He hasn't been able to clean these frags up.
And now time is kind of starting to run out. 2.5 minutes for 3 frags. More than doable. Especially when you're Athena on a map like this, but Slash, arguably the single fastest champion in the entire game. And we see just how capable Nasfa is on this champion, right? I mean, you've got the Athena, which allows you to hook across, but if you're as good as Nasfa is, you can just do a little bit of, you know, a circle jump, slide, and bam, you can jump across just the same. So no gap too broad for Nasfa either, just easily maneuvering himself here as well.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, Nosfa's kind of changing it up a little bit. He's running a rotation, forcing Chain to kind of do the same. Now, Chain's going to answer back with 2 really nice rails, follows up with that LG. Trail does come out. It does kind of zone Chain just a little bit, but doing the dance around this column, and there's really not much he can do. And how frustrating is this as he just continues to run away, goes for a slick little hook to the wall to try to get the vision to take his opponent out, but it doesn't work out. There's a nice direct rocket, but he can't get the job done. And
I had the same reaction as Chain did.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
Yeah, and you could see Chain on the cam throwing his hands up in the air, exclaiming about that one. God, Nasfa really was at like 10 points of health, and Chain missed the final rail, unable to catch up with him, and then Nasfa stabilizes. Chain pushes in through the choke point, and that spells disaster. Now Nasfa Going to already secure map 1, it seems like, and that is going to be vital for him. You could see his reaction there too, a lot of relief coming out of Nasva.
Yeah.
These are critical points if he wants to end in top 8.
I completely agree, and it's, you know, it's rough to watch because for sure, like, Chain looked really strong there in that opening 90 seconds, and Nosa is gonna snag a self-kill there to make it about 8-2. We could have one more, but I really kind of liked Chain's approach at the beginning, right? And unfortunately, after that first frag, Nosa just kind of ran away with it, and it's kind of like I don't know, the car just accelerated. He didn't have a seatbelt on, so he just took a moment to put it on, and then he was fine the rest of the way. But Chain, just the biggest problem of that game is there were opportunities. This could have been a 6-6 game, I think, pretty easily if some of those frags could have gotten cleaned up. And we had a couple situations, 8 points of health, 17. I think the one near the Mega was a little unfortunate because he almost had him, and then Mega is up. But those, unfortunately, those happen. But there was a few that just, you know, didn't work out. The other thing, too, is that Chain had a couple of really good positional hooks is what I would call them, right? Like surprised Nosfa a little bit, got some good LG off, but again, it came back to just not being able to score that point.
Yeah, I fully agree. Chain obviously didn't play a bad game either, but unable to really dot the I's, so to say, and
then everything's an L.
Finish it off.
And, you know, what do you...
Yeah. And you could see the frustration mount as well. Every time I glanced over at his camera and a few of those frags that didn't pan out the way he was hoping for it, you can see just the mounting frustration when it's like, damn, I land these two really big, difficult opening rails, right? And then he still gets away with a sliver of health and is able to restack. So Chain now has got to turn his eyes towards map 2. Which is going to be Veil of Naf, where we're seeing the Ison versus the BJ.
Yeah, and it, you know, I think that we talked just briefly about BJ versus Ison, but Ison I think can zone pretty well with the turret on this map. It's you know, we've seen players approach it a lot of different ways, from the high to the mid, over near the heavy, outside of Mega, outside of Teleporter, just above Mega, all these different sort of ways that you can approach this. So I think based off that game, and I'm guessing this now is going to be server kind of a little bit more in favor of Chain. Like I'm curious to see if Chain can maybe find some early lead and go with it. Otherwise, I think if Nosfa's kind of goes for a zoning game and maybe even doesn't really focus on mobility and rotations that much, just trying to get Chain where he can in the middle. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I can see this game pretty much playing out pretty much in Nosfa's favor. So I'm thinking a lot about what does Chain need to do to really take this one, especially with DJ.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be a difficult one. We've seen how powerful Ison can be multiple times already today. It's such a strong pick on this map, especially, right, because there's so many teleporters, so many Bausmas that are critical to get around the map. And if you can set up a turret in just the right spot, it can be so difficult for your opponent to just get positioning or make a move on an item. So Ison's extremely strong, but of course the dual wield, if you time it right, that's the difficult part. You don't want to use it in the middle of the fight, because then it's already a bit too late. You want to be able to use it just before and then have your opponent dead to rights with nowhere to run. So let's see how Chain is going to approach this.
There were a couple of times that Chain had some nice little traps, some good surprises for Nosfa in that first game. If he can do something similar, of course he doesn't have the hook to set those up for him, but I think that's exactly how he's going to be thinking, surprising an opponent, as we're going to have a battle here right at the beginning over by the Mega, and Chain actually kind of forcing out of there, and there it is. Oh, I like it a lot. That was actually perfect timing on that. It didn't, at first it looked like it was not going to work out too well, but really solid lock on there from Chain, and that was incredible. Rocket jump to the dual wield. He knew his opponent was going to be at the heavy, and he got the frag. That one was a nice opener for Chain.
Oh, there we go, another one. I'm kind of surprised that Nosfa dropped down, you know, in that first fight towards the teleporter.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I was
Chain
too.
still has the dual wield. Nosfa has a champion that has nothing.
Nothing.
In terms of maneuverability or damage dealing ability, and still he just goes for the drop down. So perhaps a bit too aggressive from Nosfa, and Chain responding very nicely as well. And now there's a nice solid gap between the items. 10 seconds between Mega and Heavy. Heavy will be up first. And both players are looking for the better position. It should be Chain. Oh, Chain.
Oh.
I love this again, Wheat. Leaves up the item completely and just goes for the damage.
Yeah, and suddenly he's going to make Nosfa think 5 times before going after those items if that keeps going. So, like, the only tool that Nosfa have is knowing that, ooh, Chain, no! No, he had it. It was right there. It was just grab it. Oh, that was his frag. And that's nice job by Nosfa, like staying cool and their Chain brought it back. So let's see if he can keep this one on. But this has been a pretty entertaining match so far. I like what's happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fire on both sides. I think that Chain wants to rectify something after how the previous map went. But here we go, forced against the corner, up against the wall, but survives with around 20 points of health and walks away with the Heavy. Couldn't have taken that fight or secured the kill at a better time. Ooh, rockets flying around his face. Chain's got to be careful peeking these corners. And is just going to refocus on the item. Mega first, Heavy up next. He's got a decent lead. He's got to stay in control now.
Not quite 100% success with that dual wield, but pretty damn close. Every single time that Chain has brought it out, minus, I think, just that one where his opponent, Nosfa, just ran away. It's resulted in a frag. Let's actually lower that just a little bit. I don't think that one's going to do much, but it does force Nosfa back. Chain, though, very, very low, has to kind of retreat away. And I think Chain's strategy only works when he's got solid control of the map, and this is where Nosfa's starting to, I think, figure out that if I can control these areas, a nice steal away of that Heavy, that I can start to bring this back. So you can sort of see Chain with that control. I think dual wield becoming more dangerous without, he needs to pick and choose his battles here to try to increase that lead. But be interesting to see what Nosfa does to try to bring this one back.
Mega's about to spawn. Taking a quick look at the damage dealt here. Nosfa, 400 points of damage over Chain. But it is Chain who, even though he's getting out-damaged, has had much more significant control of the items. 12 majors for Chain, just 4 from Nosfa, and that's including the Mega that he was just able to secure.
Wow.
I think both players are just kind of reluctant to take too big of a risk right now.
Right.
You know, the stacks are pretty much equal. They're aware of this as well. No one's in full control. This is really just a bit of a back and forth, trying to get into position. Chain, I don't know if he wanted to get the rocket jump onto Heavy right away, or if he was just a second too early. But that could have been gorgeous.
I think that the idea was there. The timing was just a bit offset.
I think so too.
And that unfortunately resulted in a frag. Suddenly he's only got a 1-point lead now. Nosfa landing these rails, very significant, huge rail rocket shoddy combo to tie the game and get the Heavy. And Chain is desperately in need of some type of control. The dual wield does come out to get a frag back, and that's exactly the kind of opportunity that he needs. Turret goes out. That means both of our abilities are down for the time being, and give these 2 players a moment to catch their breaths.
That was just greedy from Nosfa, though. Like, his railgun hadn't even finished recharging, and that was the only weapon he really had before he just pushed through the teleporter right next to Chain. Little too enthusiastic right there. And he pays the price. Chain once again in the lead. I like what he's doing here too. Delaying the Heavy. making it so that it'll be easier for him to chain both of them together on the next rotation, and at the same time looking around for information, maybe looking for a sneaky rail, a bit of damage on his opponent.
Now, despite Chain continuing to have full item control for the most part, up to like 16 versus 6, you know, and in the lead, Nosfa is really kind of equalizing things with these nice rails that he's hitting. A turret's down, going into the heavy, it's up. The rail just barely missing, but here's an opportunity here for Chain. He knows exactly where his opponent is. Going to go ahead and go for it. LG out, a little bit of damage. Can he clean it up? He does, but not without taking a ton of damage on his own. And he's got to be careful here because in comes Nosfa to immediately grab that frag back. And so this back and forth, there's still a fair bit of time left, just about 3 minutes and 10 seconds. But this remains a close game, maybe all the way to the end.
Could very well be. Still going back and forth. Now Chain, 2 frags in the lead, gets the heavy. This could absolutely end up being a nail-biter. Good decision from Nosfa not to stick around. Realized that he was outgunned, he was outstacked. Just evacuated the area. Got himself a rail. Oh, but that's a bad rocket to take. Back to the drawing board, Nosfa.
Yeah.
He had the kind of stack that, you know, you'd feel somewhat confident to at least position yourself more towards the center, but Chain got rid of most of that very quickly. However, unfortunately for the Canadian, those rockets from below actually helped out tremendously.
Wow.
But Nosfa, yeah. Nosfa caught slipping, looking the wrong direction, and Chain
wasn't the first time either. You know,
No.
we saw Chain kind of surprise in a couple similar situations where the exact same thing kind of happened. And Chain suddenly took this from a nail biter to looking real good as a contender to just win this one. And this time, Nosfa just off a little bit on the timing, but Chain gets hit. His momentum is lost as he jumps for the heavy, but he still manages to get the frag. 9-5. That's probably going to seal this for Chain here. And I have to say, a very impressive style here. Not typically how we see games won on Veil, but it worked for Chain, and he looked pretty good doing it.
At this point, I think it's over and done.
Yeah.
Chain should be able to tie this one up. He'd need to meet absolute disaster for Nosfa to still have a shot at even tying this one up. So I think that if Chain just runs away, plays a defensive game, and burns time after respawns, there's nothing that Nosfa can do. Especially, Chain is going to retaliate with rockets like that.
All day, right?
All day, every day.
Oh my gosh. And look.
Woo!
Yeah, all right. This looks like a really solid Chain right now. I mean, go back, and as we start to kind of break down this match, I think, you know, dual wield was pretty impressive. There's a lot of discipline around that dual wield, and I think what you're trying to do is when you activate the ability to really maximize its effectiveness, and that just goes so hard in terms of like making that call of where you're going to be and where your opponent is and the position you have to use it. And I know it sounds like very simple in execution, but I think what we saw in this game was really awesome execution of how BJ's ability can be used to gain that frag advantage, and then using that to get control. That's a really impressive end to this game.
It absolutely is. It's going to be a boost for Chain moving into map 2. There was a lot of frustration towards the end of map 1, and we also saw some frustration here during map 2 when his plays didn't work out, but ultimately Chain able to stay in control and just, you know, expand the lead that he had built over Nosfa. Started with 1 frag, 2 frags, and then it's kind of stuck around, a lot of back and forth, right? Undecided for a while, but ultimately Chain was able to bring it home. And that means, that for the first time today, we're actually going to see the tiebreaker map serve as a tiebreaker and to decide the outcome of the series.
I mean, I think across all 3 of us at the beginning, we said would love to see the 2-1, not just because of the other results of the day, but because that's kind of how we thought these 2 players should ultimately based off of their skills going head to head, that just felt right. So it's good to know that the Quake universe and all the planets have aligned, and here we do get that third and final match. So looking at it, Awoken, Nosfa on the Doom, and Chain on the Strogg. Really interesting because, of course, you've got Peeker, but then you've got the mobility of Doom, some mobility in Strogg. Like, this is a pretty wild matchup, right? I mean, both players have been playing really good aim-wise. I don't know how this one is going to ultimately turn out. It's hard to call, but I'm glad we're here.
Absolutely, yeah. This is both of these champion picks are extremely solid for Awoken, right?
Yeah.
Now, before we jumped into this map, it was Nosfa who banned the Nyx. No surprises there, right? Given the Nyx supremacy that we've kind of seen arise in the current meta on Awoken, that's it's a pretty standard ban. If you're not sure that you can get Nyx on this map, might as well go ahead and ban her, right? But indeed, Doomslayer versus Strogg, extremely versatile champions. Both have got a useful ability. Both have got a lot of mobility, right? I feel Strogg is just faster overall, but Doom has got that verticality, the double jump, so useful around the center area of the map. And then there's also, of course, the Peeker to take into account, as well as the Berserk ability, which is very rarely used to actually deal damage to your opponent, but it's just another movement tool, right? Just to get that speed boost and be able to just punch and fly yourself across the map. We've seen it used once today. Kilson used it once just to run away on Blood Covenant against Kron, and, well, it helped him survive. So
it is utility, yeah. I think that just also based off the picks, that Nosa's going to feel most comfortable just controlling that middle area, right? Using the double jump to get there quickly, but then also just to be able to try to keep your opponent in sort of the outer ring rotation, always knowing where they are and then choosing when you get a chance to attack. I don't know that Chain is going to be down with that, right? Like, he's been a little sneaky. I'd say he'd been more sneaky than Nosfa in this series. So this map also gives people a good opportunity to do just that when someone is controlling the middle. How's this one going to break down, though? This time we're going to be looking through the eyeballs of Chain, who just won game number 2 and takes us to a third and final decider. Going to immediately pop Peeker, knowing his opponent is over there, grabbing the rail. And I like that, right? Chain got the heavy. He now can rotate over and kind of protect over here by the Mega. But again, I'm curious to see who's going to try to be holding down this center.
For the time being, it is Chain. He also gets himself the rockets. Gives himself a significant weapon advantage right now, because Nosfa doesn't have LG or rockets. All he's got to work with is the rail, and damn, does he make it work once, twice. Looking for a third one, but wisely decides to delay that fight until he at the very least gets a hold of the lightning. Oh my goodness, how did he even land that shot? I was still on Nosfa's point of view. That must have been a pixel of Chain's foot that he saw through the corner of the teleporter, and he connected it. I barely even saw it myself.
Yeah, that was one of those miracle shots, I think, a little bit. Chain, now 0-0, both players very similar damage right now, but just sort of fighting for position more than anything. And I'm kind of waiting for this first real engagement that could potentially land this first frag. This is going to be interesting with these two items pretty close to one another. A little bit of delay on the Mega, and wow, Chain realizing, like, hold on a second, gonna get both of these. He even delays that heavy a little bit, whether intentional or not, doesn't matter. That's gonna work out for him. And now he's fully stacked, ready to try to do some damage. Not much happening there with the Peeker. And I don't think he needs to rush this, the position he's in. He's in a good position, but I guess that mobility kind of helping out Nosfa in this. And look at that, like, standing still, not a bad decision at that point in time.
Heavy is up. Chain doesn't want anything to do with it just yet. He wants damage, he wants frags. Now he's got to be careful, though. He might lose out on it, and indeed he does. Nosfa picks it up. And now the Brazilian, actually with a bit of a stack advantage, but he's caught in a bad corner, bad part of the map. Not where you want to find yourself without any tools to really get out of there. Yeah, he could have rocket jumped up to the window, but gonna suffer quite a bit of self-damage, plus expose yourself to a deadly rail that would have been.
Oh,
Nice.
no, so on the hunt this time, coming from around the corner and nailing that rail, definitely put a smile on his face, and suddenly Chain finds himself with nothing, scraps. And Nosfa has flipped the script a bit, Flea, because he's now sitting with solid control and a phenomenal stack. And now this is the scenario that I was talking about, where I think we'll see Nosfa kind of in the middle here, Chain forced to the outside. Now Nosfa coming out, try to find his opponent. And what is Chain going to do? I'm still kind of shocked that this is a 0-0 game so far.
You could tell that Chain really wanted that light armor down below, but he didn't go for it. He realized that it was too risky to show his face with that hole in the wall. One rail would put him on a really bad spot, so he just maneuvered himself around there and secured the other one instead. Oh, Nosfa! So quick with that double jump. Just falling right on top of Chain. And indeed, this is a remarkably low-scoring game so far. Just one frag in 4 minutes. Unlike anything we've seen today.
And, you know, for Chain's sake, he needs to keep it that way. You know, as slow as this game has been, definitely got to be careful. So it's going to kind of be like starting from scratch once again, as Nosfa still with this big stack. And, you know, it just appears like Chain's not quite sure how he should approach this. And this time, Chain is caught by surprise. Ooh, almost gets hit with that rocket rail combo. The LG comes out. And that is going to be frag number 2, giving Nosfa another pretty big opening. Now, can he make it over to Mega? Answer is yes. And he will still hold on to control. Now, though, he can kind of try to hold Chain off from this rail, which I think he desperately needs to try to get back into this one. Ooh, rail from down below. Or up above, rather. But Chain low, he's got to run away.
Yeah, Chain. Okay, Nosfa waiting for him. That's a good read by the Brazilian. Chain was probably expecting him to make a move onto the Mega first, and so he looped back around, but nope, Nosfa just followed him right on through. Gotta say, I don't think that the Peeker has really offered Chain all that much utility so far.
No.
The Doomslayer, right? The abilities that Doomslayer has have definitely helped Nosfa out more than the Peeker has been of use to Chain.
I agree, and I think a part of that problem is not being able to use it from a position of control. You know, that examples when the first time Chain had pretty much map and item control, he was chasing Nosfa. There's no real solid way. Oh, from behind. Chain actually sneaking up, but there was no real solid way to utilize Peeker in a way that was going to be beneficial in chasing down Nosfa there. So
yeah,
it's been, you know, moments of opportunity. The best Peeker we saw was that one in the opening few seconds where he, you know, heard Nosfa up at the rail and got some damage there. But now, ooh, big push here by Chain. Thought it was going to open up a door of opportunity there, but it didn't pan out.
Nosfa now definitely on the back foot, though. A single rail will do him in. But Chain unable to locate him in time. And now with 3 minutes left to go, the Canadians absolutely gotta step it up. Oh, and that is disastrous. 190 damage to the face before he even gets to Nosfa. There we go, Peeker actually making some good use of it, but no! Nosfa popping off in the cam.
Dude.
Don't know if you saw, but man was happy with that one.
That was a game over rail if I've ever seen one. Holy moly. And he was low, right? Like that could have gone real bad, but that is putting your foot down and saying, I can make this rail shot, and he's going to go up that jump pad and the prophecy was fulfilled. It was 7-0 now. What started off almost 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes without a frag, and now Nosfa has completely taken control here, and there's not much that Chain is going to be able to do.
Fully agreed. This is going to be a win for Nosfa. Adding insult to injury with those kinds of rockets, though. Up from above. Nosfa doing a bit of a victory lap at this point. Looking at the scoreline, though, it was a lot closer than a 9-0 or now a 9-1 would have you appear, right?
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I mean, the beginning of this game was very close. It was definitely 5D chess where like the pieces kept regenerating a little bit, and then once Nosfa kind of had that control, and I think was able to just utilize that mobility as you mentioned. Ooh, nope. No, bye-bye. But it's not even going to matter. With less than a minute and a half to go, Nosa is going to clear out the series. Now, Flea, does this put him guaranteed top 8, or is there still implications depending on next week's matches?
I was actually just looking at the scoreboard myself, because of course things have changed in the first 4 games, and I haven't really kept track of how that has changed the overall rankings. But the way that I'm looking at it, Nosfa, before these points are taken into account, is currently sitting at 10th, but this is going to boost him up to 4,500 points, which should put him in 7th place. Now, Avik has played all of his games, so Avik isn't going to be able to overtake him. And then we've got Strong Sage, Dramis, and Sirius, who each still have to play a game. Sirius has to play 2 even, so I'm not sure if this is going to guarantee him.
Okay, it's to be determined.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask him, now, because he probably knows better than we do. He's been watching this, calculating every outcome.
You're right,
so.
you're right, you're right. And Chain made a little rally here at the end as we were doing some napkin math here, as he did try to bring it back, and it's unfortunately not going to work out for him, but made a solid college effort there. Good college try. 10-6, our final score, and Nosfa will take it 2-1. You're right, we probably should ask him. He probably knows exactly. Like, it's got to not be raining in Chicago when I defeat Rafa on the 3rd.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that he's in, because he still has a game next week. So even if he loses 3-0 next week, he's still guaranteed to get at least some points against Rafa. So I don't know, but we'll ask him. We'll ask him to confirm whether or not this guarantees him top 8.
There's no doubt that ZSX definitely knows the answer to this question.
Of course.
So let's bring him back to answer.
Dan, come on, give it to us. Has he secured top 8?
Nosfa is top 8.
Nice shirt, nice shirt. Well done.
I couldn't disappoint you. I felt so bad.
So he is top 8.
It kind of suits the Brazilian vibes that are going on as well.
There you
It's
go.
all kind of
There you
it's
go.
all tied together. Yeah.
Extras loaded. Let's go. Beautiful. What'd you
Good
think of
job,
that
guys.
matchup?
I thought it was great. It's entertaining. It's lovely to see Nosfa pulling out some excellent moves. I think Chain has an uncanny ability to stay in sets even when he's not particularly playing his best at all times. And the switching strategy on map 2 was really interesting to see. But this is some of the best Quake we've seen from Nosfa maybe ever, and that's something I want to talk to him about as well, is his chances going into QuakeCon now, because we saw today when he finds his form, he's formidable. So that was a good set.
Absolutely, he was looking really good. We saw him struggle a bit, right, on I believe the second map that was Chain's win in the end. But Nosfa looking good, especially if he can put in the time, grind it out a bit over the next couple of weeks leading up to QuakeCon. I think we can expect some pretty great things of him.
Yeah, I mean, I think both players give me the impression like, hey, keep an eye on both of them at QuakeCon, right? Live environment, no excuses as far as that's concerned. I really got to give, I think, Chain a ton of credit for his play with BJ and the dual wield on Veil. It was really nicely executed. I think it was probably one of the most. It's like the video you'd show someone in terms of like, this is how you should try to utilize that dual wield. And what keeps coming back to mind to me is that beautiful read where Nosfa was going for the heavy. He rocket jumped up, popped his dual wield, and that was just like a gimme frag. It was so well executed. And then I think like that thing almost put Nosfa into the corner to say, oh my gosh, like, there's not a whole lot that I could do here, and I clawed it back real nicely. But I just thought Chain played really phenomenally that game, and of course Nosfa taking the series, he deserved it. He played great. I loved a lot of his play in map 1 especially.
Yeah, but we just saw again the other side of the coin map 1 where we talked about with Chain just unable to connect with any of his shots really. And when you're pulling out the percentages it just puts him on a back foot at all times, and it makes it such a challenge to pull off some of the maneuvers he has to do. So all credit to Nosfa. I thought he played great, and I agree completely on map 2. The way in which Chain adapted to use the dual, particularly kind of in close combat situations, was really interesting and just shows how much he values that map. But it's something we see time and time again, is that he's formidable on Veil and he understands the angles and is able to really capitalize upon that. But he does struggle on other maps when his mechanics just aren't up to par at the moment.
Yeah, that's definitely something where he has to smooth out some rough edges going into QuakeCon, right? And knowing Chain, like looking at the way that he's been playing the past couple of weeks and his Twitter activity, there's been times where he's feeling very confident, right? He said, this ends here. That was the last loss of the season. Fortunately for him, it didn't quite pan out that way. But even after suffering more losses, he was always like, okay, I've digested the loss. I've learned the lessons that I needed to learn. Now we can look forward again. So I'm liking, like the optimism that Chain has been bringing, at least outwardly, towards us on Twitter. And I do think that if he takes some time leading up to QuakeCon, he can be back in that old form of his. We see those glimmers of brilliance, like Reed, you mentioned, right? The dual wield use, the rocket jumping, stuff like that. And I really hope we get to see more of that consistently by the time we hit the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be the big difference between someone who's just really good in the QPL and someone who has the ability to take home the belt. Because if you could just grant that 100% consistency to someone like Chain, I think he absolutely has all of these different showcases where like how he's thinking about the game and how he approaches the game make a ton of sense. The cleanup aspect was the part that was kind of hard for pushing the game forward.
Nice. Now, as far as I believe, we do have Nosfa with us, getting ready for a bit of an interview with him. So we've got an opportunity to pick his brain. Nosfa, congratulations. That was one hell of a series.
Thank you, Flea. Hello, guys. Hello, everyone.
Congrats, man.
Thanks.
Wait.
I first off, I think great series. I hate to be the guy that asked you about the game that you lost, but I mean, you played really great in game 1, game 3, and in game 2, it seemed like there was some troubles there. Talk to us about game 2. Like, how do you feel about game 2? We thought Chain's dual wheel was really on point, but would love to hear it from your perspective.
Yeah. I was not expecting him to use his dual wield so well because Veil is such a tight map. You don't have that much of a room to, use the dual wield.
Right.
So I think he got a really good momentum on his first frag. Like I was definitely not expecting him to do that rocket jump from the rail and catch me on heavy there. And then after that, it was really hard to break his momentum, I felt like. And also I was not connecting like my rockets. Felt a little bit off, so I don't know. Overall, he played very well. And I didn't manage to I don't know, find good placements for, Eisen's turret and things like that. So,
right.
Yeah,
right.
I think that was
well,
an
good
issue.
game, man. It was a great series.
Thanks.
So, hello, Nosfa. Well played.
Thanks, man.
I just want to understand how, the more of a general question, really, how you're feeling going into QuakeCon and your expectations. It's been a while since we've seen a really strong placement from you in a finals, and this is some of the best Quake, if not the best Quake we've seen from you, and better consistency. So I just want to hear from your perspective, where do you think you'll be end up making, and what's your objectives really?
I think as a player and as a competitor, my objective, my main goal is obviously, the win. I want to take the belt, and I'm feeling pretty good about it, because I was worrying, especially in this game. Like I needed to win in order to end up top 8. So I think with this victory, that secures me a top 8 spot, which means I won't be playing the group stage, only the final bracket. So that's like already a good start. And that was my main goal for the season, like getting top 8, and then work from there. I'll be flying early to the States, like 10 days earlier, so I'll get a lot of practice there against the NA guys, Rafa, Dramas, Chain, Strong Stage, Cy Gibbs, so it would be sick.
Amazing.
Okay. Well, Nosfa, instead of ending on a question, I'm just going to give you the opportunity to maybe say something to your fans, because we've seen a whole lot of support and cheers for you in the chat. And it's such a pleasure when we get to have you on stream with us for a bit of an interview. So is there anything that you want to say, anyone you want to thank? Because you're looking so good going into QuakeCon.
Thanks, man. The South American community has always been supporting me, man, and I just want to thank them for it. Since my day one in Quake Pro League, they have always been in chat and cheering me up and showing their love and their support. And I really hope I can bring the belt home this time. So that's it.
All right.
I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. Good luck, man. Good looking forward to
Thank
it.
you,
Thanks a lot.
Take care. There you have it.
Yeah, that was it for Nosfa joining us in the studio. Now, we still have one more matchup ahead of us, and that is going to be Wheat and ZSX taking that one away. But first, before we get to that point, we're going to take a short break. Don't head anywhere, we'll be right back.
Well, welcome back. We are now up for the last series of our day, as I just broke my chair, I think, in Wenger versus Sirius. And it's actually a matchup, guys, which has quite a lot of importance. As slim as the chance is, this could seal Wenger's position as rank 1. If he loses 3-0, Rafa could take top spot. If he picks up a single map, Wenger will be our number 1 seed going into QuakeCon.
Okay. I also do believe that Sirius actually still has a chance to make top 8, or he had at least at the beginning of the day. I don't know, maybe that's no longer a possibility based on other results, but when we started the day, it was still theoretically possible that Sirius would get top 8. Not sure if that's still possible, but anyways, let's talk about him. The LG beast of the Quake Pro League, unrivaled in terms of aim tracking when it comes to that weapon in particular, and has also had a pretty solid season. I think a lot of people were expecting him to do worse, but no, look at this. Sirius 7 wins, 6 losses, most recently to Rafa. Man absolutely has been tearing it up. Look at those wins against Toxic, Sip, Chain, Nosfa, Saigib, and Maxter, as well as Chron. Pretty solid performance.
Yeah, I think if you were to use a microscope and even look further into some of those matches, that even in the losses, what you'd find is some really beastly play that I think had people walking away from going like, damn, Sirius is a tough opponent. So, you know, you look at just the columns of wins and losses, but I don't even know that that tells the whole story. Now, with that being said, going up against the person who is trying to solidify their number 1 spot going into QuakeCon, this is going to be a tough game for Sirius, no doubt about it. Wenger has looked, I think, better than he's ever looked before. He has had, I think, a level of confidence and consistency that we have seen week after week. Although he does carry a loss along with his baggage, along with everyone else, that still hasn't stopped him from really making a solid statement throughout the entirety of this season of QPL. 1 loss there to Rafa, obviously someone I think you could clearly say is a rival for winning that belt, but I'm looking forward to this one because Sirius is a great opponent to put up against Wenger to see if he could topple him to say, I am number 1 going into QuakeCon undisputed.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There was some losses in there on Sirius's record which were so close, even the one against Rafa, showing how far he could push. But there's also a reason why there were 0-3s on his record, particularly against the best of the best that Wenger is. It's because there's still some serious deficiencies in his play, and he's still sitting nearly in top 8, right? That's both scary and worrying at the same time. Whereas Wenger, I've never seen him hungrier. I think he had I want to say rocky start to the season. He picked up victories, but he didn't look his best. And he's just grown into the season as every single week's gone on. And obviously, most recently, he's been putting in additional hours, refining his sleep schedule, his training, even messaging me for advice, you know, so you can see how on point he is with his training. So it's why you love it? Anyway, he's looking good, and he's my favorite going into QuakeCon.
Jokes aside, we do have the picks and bans available to us, so let us take a closer look at what we're about to see. First of all, Ruins of Sarnath / versus Anarchy, Battle of the Lights, then Deep Embrace, we've got Strog versus Athena, and then lastly on Molten Falls, it will be BJ versus Galena. Wheat, what are your thoughts on this one?
Why are there so many lulls in the chat for my... come on, guys.
Sorry, I wanted to go back and see who... banned what, just to make sure that the graphic was okay. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play Awoken right now versus Sirius either, so I think that's a solid ban. I'll tell you what, the map I'm most excited for is Deep Embrace, right? Strog versus Athena. I'm totally down with this. I think like Wenger, we saw this game a few weeks ago. I think it was also on Deep Embrace. And we were talking about how like, wow, look at, he's like a ballerina growing through the air. The only thing that can stop him is himself. And then he like biffed a hook and just, you know, he didn't end up losing the game, but really excited to just see it because I think he strives for perfection in that regard. But the first matchup between the Slash and the Anarchy too, right? This is where that aim is really going to go toe to toe with one another. similar, but will kind of the strategy, the tactics, the ability to read your opponent and control the map, will that come into play? And then Molten Falls, I think the Galena's a little bit better than the BJ dual wield here, but after the last game, Sirius can use it the way we all think he can, which is that, 70% LG, that then suddenly becomes something you got to really worry about.
Yeah, I mean, all the best players obviously know how to play around that, and as good as his aim is, it's not that much better than theirs. Everyone at that level is hitting an insane amount, and so they all know how to play around it. Obviously, the challenge with Sirius is how can he couple in that aim with the right decision making, the strategy, and everything else. And that's obviously where it chips away at his chances to win, because those areas of his game are just not as good yet. But he will punish you, and he plays a very simple yet effective positional game, particularly with his rail, and that is what is really scary to play against. Because if he does connect with that 70-80%, there's very little you can do except bide your time and hope to trade, and that's how he could really take away maps at that point.
Now, before I bow out and leave this one to you guys, I just want to note that this is actually the very first time that these two players have gone up against each other within the Quake Pro League. So there's no match history, no previous statistics, no nothing to go by. This is uncharted territory as we are seeing Wenger versus Sirius.
That's
we're christening it,
yeah, that's kind of amazing. With the potential of maybe a QuakeCon meetup too. So that's great. Where do we sit on predictions? So just to clarify, Wenger has to win 3-0 in order to.
No, he has to win one map.
He has to win one map.
He has to not lose 3-0. Yeah.
Oh, not lose 3. Got it. Don't think that's going to happen. I'm going to have to pick Wenger. I'm shooting for the stars here. I'm gonna say Wenger, but I'm going to say 2-1, and I will apologize to him during the interview if I'm wrong.
Can I agree? 2-1 Wenger is what I'm going to bet.
Nah, it's 3-0.
I was going to say 3-0, but then after you mentioned that you were giving him tips, I decided to pull it back just a little bit.
Well, he hasn't picked Scarborough yet, so I don't know how serious he's taking my tips.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
All right.
Are we going to start? Good.
All right. I don't know.
Flea, any final words before we take this one?
I think this is the big highlight game of the day, so I'm sure you guys will enjoy watching these two go head-to-head. Also, I see that ZSX has finally noticed what Wenger has been saying to him in the game chat. He's also had some words after your comments earlier, so yeah, interesting to say the least. And we're going to keep this between us. We're not going to share it with the chat or the people watching at home.
So it wasn't Quake advice. It was gym advice. I got it.
I mean, I got serious asking me for advice now as well. I mean, this is where it's at, guys. Come on.
Amazing. All right. Thanks, Flea. We'll see you in a few. We'll see you in a few. Peace. Well done. I'm glad that you're looking out for the future of Quake. So that's good. It's good. Doing your duty as an old man.
Unlike some of us. Yeah, we go. Yeah, gonna catch you up with you up here as well.
All right, I am looking forward to this matchup. I'm gonna look. I like watching serious games, but I think also there's still this part of me, ZSX, that is like, can a player like Wenger run away with a game, right? Just run away with a much larger score gap than we thought. So what I'm hoping to see is, even in a 2-1 victory for Wenger as predicted, that we do see some close games. So I think that's ultimately going to come up to sort of how Sirius adapts to Wenger.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's something it takes you from a good player to one of the best players, is that balance, be able to extend yourself to the limit, to rack up numerous frags whilst maintaining control. It's such a difficult art. It's why we haven't seen someone like Sirius really bully opponents into submission just yet, because it takes a huge amount of skill to do that. But Wenger can do that, and we have to see. Sirius is playing a Slash, which is a good pick, but also is vulnerable to that type of snowball situation as well.
Yeah, absolutely possible. And so far, Pretty long distance game these two are playing. Sirius just relying on his movement. He's gonna let that Mega simmer for a little bit before he picks that up. There's a nice rail coming in as Wenger knows not to come in, but decides to push the advantage. Both players incredibly low. Almost lands that rail. Sirius is gonna get out of there with 8 hit points.
Okay, and he got
I mean,
red.
that was the read. Knew exactly where his opponent was going to be and went for it. Nice first frag from Wenger.
Gets out of a sticky situation as well, and gets a heavy armor for his troubles. So made the best of a bad situation there. But Wenger showing a lot of respect in terms of the output that
For sure.
Sirius has, but he's also more than matching him in this long-range rail encounter at the moment. And that's obviously going to be worrying as a Sirius fan, because it's the one thing you would expect him to do, is to get the upper hand in rail duels or LG duels.
That's right. Now, both of our items pretty close together. I think that this is good for Sirius, who's down by 1. Wenger's going to grab the heavy, and Sirius grabs the Mega up top. But as you mentioned, both players playing the long game, just taking a quick look at like about 40% on both sides rail-wise. But a lot of care given, for sure. And I would say that respect is definitely there from Wenger. Now, he's going to basically spend an entire rotation up to this heavy over on the side of the map that he's on. He's not looking to rush anything or push anything. He's looking for opportunities. And there's one rocket hit, a second one. Nice rail coming in from the other side, a second as well. But that means Wenger has the split, the timing, and control right now. Let's see if he can do anything with this, despite not having a huge armor stack, but he'll get that back here shortly.
Yeah, the trading major items at the moment, and Sirius has done a good job to stabilize and keep this to a 1-frag game. This is a big opportunity for Wenger now. He's got a big split between the 2 major items, and he's been able to bully Sirius out of the way already. So what can Sirius do on the defense here? Starting point is to connect with the rail, which he has not been able to do. Lovely rocket jump over the top there. Doesn't catch Sirius off guard, takes a lot of damage, but gets a frag just before the heavy.
It is huge. I mean, I think that was such a smart decision. And those are the types of things that we've been seeing pretty consistently out of Wenger that is starting to tell us, like, this kid is a champion, right? And yes, he is. But, right, coming into maybe an era that you could point out other players in the legacy of Quake where they have been sort of the, the definitive champion of the era. And I'm not saying that's Wenger yet, but I'm saying that he's starting to show that promise pretty consistently. And I think that's why many of us talk. It's such an impressive nature when it comes to Wenger and what he's doing. I did want to say real quickly, Dan, because I know I'm just talking out of your ear, but I think that when you do consider Sirius and the aim, the thing that I think is important is that, like, we're seeing how Wenger mitigates, right, that big risk of his aim, right, and what we're doing. And part of that is being on your shots, for Wenger. But nice job by Sirius bringing it back, because I'm just like yapping away. Sorry.
No, and it's a good point. I mean, Wenger's openly said, like, Cypher was his inspiration, and he wants to be mentioned in the same breath as that type of player. He wants to be the best of his generation and regarded in that light. And to your point, most of the best Quake champions weren't the best aimers, but they found ways to play around those type of mechanically gifted players. Even just look at Rafa, a solid aimer, but it's not his fault. What he does is he suffocates you to the point where he can take all of that beating and still kill you. Wenger is doing a different strategy, which is just to play more positional, But at the moment, he hasn't extended his lead, and it is still only 2-1, and Sirius
Right.
kept himself in this game.
Right, 100%. And this is what I was mentioning earlier, is that, you know, like, no runaway victories. I do think this should be close, and we're seeing that here now. Sirius in trouble, though, almost lands a rocket to equalize but it doesn't quite come out. Wenger, though, still in the danger zone. He's got to be careful here, as he's going to quickly try to grab as much health as he can. Mega's still a ways away, so he's got to be careful here. I cannot believe he walked into that room in that situation and then landed the rocket in the double rail. Are you serious? I did not mean in that punny way like you did earlier. That was nuts. Wow.
Yeah, and the momentum's beginning to build now. Lovely damage from Sirius coming out, but at the same time, the pressure of Wenger's control is what's beginning to mount here at the moment. Sirius has more damage, but obviously not the frags to back it up, because he's not getting on the map. And this has become his undoing many, many times. Against the best players in the world, if you give them those items, as we talked about in the RAF, for example, they know how to use it to their advantage and could just take that beating. So Sirius now, with that Mega, just needs to try and get more control.
Both those rails missing, and those are those key shots that I think he's looking for there. Nice rocket bounce, follows up with the second one. That was a pretty good exchange for Sirius, at least negating a little bit of that heavy. And 6 minutes and 39 seconds on the clock. Still a lot of time left. I don't think that three frags is not a free pass for this game by any means. Wenger gonna drop and wait for this heavy. Ooh. I think he kind of misread that. I don't know. But was Sirius already down there? He must have been. I must have.
He dropped as he went to rail.
Got it. Okay.
And you can see, yeah, to your point, Wenger knows he's on the ropes. He's going to have to play slow and defensive. And this is a huge opportunity for Sirius to maintain his control. 10 seconds split between the major items. He needs to be slightly more unpredictable with his pathing. He's going the long way around. Connects with the rail. He knows exactly where Wenger's positioning. The pre-aim was there. Can he now get this frag? He's going to miss out on the heavy as a consequence. And that inject saves his life.
Oh my God, that was nutty. Not only the shot, but also the inject going off. And Wenger does take that heavy, but he is cornered a little bit here. He's cornered with the lead, which is something to work with. But Sirius right now is trying to put that pressure on, and is doing a pretty good job at it right now. Like, clearly using that mobility to his advantage. Just got to be able to try to find a frag off the top of that. Now, heavy might be the next point of contention. Wenger knows that it's coming up, but big rock jump up. Both players missing their shots. We'll have a quick exchange. Oh, huge rocket as he falls away with the jump. And Jet comes out, negated by the rail. And now Sirius smells blood. He's going after it.
What?
Oh, my God.
Pixel perfect rocket to save.
That was like the only way, Dr. Street. There's 14 million possibilities, but there's only one way you get out of this one. Well, Wenger found it. That was nuts.
Yeah. The only rocket that would have saved this match for him. I mean, there's obviously no hope at this point, with a minute to go that Sirius claws this back. He kept it so close. He kept Wenger on the ropes. Just a little bit too far, but boy, did he keep it close.
And now I think Wenger immediately switches his play just a little bit to a more keep away style, less focus on guaranteeing himself control, more on just making sure he doesn't put himself in a position where he could get caught like that. A little bit of LG. He's going to wait for it on the other side. Can take a rail, so he risks the shot. And that's probably going to be game.
Yeah. Amazing game from both players. I saw the adaptation from Wenger, as good as he is mechanically, had to just respect what Sirius was bringing. But at the same time, we saw the three big deficiencies of Sirius's game at this point. One, when you're playing against the best players, they're not going to give you a free ride with aim. If you look at the stats at the end, it's not what you would expect from Sirius. Number two, he just lacks the experience to be truly innovative and set traps. And, you know, as defensive as Wenger was, he never was threatened. And then 3, Sirius just gave up control, particularly in the early mid-game. He gave Wenger free control for multiple minutes, and then was the only way in at that point is to outsmart your opponent or out-aim him, and he was doing neither. So it was kind of a bit of a stalemate where Wenger wasn't able to finish Sirius off, but he was never really tested until the final few minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, important to note that, right, you only have to get 1 frag above your opponent to win. Don't need to win by 10, 20. You mentioned that there was clearly a level of respect that Wenger was showing right off of the bat to Sirius. I think that remained pretty steady throughout the bat, but it doesn't stop like these moments right here where, you know, Wenger would just kind of turn it on a little bit and would, you know, make a decision like, I can be aggressive here. It's going to play out in my favor. And I think that's where we're seeing Wenger kind of on a different level than some of the other players, or maybe just an attribute that's kind of pushing him ahead of the other players. But Sirius did play well, like 1-5. He still managed to get 1 back. He didn't let Wenger run away with it. I think there are probably some frustrating moments in there, and some of that control that you mentioned was definitely one of those. The other one was that Wenger was matching those rails, if not doing a little bit better. And if that's one of the ways you're breaking through that defense, that it limits your options even more. So with that being said, we're now moving on to Deep Embrace, and it is going to be the Strog versus the Athena. And you know, I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, this will be a good one. Wenger's Athena, when he's on form, is sublime, but at the same time, this is a map now where Sirius's mechanical skill can obviously come to shine even more. Wenger was able to go into a bit more of a turtle mode to avoid it. This map is obviously a lot more exposed, a lot more confrontational, and Sirius will be able to capitalize upon it. And, you know, Strog is definitely an incredible champion to do it as well. Yeah,
and it's going to come down to, you know, if we look at those moments of clarity from Wenger, where it's like I get a position or I set up for this trap, right? Athena is kind of one of those champs that could do that quite well, especially in a map like Deep Embrace. Of course, that can go terribly wrong, as we've seen happen many times before. It's actually one of my favorite things, just because you usually can tell from 1,000 miles away, like, that hook this is gonna result in something real bad. So Deep Embrace, given the you know, how small this map is, how chaotic it can be, we've still seen some low-scoring games on this, but I would expect with these two a little bit of fight for control over that rail. Obviously, I think this is going to be a little bit higher scoring than what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, they're going to have to come out and play on this one.
Yep. All right, let's see what's going to come. As we got Wenger taking game number 1, going to be looking through his eyes. He's immediately going to get the heavy and the rail spawn, and I think of all spawns, he's like, yep, that's the one I wanted. Immediately coming out, knows his opponent doesn't have a rail. Does have an LG, which he probably needs to be careful of, but let's see what he does now to try to hold some control here.
Is able to get across that rail scot-free, so controlling that space is not going to be a necessity. No rocket, though, so he can't push the heavy. Does get time in, retreats to the Mega. There's a little bit more of a delay now, so Wenger can get across and punish it, which he does. 1 rail, the exchange, but this is not looking good for Sirius. He's still a little bit trapped. He's goading Wenger out.
Yeah, I don't know if he can do that. Yeah. I mean, there was persistence. Wenger right there saying, I can shoot heavy machine gun bullets all day. So that was a little rough, kind of painting yourself into a corner a bit. Wenger is going to get that first frag. There is the wait for the rail, and he certainly went and took that. And I think this is exactly what Wenger needs to do. You know, to win this game, but it's still so early. I want to see Sirius really kind of put some pressure here on Wenger.
Yeah, there was definitely frustration coming out from Sirius there to stick around and try and hit it. I mean, sometimes when you are as good of an aimer as him, you can get caught in elements of overconfidence, but that was just more frustration. Yet, he's back in position to control that high ground. He's got Mega side as well, so he can defend that. He's got the weaponry to do so. So all things considered, he has stabilized.
Yes. Oh, Wenger now seeing his opponent. He knows he's early there for heavy, so he's going to back off. There's not much that he is going to be able to do for that. Now, he doesn't completely move away. Great rail from Sirius, going to force his opponent back. Interesting rotation by both players as Wenger still wants to stick around that rail heavy side. Another exchange. Ooh, almost lands that second one. LG does come out. Battle on the middle deck. Both players low, and another miracle rocket comes out from Wenger. He like literally shot the rocket and walked away and didn't look at the explosion. That is the second time we've seen him do that in 2 games.
Yeah, but once again, similar to map 1, we talked about this fast-paced, aggressive, deep embrace, but it's just ultimate respect from Wenger's POV. He doesn't want to take any unnecessary engagements up against Sirius. He even forfeits the heavy and allows Sirius to do so just to maintain this position.
Yeah, and you're right, and I think that is so important at high level play too. Just right play, and if your opponent makes mistakes, capitalize on those as much as possible. The score will kind of play out into your favor if you're winning those battles and those engagements. He doesn't need to necessarily push it, and that's probably right, exactly what we're seeing right here. Those 3 frags are a result of really solid engagements, knowing like I've done the damage, I can get this one, chase this one down, but not indicative of like I am gonna make you pay that you lost a frag to me and the score is like 7-0 at this point. So that's partially because Sirius is still putting on a good show here. Some LG from the top level does force Wenger back finally. This could actually be an opportunity here for Sirius to take some control. As Heavy is up and Wenger is really far away.
Not often you say it, but the big problem for Sirius is rail is letting him down. He had good connection there, but he was on 25%. LG's been okay, but this is the momentum he needs. Picking up control, he's got over double Wenger's major items at the moment, so that is what he's doing well. But he needs to convert that map presence into both a positional advantage and then ultimately frags as well.
Now this is interesting because everything that I just mentioned about Wenger not going ham is exactly what Sirius is doing off of that frag. Look at that. There was 2 conversions. That's still pretty solid. Wenger, though, a seasoned player, was able to stop that one. Maybe Sirius pushed a little bit too far, but he got frags as a result of that, so I can't really say that was a bad decision.
Wenger got the ideal spawn there as well to get up there with the super shotgun. Finish off his opponent. Sirius does a huge amount of damage, but the rail.
Oh, when he goes back and watch that, he's going to be so upset. He was pinned to the wall there. That was one of those disastrous moments. The way that should have played out is that was Sirius's frag, but Wenger with a beautiful rail and a nice recovery manages to keep that 3 frag lead. Nicely done.
We've seen how quickly that can flip on its head, though, Wheat.
Yep.
Sirius gets a frag, a clean frag at that, can very quickly get at least a single return kill as well. Nice, destroy the Pika there. This means Pika's coming out from Sirius's point of view as well. And once again, Wenger just decides to retreat, let Sirius get that item. He'll pick up the lights and potentially the Mega. He doesn't even go for the Mega.
That is
scary. Bizarre.
That is, I mean, that's scary. Because he's got to hit those shots if he's going to be doing that, right? He's got to rely on that aspect of it. He does hit that one and a second one, but Sirius coming back, and eventually he is going to close those walls in around you. Now there's there's a big opportunity there. Unfortunately, missed that rail, gave up that Mega, and now very low, has to be careful, is going to be able to grab that heavy, but every single shot of Sirius is hitting here. It's making it really hard for Wenger. He answers back with a few rails of his own. Peeker came out. I can't even believe that. He took out Peeker and got the frag. Did he, or was that, did he rail?
No, he had the shotgun. I mean, yeah, not entirely sure what happened there.
I'm not sure either. Except that Wenger somehow got a frag of that one.
The Pika was definitely out, but then I was switching POV. Anyway, Sirius picked up that Mega. Can take this fight. He's got an LG. Hasn't got a rocket though, so does have to retreat to pick that up. And Wenger's just whittling him away, and that's what he's been doing all game long. Just trying to play this keep away game. Does not want to have any LG fights. Would much rather just spam out rockets, spam with the rail, which he is going toe to toe with. Both Wenger's slightly out damaging with the rail so far. And just monopolizing those light sweet, barely touching the Mega at all, even though he's had it disposable a couple of times. For some reason, just doesn't want that item.
Yeah, I mean, what is 16 lights? That's compared to the 7.
Yeah.
It does say a lot, because also it just says like survivability. It's why Sirius hitting those rails isn't as big as an effect as you'd think it would be. But Wenger with the heavy once again. And Mega is up. What was that?
I was going to say, he doesn't even really need to move from this heavy side of the map, because he just can't be dislodged. Sirius, nice play to actually not jump for the Mega and try and trap him out, but because it's backfired, might have even just cost him any slim chances he had of getting back into this map. Now with 4 frags of difference, full controls of Wenger, he can now play even safer than he was before. Lovely read, but that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, what an interesting game here on Deep Embrace. Some wild exchanges, and kind of everything sort of, I wouldn't say fell apart, but like the chaos entered into this game fairly early. I would have loved to seen Sirius do it, maybe just a little bit more off of that frag and the conversion. He looked, you know, monstrous, bloodthirsty, if you will, and got a couple of frags, but then didn't quite has not been able to sort of recover from that moment or open up another opportunity. Whereas Wenger now, especially with his hooks, using it for position. Look at that, peekers on and then immediately erased. Wenger's having no issues dealing with that aspect of Sirius's game. And with 1 minute warning, he sits with a solid 6 frag lead. Wow. Make that 7, and that one hurt, but he still manages to do it. Mega is a reward.
Yeah, and you know, Wenger's aim hasn't been incredible in this game, but what he's done effectively is to trade it toe-to-toe and just hit the clutch shots. There's been many shots in which he found these angles, was unable to connect, but they weren't necessary. They would have been nice to have, whereas when he needs to connect, he's always been able to do it.
Yeah.
And Sirius, for whatever reason, had a poor game by his standards in terms of aim. Particularly the opening 3-4 minutes let him down when he had, you know, 25% rail. If during that period of time he was able to hit his usual standards, this would have been a very different game.
Agreed. What it ended up being right now? Yeah, about 45 average between the two players. 5-10 though is the final score. Wenger up 2-0. He technically wins the series. We're going to see if he closes it out with a 3. Next map is going to be Molten, the BJ versus the Galena. But solid matchup. I think clearly showed right why some of that gap exists between a player like Sirius and a player like Wenger. Still, I think Sirius, like, you could really see even his play versus Wenger, like why he has been consistently even giving some of the top players, right, some issues. But to your point, what you've mentioned is that there's lots of different elements to a top player's game, and in some cases, you know, others have these elements that they're really strong in, and not so much in other areas. Against a really well-rounded player, especially like Wenger, who has been having his breakthrough year for sure in terms of overall consistency, even tougher to do.
Yeah, but it's also that fear factor that Sirius is bringing. Even though he's not connecting as hard as he was, Wenger still never felt comfortable to take any of these engagements. He was playing to the strategy he wanted to do against Sirius, which is defensive, slow it down, play the angles, just even play below sometimes and force Sirius to come to you. And it worked perfectly in this instance. And so, you know, full credit to him. And Wenger can go toe-to-toe what he needed to. So that's what makes him particularly scary on the defense.
Yeah. And I do believe, so does this mean that he's number one? He's number one going into QuakeCon? It's official.
Yep. EU is number 1.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a pretty solid position to be walking into the grand finals with. So, congratulations to Wenger for kind of hitting that spot. Our third game is going to be on Molten, but it's got to feel good, right? To be number 1 going in. Of course, it comes with the burden and the pressure of like, shit, I'm number 1 going in. Like, people have these expectations of me to win. But I honestly get the impression that, like, one of the important things is that Wenger's playing for himself this season, right? Like, I think actually he could be like, I don't care if I have a single fan. Like, if I win this, it's because I put in all the work, all of the effort. I've really, set out and said I want to be a champion and goes in and does it. So, I think he's going to be a guy to watch out for.
Yeah, and we can ask him in the post game, which we will be able to do now. But he's one of these players who, this is his life and his career, and he's building towards his dynasty. And we can see how he does that because it's definitely showing now that it's a sport after all.
Yeah.
There are so many elements that go into contributing to how well you perform. Aim, strategy is one thing. The mental side of it, the focus, all of that, nutrition. It definitely plays the marginal games. It all plays a part.
Quake professional and actually like Quake journalist and industry insider Maxter just said EU started to be better at Quake once ZSX retired from competitive Quake. And if you really do map at the history there, you can start to see that is actually that's true. And Maxter backs it up with a lot of research. Focus groups, interviews, qualitative and quantitative analysis of all the stats and games throughout. But I disagree. I could disagree, CSX. Clearly, your advice is helping Wenger. So,
yeah, I mean, it kind of shows the player I taught to support. He's sitting at number 1. Like Maxter, I mean, sitting. I don't know where he's sitting in the leaderboard. I don't really follow the scrubs in the dregs of the leaderboard, so this is fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
See you at QuakeCon, you little bitch.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. All right, let's see what happens here in this third game. Is there an apology in my future? I think the answer is yes, but we'll see. Molten Falls. I think this has been like pretty much control defined lately, right? The individual who can kind of grab full control. Of course, this is true for a lot of maps, but I think kind of the meta is we've seen victories and losses here on Molten. So kind of curious to see how this is going to play out, but Wenger's got himself a rail. They've traded some major items, and first shot's going out.
First blood to Wenger with that rail. It's obviously really important that Sirius begins to get the upper hand in these trades. So much of his game is reliant on just pure damage output, the positional rail, and it's expected in the way he plays the map. So when he begins missing out on those trades, it really changes the whole dynamic of the set for him. That's exactly what he needs. But Wenger, as we just mentioned, going toe-to-toe as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's like that's the thing is that when you just answer back, slap back with those rails, well, I mean, first off, it's great for the sort of the flow of the game, but it doesn't help your own confidence with those rails, and you just have to be as consistent as possible, and hopefully not let that completely destroy you mentally if you're trying to have those types of exchange. And your opponent, now there you go. There's 2 solid in a row, even a little head tilt from Wenger being like, how? But nicely done by Sirius, and that's exactly what he needs to do to potentially grab that first flag, but also try to keep Wenger on his toes this map.
Yeah. The items are on the same time. Sirius actually not opting to delay the heavy. I thought he might try and do that, given he had the upper hand here, but by not doing it, unless he has a plan now for the next Mega, gives Wenger that lifeline to fall back on. So it's all well and good, Sirius obviously doing this damage from range, but unless you have a plan to close the gap and get a frag, it really doesn't add up to much, particularly when you're going against a Galena, who could get the overstack, even though there's only 1 totem on the board. As I say that, Sirius is sneaking down by the heavy, so he had a plan to do at least damage on it. So the long game here for Sirius is just keep whittling your opponent down. Don't let them get to this side of the map to recoup any resources.
Yeah.
And then find an opening.
I think that's what he was kind of going for in map number 1, right? Like squeeze those walls until you just kind of have nowhere to run, or you have no more health bubbles and no more armor to pick up. And those rails, when you to negate Mega, that is helpful for sure. But we'll have to, see if it could actually get him a lead in a game, because for the most part he's been playing from behind, right? Still at 0-0, solid 3 minutes in. There's a beautiful rocket to stop him short coming in. And is he going to keep on it? He's not going to let him get it. Well, actually, Mega or Heavy was up, so I'm not really sure why he did that. But Sirius walks out of there with no armor stack.
Yeah, Sirius got a little bit frustrated at the way in which Venga was playing, and now he's given up the whole map. Venga can actually get across here to the Heavy. Sirius is now completely on the back foot. And Venga's one totem away from the overstack. Just got taken one out now.
Oh, going after it. Rocket jump. Force some momentum, little bit of LG damage, but Sirius telling him why he's not allowed in his treehouse and forces him out with a rocket. Wenger immediately going back, and now he can't, unfortunately, keep that control up. So he had an opportunity there, but they're going to have to trade on items here. Wenger getting the Heavy, and it may not really matter for Wenger that he didn't get the Mega, but he did lose that full control.
Yeah. It was nice defensive play by Sirius to get back into this map. It could have got really bad as he was on the back foot there. Oh, he's making a setting up a trap there. Jewel comes out, but no, Wenger drops just in time. And now we're settling into what is a very defensive Molten. This is the way this can play out, where it's extremely difficult to find openings because of how diametric this map is. You've got 2 very defensive positions, and then this massive open area where no one really wants to traverse. It's hard to actually set up a trap.
Oh, nice rail. Answered back.
Wenger's a little bit confident here because he has that overstack to fall back on.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And he does have to get out of there, and he is going to probably give up Heavy. He's going to set up in a position and just swap his items here. And now 5-minute warning halfway through. Oh, there it is. A good decision to pop the dual wield. Wenger actually clean escape out of that telly. That was unfortunate. That looked like a good opportunity there for Sirius.
Oh, Wenger just barrels into this Heavy, and now Sirius can't contest.
I'm shocked this is still 1-0. Ooh. Been a little nasty. Wait for him to come out of the teleporter. Some decent damage there. And as he hits the... That was like Wenger actually 300 damage less than Sirius right now. Now caught in the rail room.
Nice trap. Wenger taking the long way around the map, hoping to catch Sirius in that choke point. Just mistimed it. And as Sirius setting up a trap of his own, but actually moves it out dramatically on that because of that trap. He's lost both major items and kind of seemed like a bad decision in hindsight. It was a position where he wasn't really going to be able to do much to Wenger. But Sirius, as it seems, wants to sit up on this high ground, but now he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the 5 to the Heavy. That rail was real nice. Like, I think if that rail hadn't hit, we would have seen him move out just a little bit. Does tag him with the rocket on the pickup of the Heavy, but if he goes for this Mega, he's going to be caught out. He needed that rail, jumping rail, the fadeaway. But both players just moving towards one another, throwing out a bunch of blows, and then backing off as we go into minute number 7, still 0-0.
This overstack is becoming a huge problem for Sirius. It adds up over time. The amount of additional resource that Wenger gets to burn over and above his opponent. And now he's caught out in the open. Sirius could have ended up being a lot worse if Wenger stuck around for that fight. But still, even though he had the massive stack advantage, was not confident to take that fight.
Oh. It's a nice rail. I do like some of these kind of angles that Sirius will take where you wouldn't expect your opponent to come from, but I'm not sure I agree with this. He could kind of trap himself. He does make a risky fall down to the rail room. Wenger now with heavy could actually have probably pushed Mega and gone for it. Is he still going to? Oh yeah.
There's no way Sirius should be pushing this. You can see how hesitant Wenger even is still to take a fight. Just, he's playing the long game because of that overstack, and you can see the pressure building and building and building. There's been a couple of times Sirius has been caught out in poor positions, only saved by hitting a miracle shot. All it takes is for one of those shots to miss, and Wenger feels confident enough to push in. But Wenger is quite happy playing this rotation at the moment. It's obviously risky, but he's not taking any serious duels where he's losing his stack either.
Oh, there it is.
Here we go.
Some open damage there. Dual wheel popped.
Wow.
No. There it is.
I think anyone else, he would have rocket jumped up there.
Yeah. Yeah. And now on the rotation over. Finds his opponent. LG's out first, but switching it up. Once again, Sirius is managing to push it, but Wenger continues to play these defensive shots, and there it is. The patience play does play off. He finally finds an opportunity, Dan, and grabs that first frag. That might be it. This might be a one frag game. There's going to be a minute here. Now, Sirius needs to turn it up to fifth gear. Can he do it? Verstack's up. This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, really tough. Your opponent's had overstack for the best part of 5-6 minutes. It's an extra item basically every 20-30 seconds. And he's just giving you no items, angles whatsoever, no opportunity to deal damage. You can see even now, he's quite happy to play plus black, play the spam, just peak rail.
Yep.
It's really tough.
Yeah, that's going to be, does hit a nice rail, but
he might not even go for this. He's not even going to go for the heavy. He's just going to play plus back. Sirius has caught him. He's not railable, but Wenger has to. Oh, what a move! What a move!
That was pretty great. Now Sirius gets caught with a couple rockets. There was a choke. Oh! 2 seconds left. Tied it up. 1-1. Coming around the corner. Knows that he's going to go for that rail, but low. Oh my God, huge rail.
Sirius, don't
do it. Oh my God, how did he survive?
Oh
and suddenly, my God! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Boom. 2-1. Wow.
He must have had like 1 HP, unless he took the Mega before that last rail. That was such a ballsy move.
I cannot believe he went for Mega, but that was
we said
nuts.
it. We said it. If you find a way to keep the scoreline close, anything can happen.
That's right. That is true. Let's bring Flea back. I'm sure his mouth may still be agape from that one. Hey, welcome back. What's up? What did you think of that matchup?
Damn, that was a sick series, especially the very end. So we started off a very fast game, right, on Ruins, where Wenger managed to secure himself a pretty early lead and then just play a very defensive second half of the map, hang on to the lead. Then map 2, we saw that Athena being played on Deep Embrace. Extremely accurate rails from both players, but as you guys were discussing as well, Sirius just wasn't able to get, the same amount of utility out of the Strog and the Peaker as Wenger was out of the Athena hooks. And then that final map was absolutely ridiculous, extremely low scoring, slow played type of Molten Falls. And then in that final minute, things just kind of unleashed, right? 2 minutes before the end, Wenger gets that one frag of a lead, perfect read, very patient, and then Sirius. We can see it right in front of us. Bam. Beautiful plays, chasing him down with the rail. He saw his opportunity and he took it. So well played from both of these players. Also, something that I noticed was that Wenger was at times even denying health bubbles. He was damaging himself with the nail gun just to pick up a health bubble. That's something that you usually only see for small armors. But the fact that he can do that for health bubbles, that just shows some next level item management. But overall, extremely close series to end the game. Or final map, at least.
Well, but that's also for the overstack, right? To reduce the cooldown, just to get even more overstack.
You get it back faster.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he was playing, and he did everything right. I think even sometimes maybe too hesitant, but he had a game plan for Sirius. But we said it time and time again, Sirius found a way to keep in the game. He could have got frustrated. He could have tried to push more often, maybe be more direct, but he managed it perfectly on his end as well and began to connect more and more towards the end. And it was a phenomenal finish. So amazing set.
Well done. Yeah. Final score 2-1. And I can't imagine that Wenger's like angry or upset. He still won the series. He's still going in as the #1 seed. I think for the Sirius fans out there that want to see him come to QuakeCon and do some damage on LAN, that should be a good indicator that he wants to be a wrench in the gears of the machine. And that's exciting to have a player that is capable of a victory like that. So great stuff.
Yeah. He'll be upset once I'm finished with our debrief. So, but
can we just do that live during the interview?
I'm really looking forward to seeing Sirius on LAN again. I think he surprised probably everybody in the last LAN finals we had. Did phenomenally well. I think he got top 8 or just outside top 8, and that as your one of the first LANs you've been to, particularly in the new league format, was amazing. And he's come on a huge amount in terms of general play style and mentality throughout the league. And so, if he can take that consistency into the finals, we already saw how much Wenger had to adapt to Sirius, even though Sirius wasn't hitting as hard as we normally would expect him to. And so, there's a reason why he pushes the best of the best close. If he can refine some small elements of his game more, he could go even further.
Now, with that being said, I do think that we're being joined by Wenger for a bit of a post-match interview. Wenger, congratulations. Awesome game.
Thank you.
I'm disappointed.
Well, as you said, you've been coaching me, and those are the results.
I know.
Dan, I'll leave it to you to ask the first question then.
You little... Come on. Anyway, I was going to ask about just Quake and everything else, but I'm actually more interested in the series because we were just talking about, you had to adapt your game considerably to play up against Sirius. And we saw you being a lot more reserved, particularly even if we think about map 2, there was a couple of times where, I don't know if it was mistiming or not, but you left multiple items up even though they were free to take. So just talk us through, was that mistakes or was there a clear strategy? And talk us through the mindset and how you have to play against somebody like Sirius, who is a human aimbot.
Yeah, well, as you said, it's really hard. I don't think people realize how good Sirius is with his aim. Like, you are trying to pick an angle and you're getting railed all the time, so you need to be very careful. That's the only way to win against him. You need to play a bit more experience-based instead of going into open fights and just try to get the best with the stack you have. That's why I picked Anarchy over Slash, so I had more sustainability. Because as soon as you try to get into an open fight against him, you're gonna lose. So I just I know my limits, and I know he's a better aimer than me, but at the same time I know that I can still win on my terms.
Nice, and talk me through your choice of facial hair.
This is a very sad trying to grow a beard, but I don't think it's going very well.
Keep trying. Keep trying. It doesn't, I got a question. Wenger, first off, congratulations. Great series. I think I'm thinking about right, both those games, there was a couple of moments that we called out these miracle rockets that you threw out, right? There's one on Deep Embrace around the pillars. There's another one on Ruins where you almost just like threw them out with such confidence that you knew that it was going to hit and then walked away and started doing something else. Is that something that you've been working on? I do feel like there was some real good defensive play from your perspective. Was that a byproduct of the way Sirius was playing? Is that something you've been working on? Just kind of curious about that.
Well, as I said, it's very hard to play aggressive or anyway into open fights against Sirius. So my best bet are like, I know that my Rockets are probably one of the best in the league, and I know that he's probably gonna force some angles on me. And like on that situation, for example, on Ruins, I just knew that he wanted to pick the angle as much as he could, and I just fired a rocket because if it was like to pick my angle like that, it was very predictable as well. So it was just a bit lucky, but also like well placed rocket. And about defensive play, I think I'm not really like defensive. I just try to, as Cooler would say, pick situations when to be aggressive and when not to. And that's the best mentality I will say about this game. Like, I don't like to be aggressive all the time. I don't like to plus forward all the time. I like to pick my fights on my terms, like to think about the items. I don't want to just, full aggro all the time, because I know already that on land that's not going to work that much.
Great. Thanks, man.
No worries.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Wenger, again, congratulations. Just want to ask you one question about Athena on Deep Embrace. It's not an uncommon pick, but I think that a lot of players would pick one of the other available champions going into Deep Embrace. But you somehow have made it work with 100% win rate so far. I don't think you've lost with Athena even once on that map. So what exactly is it that goes into that? Why does your Athena stand apart from others there?
Oh, well, I think, verticality and also being able to reposition very quickly. Like, even if you lose the item, you are able to fall back into the other one and play a bit like on angles. And I just like Deep Embrace. I really like this map in general. I think it's also with the spawn kills, I think it's really fun to play. Because, you also need to avoid getting spawn kills. So, it's like different mechanics compared to other maps like Ruins or Molten. At the same time, I just like Athena. I think she's such a great champion, and you can do a lot of like fun stuff with her. So, just in general, I feel very confident like when playing.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for your insights. Congratulations again. We look forward to seeing you perform at QuakeCon.
Thank you. And guys, if you don't want to throw a map like that, never get coached by ZSX.
I mean, those are some really strong and powerful words that we're going to end this interview on. So, Wenger, congratulations, GG's, and good luck heading into
See you next month.
the final weeks to QuakeCon. Yep, see you.
See you. What a day of matches it's been.
It's easy to talk like this when we're
Could you
online, guys.
imagine if, like, Danny LaRusso was like, yo, Miyagi, I lost this fight because your training sucked, right? Like, wow, unbelievable.
I'll let him have this one just because we're live, so I can't do it in public.
He wouldn't say that to your face, would he?
We'll see in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think we may have an overview of the results, if I heard that correctly, just to take a look at the end of the day. So we had a lot of high-flying action, a lot of very one-sided games, at least score-wise. 3-0 for the first few matches, and then ultimately the featured matchups delivered what was promised, and we got some closer games, 2-1 for both of them. Wheat, anything that really stood out to you? Any major takeaways here?
I mean, I think we got to give a little, like, golf clap to whoever chose the featured matches, because well done, right? They nailed it. Those are the two games that we should have seen. What comes out more than anything, Flea, and we've said it again, and probably broke a record, is that it's really exciting just watching everyone play. You're kind of getting to see what they are going to be able to bring to the table. Like, is it likely that our players are going to have these unbelievable shifts in talent or growth in skills leading up to QuakeCon? Not necessarily, but sometimes getting in those final matches, it sounds like there's going to be a lot of boot camping going on, right? A lot of intense training leading up to that point. I'm really excited for what is upon us, right? Last week, coming up next week, and then after that, everyone goes into the training ring, and then we get to see who's going to duke it out and who's going to be wearing the belt. So really excited that after 17 long weeks, we got one more week, and then we're going to the finals. It's going to be awesome. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to making some of these guys meet their makers after all the spicy words we've seen today. I mean, we want some drama in the scene. I don't know why all of it's directed at me, but I'll take it. I'll take it for the team. But it's been another amazing week. One more live week to go, and then a little bit of a break, and then we all get to, as you said, duke it out to see who's going to come away with that belt. We've got a couple of multiple champions in the ring now. We've got a couple of people who are really pushing it to the limit, and I see streams pretty much 24/7 of everyone getting down to business now. So plenty to look forward to in the next few weeks.
Absolutely. All right, well, gentlemen, thank you for joining me here today. I think we had some great matches, some wonderful plays, stocks of the Tribolt, Razy basically going rail only against Sib for a while there. Had some big highs, some low lows, but overall some very good games. And I think with that, we're going to be ending the show. Next week, as Dan just said, we've got the final week of the normal season before heading into QuakeCon. So hopefully we'll see you all back next week. Have a great evening and see you all soon.